The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
September the 22nd, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1692 AD, the last people hanged for witchcraft in the U.S. 19 hanged overall, with 6 other deaths during Salem witch trials. In 1792, French First Republic formed by the National Convention, stripping the French king of his powers. In 1862, U.S. President Abraham Lincoln issued preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, threatening to free all enslaved people in the rebel states if those states failed to rejoin the Union by January 1st, 1863. In 1965, India and Pakistan ceasefire goes into effect, ending the Indo-Pakistani War. In 1980, Iraq invades Iran in an attempt to control Shat al-Arab waterway. In 1994, Friends sitcom created by David Crane and Martina Kaufman debuts on NBC, starring Jennifer Anderson, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, Matthew Perry, and David Schwimmer. In 1869, Richard Wagner's opera Das Ringgold, the first piece of his Ring cycle, premieres in Munich, Germany. In 1920, Chicago grand jury convenes to investigate charges that 8 White Sox players conspired to fix the 1919 World Series. Born on this day were Anne of Cleves, Michael Faraday, William Kettle, John Brennan, Paul Mooney, Billy Piper, Nick Cave, Andre Buscelli, Charlotte Cooper, Tommy Lasorda, Igamar Johannesson, and Martin Crowe. Dying on this day were Guru Nanak, Francisco Zez de Coronado, Nathan Hale, Irving Berlin, George C. Scott, and Yogi Berra. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. calling all cars, calling all cars. Be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 9. Regarding a young woman found murdered in Stone Canyon. That's all. Those are first.
Testing laboratory for gasoline is in the emergency cars operated by police and fire departments. Cities and counties keep accurate cost records of these cars, and it is easy to tell which gasoline gives greater mileage. Emergency cars test gasolines over the same streets and roads that you travel on. So when we prove conclusively that more police and emergency cars use Rio Grande cracked than any other gasoline, we have definite proof that this same gasoline will also improve the performance of your car. You'll get greater speed because Rio Grande Cracked has been chosen for the fastest cars on the highway. You'll get greater power, for the most powerful motors made are in the fire engines that use Rio Grande Cracked gasoline. And you'll get more economical operation because cost records of the many cities and counties using Rio Grande Cracked prove that this gasoline gives more miles in every gallon. So Rio Grande backs up its bid for your business with facts, not merely claims. The same gasoline that powers more police and emergency equipment than any other brand will actually improve the performance of your car. Rio Grande's independent dealers in every neighborhood offer you the same cracked gasoline that emergency cars use. Pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. There is an element of pride in the makeup of every member of your police force. Pride in a job well done. Every man is eager to be the one who clears up a mysterious case. It is this element which is really responsible for the solutions to baffling crimes. For as you all know, the financial reward of a police officer is certainly not enough to compensate him for the long hours, the nights away from home, and the risks he runs every day in his search for desperate lawbreakers. Your police officers are intensely, personally anxious to trace down every evidence of a crime, and their greatest reward is the satisfaction of writing solved on the records of a case on which they have worked. Tonight we are presenting the dramatization of a famous case in which the police had very slim and nebulous clues to work on. The case looked almost hopeless, but the men assigned to find the murderer of Barbara Mauger made it a matter of personal pride to bring the case to a successful conclusion. The story you will now hear reveals what is, to my mind, one of the finest examples of sincere detective work in the annals of the Los Angeles Police Department. The case of the 3 grooved bullets.
Our story tonight opens in June of 1928, when pretty Barbara Mauger, a girl of 19, is chatting gaily in her apartment with Mrs. Roberts, her neighbor from across the hall.
Oh, my dear, I'm so glad for you. And when do you expect you'll be married? Oh, pretty soon now. Well, Russell and I haven't set the date. But we're going to run off any time, and when we come back, I'll be Mrs. Russell Burholm. How nice. And aren't you excited? Oh, terribly. I just can't wait. Oh, and Russell has a new car. And Sunday we're going out in the hills on a picnic. How nice. Oh, pardon me a moment, Mrs. Roberts. Of course, my dear. Hello? Oh, hello, Russell. Yeah? Yeah, I have it in the desk. All right. Yeah, I'll look at it right now. Hold the wire. Don't be frightened, Mrs. Roberts. It's just Russell's gun. It's loaded. Let's see. Well, I can't make this out. Can you, Mrs. Roberts? Oh, don't point that at me. It's all right, really. Say, can you make out these numbers?
I'm simply afraid of guns. What do you want with a number?
Well, Russell wants them, so he can get bullets for them.
Bullets?
Yeah. He wants to do some target practicing when we go on a picnic Sunday. Now, what do these numbers look like to you?
Well, let's see. Oh, please, keep it pointed the other way. There.
I'm sorry.
Well, now, I'd say...
That looks like a 3, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right.
And that's a 2. Yeah. And a 2 and a 0. 3220. That sounds right, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I'll ask him. Hello, Russell? Is 3220 the number you want? Yeah. Well, that's what it is, all right. Yes, darling. All right, I'll look for you later. Goodbye. And, Russell, I love you.
My dear, get that gun out of the place as soon as you can. I tell you, I'm frightened of them. No good ever come of having a gun around the place.
That weekend, in the canyon off Mulholland Drive, pretty Barbara Morgan is enjoying the warmth of a June afternoon with her sweetheart, Russell Burholm. On the horizon, white clouds salute the friendly sun. Overhead, the sky is deep blue. A bird sings nearby. Barbara is completely happy, but for one thin shadow across her heart.
But, Russell, we can't wait much longer.
Why not?
Well, I told everybody. Oh, my friends know we're going to be married.
Now, listen, Barbara. Been all over this before, and I don't want to listen to it again.
Oh, but, Russell, you promised me you'd marry me, and, well, every time I bring it up, you stop me. Oh, don't you think you've hurt me enough, Russell? Gee, I haven't any pride left.
Now, for Pete's sake, let up.
Oh, but, Russell,
You want to know
I
I won't
wife.
marry you. Well, I'll tell you now. I won't marry you because I can. I've got a wife and kid back east.
Oh,
And I'm going back to them as soon as I can. If you want the truth, I'm sick and tired of you, Barbara.
Russell.
From now on, we're quits.
Oh, Russell, why didn't you tell me?
Now you know what you're going to do.
But I love you, Russell. I love you.
That was in June. For more than 2 months, no one apparently missed Barbara Morgan. At least her disappearance was not reported to the police. And then, on the afternoon of August 2nd, 1928, as Detective Lieutenant Frank B. Condaffer of the Homicide Squad is standing watch at the headquarters. Homicide Squad, Condaffer speaking.
Hello, Condaffer. This is Bergen over the Fire Department Mountain Patrol.
Yeah?
Listen, we just found a dead body in the underbrush near the bottom of Stone Canyon, up off Mulholland Drive.
Yeah. Dead long?
Pretty long. Young woman. Looks like murder to me.
Okay, Bergendorf. I'll get Planderson, my partner, and we'll be right out. A half hour later, Detectives Condaffer and Sanderson joined Bergendorf on Mulholland Drive. Hello, Bergendorf.
Hello, Condaffer.
Where's the body?
Well, the body's down this gully away. Come on, follow me here. Well, boys, here we are.
Yeah, who found it?
We did. My name is Vernon Johnson, and this is my pal, Edgy Hitchcock.
How did you happen to find it?
Well, we was driving up this way, and we noticed some big buzzards circling over the bottom of the canyon. We went down to investigate. When we saw what it was, we run back and reported it.
Been dead some time.
Frank, look here.
What's that, Sanderson?
A bullet hole in the temple.
Have any clothes been found around here?
No, sir, not a shred.
Well, then it can't be suicide.
No, she could hardly have wandered all the way here unclothed.
That's what I figured.
Looks like the body's been dragged down the hill here from the way that brush is flattened out.
Yes, but it's going to be hard to make an identification. Nothing to go by excepting that she's a blonde. Uh-oh. Say, wait a minute.
What's that you just picked up?
May not be worth much, but we'll take 'em in. 4 white beads. Detectives Sanderson and Condapper return to headquarters, and for hours they pore over the files of the Missing Persons Bureau. But their search seems doomed to failure.
Well, this looks pretty hopeless.
Yep, not a description here that I've seen that'll fit the body we found there.
You still got the beads?
Yeah, a lot of good they'll do. You'll find they're not large enough to take fingerprints from, and if they were, these prints would probably only be those of the girl.
It looks like this is just another unexplained murder.
Sure does.
Well, what are you two birds looking so gloomy about, eh?
Oh, nothing much. We're far ahead of when we started. We know that the body of a young blonde girl was found, apparently murdered near Mulholland Drive.
And that's all we know. A young blonde girl, is it? How old?
Oh, I should say between 19 and 21.
Wait a minute now, wait a minute. Seems to me I heard something about a young blonde girl being missing.
You did? Where?
Wait a minute now, wait a minute. Let me think. Oh, yes, I remember. My wife was telling me a friend of hers lived in the same flat building with a blonde girl, the name of Mrs. Barber, as I remember. Yeah, about a month ago, she went away suddenly, and...
that sounds hot. What address was that?
Just a minute now, and I'll call the wife and find out.
A short while later, Condapper and Sanderson visit the landlady of the flat building to which their friend directs them. So you see, lady, if you could give us a line on this Miss Barber, it might help us a lot.
Well, you're mistaken in the name. No one by the name of Miss Barber ever lived here. But there was a girl by the name of Barbara Margaret, she was called. She suddenly went away. Her boyfriend called for her things. But his explanation didn't sound straight to me.
Sounds like we're on the right track.
Doesn't that? Now, tell us all you know about it, please.
Well, to be truthful, I don't know much. But if you talk to Mrs. Roberts, she may be able to help you. She was pretty close with the girl.
Where's she?
Well, she lives across the hall from the apartment the Margaret girl had. Just go up the stairs and knock on the door on the left.
Fine, thank you very much.
There we are. There's the name on the door, Mrs. Roberts.
How do you do?
We understand that you were acquainted with Barbara Margaret, Mrs. Roberts.
Yes, that's right. She lived across the hall from me. Why, dear Al?
We're police officers, ma'am. Barbara Margaret's been missing, and we're trying to locate her. When did you see her last?
Why, that Sunday when she went off on a picnic with her sweetheart.
What is his name?
Why, Russell Barehome.
Do you recognize these, lady?
Oh, well, those are her beads. What's happened? Is she dead? Oh, I just knew something terrible would happen that morning she left with him. Oh, that poor child. What's happened to her? Tell me.
Now, Miss Roberts, you can help us most by remaining quiet and answering our questions.
Yes, sir, all right, I'll try. Only tell me, what happened to Barbara?
We found a body yesterday, ma'am, out in Stone Canyon. She'd been shot.
Oh, I knew it. Oh, I just knew something awful would happen to her. I just had a premonition when I saw that gun.
What gun?
The gun that belonged to her sweetheart, Russell. She had it here.
What was she doing with the gun?
Well, she said that Russell had left it with her. One day, the day before she went on the picnic it was, I was in there with her when Russell called and asked her to read him the number on it so he could buy some bullets. I helped make out the number.
Now, Mrs. Roberts, please, you must help us here.
How long did you know Barbara Morgan, Miss Roberts?
Quite a while. I was with her really every day when she lived across the hall.
Did you know her sweetheart?
I met him once when Barbara and I were downtown. He was in front of the Metropolitan Theater.
Did he work there?
That was my impression.
And what did you say his name was?
Barehome. Russell Barehome.
How old was he?
About 28, I should say. Well, several years older than Barbara, anyway.
Did Barbara seem to be happy?
Well, not always. Sometimes when I visit her, I thought she'd been crying. but she never admitted it. She was always excited about getting married.
Oh, she was engaged to this Burholm then.
Oh, yes. Although I somehow had a suspicion he was stringing her along.
I see. Now, Mrs. Roberts, if you'll tell us the circumstance of the last time you saw Barbara.
Well, it was on a Saturday afternoon in the latter part of June. She was looking forward to a picnic she and Russell were going on in that place where you found her.
Stone Canyon?
That's right.
What else?
Well, as I told you, he called and asked for the number on the gun. She gave them to him, and then he explained that he had borrowed it from a friend of his, and he wanted to try it out on a picnic. Now I know what that meant.
Can you think of anything else, Miss Roberts?
I can understand it all now. Russell came back at about 6 o'clock, and I asked him where Barbara was. He said, "You said goodbye to Barbara, Mrs. Roberts. She left for the East this afternoon to visit her family." I asked him if that wasn't pretty sudden, and I was a little angry because she hadn't said goodbye to me.
Well, didn't it occur to you to report your suspicions to the police?
Well, I never meddled in other people's affairs. His story seemed plausible enough. He said something about Barbara's having met an uncle of hers who took her back. After all, I didn't think it was my business to start an investigation. She could have gone away, as he said, you know.
Yes, she could have. Now, Mrs. Roberts, have you any idea where this Burholm works?
Well, as I said, I was under the impression that he worked at the Metropolitan Theater. Barbara used to telephone him.
Where? At the Metropolitan Theater?
I don't know. It was a Metropolitan number.
Can you remember it?
Let's see now. It had some fives in it. I think. It was Metropolitan 152. Yes, that's it. Metropolitan 1525.
1525. That's fine, Mrs. Roberts. You've been a big help to us. Now we'll see if we can trace down this Burholm fellow.
Well, please call me if I can be of any more assistance.
We will indeed.
Detectives Condaffer and Sanderson drive immediately to the Metropolitan Theater. At the stage door, they ask for the stage manager.
The stage show's on now.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get a look. I always get a kick out of being backstage.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
What's that?
We better not let this guy know we're detectives. Might show our hands.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We'll just act like we're friends of Burholm's.
Okay, but wait a minute. This must be the guy now.
You want to see me?
Yes, we're looking for a man by the name of Burholm. He works here.
Burholm? Never heard of him.
Well, you see, he works here.
Not here, buddy.
Oh.
That's funny. Are you positive? Or couldn't he be one of the motion picture operators?
Hey, listen, don't you suppose I know my own employees?
Yes, but
There's
we're...
nobody here by that name. Somebody's giving you a bum steer, that's all.
Well, has anybody by that name worked here in the last couple of
No,
months?
I tell you, I'm busy. I got a show to put on. I can't stand here all night answering dumb questions.
Pleasant sort of a guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, we're out on the limb again.
Let's look up this number Ms. Roberts gave us.
Okay, there's a phone over here by the wall. Let's see now, J-E-L-M. Here we are. Metropolitan Theater. What was that number?
Metropolitan 1525.
That's not the number of the theater.
It isn't. Let me see. No, but look. It is the number of the engine room of the Metropolitan building.
Well, now that's getting closer. Let's go down there right now. You're the boss here.
I'm the engineer.
We're looking for Burholm. Who? Russell Burholm. He's working here somewhere.
Nobody with that name here.
Well, let's take a look at the time book.
Why?
We're trying to locate Burholm. Where's your book?
I can't let you look at them.
We're police officers.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yeah, hand over the book there.
Sure. Here it is.
Find anything, Frank?
No Burholm listed here in the past 6 months.
Say, you had a cooling system put in here a while back. Maybe your man worked on that crew.
Maybe. What's the company?
It was the Macintosh Engineering Company. You might see the foreman of the installation gang. They're putting in the system in the ballroom at the Biltmore now.
Well, thanks. We'll go over there and talk to him.
courtyard and a ballroom.
Sure.
Hey there.
Yeah?
Is Russell here?
Russell? No, he's not working on this job.
Oh, that's too bad. We're friends of his. We're leaving for San Diego this afternoon. We wanted to see him before we left.
Well, you can catch him at the office. I know he's there today.
Okay, thanks. We'll drop by the office. Someone to see you, Russell. Right this way, please.
Huh?
We're Officer Burholm. Come along with us.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I read in the papers about a body being found. I suppose you'd be looking me up.
Then you killed her,
I didn't kill anybody. I had an argument with my girlfriend and she left me.
Is that any reason for you to think you'd be accused of murder?
Well, I noticed the body was found out on Mulholland Drive and it was out there I last saw her.
Pretty peculiar coincidence, don't you think?
Oh, I don't know. Even if it is her they found, that doesn't prove I killed her. Somebody else must have done it.
I'll warn you right now that anything you say may be used against you. At the same time, you're at liberty to clear yourself if you can.
I guess I won't do any talking until I've seen an attorney.
If you aren't guilty, you won't need an attorney. Later, accompanied by a police stenographer who makes surreptitious notes from the front seat of the police car, Conductor and Sanderson drive Burholm to the scene of the crime. They question him en route. Now, you say you had an argument with Barbara, and she got out of the car, and you left her there. What was the argument about?
She was always asking me to marry her. I told her I wouldn't.
Why?
I couldn't.
Why not?
Because I'm already married.
Oh, I see. Then you had a motive.
Now, what do you mean, motive? I told you I didn't kill her.
Where did you first meet her?
The department store in Philadelphia. They both worked there.
What name did you go by when you worked in Philadelphia? Burholm?
No. No, my own name. Russell Sinclair Baxter.
Oh, your real name isn't Burholm.
No, I'd gotten into a little trouble at the store, so I decided I'd use another name out here. Because I didn't want my wife to trace me then. And I'm sick of this place. I'm going back to my wife and kid.
Maybe you are. Perhaps you won't mind telling us why you thought the body found in the canyon might be hers.
Sure. Sure, I'll tell you. Sunday, I think it was the 24th of June, we started toward Stone Canyon for a picnic. Everything went swell until on the way out she began to beg me to marry her. And I told her I wasn't ready to marry her. Well, we had a quarrel. Finally, she started crying and got so mad she made me stop the car. She wouldn't ride with me any further. I kidded her a little bit, but I just made her madder, and she got out and walked off. That's the last I saw of her.
Why'd you leave her? Along here somewhere?
I really couldn't say. She might be near here.
Well, let's stop here anyhow. Get out, Burholm, or Beitzel, or whatever your name is. Now, you say you left Barbara and Margaret on the road along here.
Yeah, she said she'd get home all right. She said someone had come along and give her a lift.
You haven't seen her since, and it's been over a month.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't you report her disappearance to the police?
I was afraid I'd get into a jam, just like I am now, see?
Come on down this way, Beitzel. This is where we found her.
What?
Yeah, surprises you, doesn't it? Not where you left her at all. That was further up the hill. But you hadn't figured on coyotes dragging her body, had you?
Oh, stop. I tell you I didn't do it.
Where's the gun you shot her with? You had one, and we're going to find it.
Sure I had a gun.
Yeah.
I brought along for target shooting.
Your aim must have been very good. What did you shoot at?
Nothing in particular. A couple of birds, that's all.
Yeah, what you really mean is you murdered her, stripped her body, and left it up the hill there.
I did not.
Where's the gun you used for target practice?
In my desk. I borrowed it from a friend. I thought I might buy it, but I decided not to.
Naturally, having no further use for it. What did you do with the clothes and things you removed from her apartment?
Well, I bundled them up and shipped them away.
Where to?
Why, I just sent them up to some town in Arizona. Phoenix, I believe.
To what name?
I can't remember.
Well, I put a Seattle return address in the package.
Well, what was the idea of that?
I thought I could get him back again if you ever came or wrote for him.
Come on now, Beitzel. You must realize your story is pretty thin. Won't hold water at all.
That's my story.
Yes, and you're stuck with it.
I haven't anything to worry about.
You may have before you're through, young fellow.
And Beitzel has much to worry about as the case against him mounts. Philadelphia police, notified of arrest, inform Los Angeles that he is wanted in Eastern City for embezzlement. A taxi driver, recognizing his picture in the paper, tells police to are taking him to the lonely spot of the murder late one night. A check of a fictitious address to which Beitzel admits sending Barber's clothes results in the return of the package. Microscopic examination reveals some blonde hair on the clothing to be the same as the hair on the murdered girl's head. In September of 1928, Beitzel goes on trial for murder before Superior Judge Charles S. Burnell. As the trial drags through one hot September day after another, Beitzel maintains an elegant air of cool insouciance. Then, after the defense has been wound up, the prosecution introduces a surprise witness.
Yeah, this is going to be a cinch.
It doesn't look bad.
Who's this guy they're calling up to the stand?
I don't know. Let's listen.
And what is your profession, Captain Crosby? I'm an expert on ballistics. Will you explain to the jurors what that means? Ballistics is the science of projectiles. Good. Do you recognize this gun? Let me see. Yes, I examined that gun for Lieutenant Condorfer of the police department. This is the gun you examined. The same gun which is being entered in testimony as belonging to the defendant? Yes. How do you know it is the same gun? Well, I recognize the serial number. Even if I didn't, I'd know it by the claw marks on the side. The barrel has been sawed off, apparently to make possible the attachment of a Maxim silence.
I object, Your Honor, on the grounds that this has no bearing on the case.
It has a direct bearing, Your Honor. If the counsel for the defense will permit me to proceed.
Objection overruled. Proceed.
I would like to admit as exhibits two enlarged photographs. Turn them so the jury may see them, Bailey. Thank you. Now, Captain Crosman, do you recognize these photographs? Yes. They are enlargements of photographs I made myself. And will you tell the court what they depict? The one on the right shows the mouth of the barrel of this gun. The saw marks I referred to may be seen clearly.
Your Honor, I object.
Objection overruled. May proceed.
The other photograph shows 3 fired bullets. You will notice the grooves clearly shown along the sides of the slug. These grooves were cut by the saw mark on the barrel of the gun.
Your Honor, this is a waste of the court's valuable time.
Witness may proceed.
The bullets, you will notice, are marked identically. The ones on the right and left were test shots made from this gun. The middle bullet was taken from the skull of Barbara Morgan.
Nothing could save Beitzel after the unimpeachable testimony of the ballistics expert. And the jury of 5 women and 7 men found him guilty of murder in the first degree. On September 28, 1928, Judge Burnell sentenced Beitzel to hang by the neck until dead. And on August 2nd, 1929, Russell St. Clair Beitzel paid his ultimate debt to society for his crime.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Police departments of the West are great boosters for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. The officers and sheriffs who drive police cars know that it develops greater speed and power in their engines, especially in emergencies when so many ordinary gasolines fail. The recommendations of these police officers and sheriffs have caused thousands of motorists to try Rio Grande cracked gasoline. With such satisfactory results that Rio Grande is leading all gasoline companies in percentage of sales increase. You'll try Rio Grande cracked someday, and you'll be thrilled by your car's improved performance. But when you're trying and you're enjoying the greater power and speed created by a Rio Grande crack, be sure that your engine is protected. High speeds and hot weather thin out many motor oils so that they rupture and break down. That's why we urge everyone who drives to use Sinclair motor oil. Sinclair, Pennsylvania, and Opaline motor oils provide a guaranteed thermal protection that never breaks down at any speed. Because all impurities, wax and petroleum jelly, are extracted from Sinclair motor oils, you can use a lighter grade, which makes your engine run smoother with less drag. You use less oil because the impurities that burn and form carbon are already extracted. Fill your tank case with Sinclair Motor Oil. Fill your tank case with Sinclair Motor Oil from refinery sealed tamper-proof tins. Sold by all Rio Grande dealers. When you drive in tomorrow, also ask for your free copy of the latest Calling All Cars news, which illustrates the complete junior detective outfit that Rio Grande is giving away free to all boys and girls.
Oh, the night before Christmas, an Oreo cookie's waiting for a special guest.
I'll just take a little rest.
Who's that kid with the Oreo cookies? Eating all the luscious chocolate, licking all the creamy middles, dunking all the crunchy cookies like he did when he was little. It's so hard to hide the kid inside with Christmas and O-R-E-O. Bisco.
Saturday on The Facts of Life, Blair's lost touch with reality.
You're kidding.
Can the girls break her out of hiding?
We're going in.
Then on 227.
Ooh, I love a man in uniform.
Will Sandra take off with a hotshot pilot?
He knows your skies are friendly.
Come home Saturday.
Hi, Alf here. Me and my pal Brian are hosting all your favorite NBC shows this Saturday morning. It's going to be out of this world.
Announcing the Big Orange Taste of Tang Drawing Contest from Tang Breakfast Beverage Crystals. Just draw what that Big Orange Taste of Tang looks like to you. And you could be a star. Just send your drawing and a Tang label to Tang P.O. Box 4960, Kankakee, Illinois. If you win, you and your drawing go on a Tang commercial. So get ready. The Big Taste of Tang could make you a big star.
Batteries not included.
Hi, my name is Teddy Ruxpin. Can you and I be friends? I really...
Everybody out!
Then, one day, we found an old treasure map.
Teddy Ruxpin comes with illustrated book and cassette from Worlds of Wonder.
Hear anything? Negative.
Sunkist searches high and low for fun fruit trees. The only trees funny enough to grow Sunkist fun fruits.
I found them!
Sunkist fun fruits are made with only the funniest fruits. That's why fun fruits are so much fun to eat. Sunkist fun fruits. Every chewy one is real fruity fun.
Broadway from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thanks, David. Rosie, I think the network is, I think we got it.
What are we going to do about it?
You got me. Maybe I'll sing something. How about that?
Good thinking.
Aboard! Train 5 leaving on track 9 from Moccasin Ford, Turkey Bend, and Apalachicola.
I'm Alabama bound. There'll be no heebie-jeebies hanging round. Just gave the meanest ticket man on earth all I'm worth to put my tootsies in an upper berth. Just hear that choo-choo sound. I know that soon we're gonna cover ground, and then I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama bound. Goodbye blues, bird is a-singing, every old thing's in tune. Goodbye blues, nothing but laughter morning and afternoon. Saw a rosebud in a store, so I'm going where there's more. Goodbye blues, troubles are over, I'll be in clover soon. Alabama bound, be no heebie-jeebies hanging round. Gave the meanest ticket man on earth about all I'm worth. Wanna get my body in an upper berth, hear the choo-choo sound. look at us cover ground. Soon I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go. I'm Alabama head, everybody going back to Birmingham. Gotta get a little pone in hand. Hope to do about the best I can. I'm Alabama bound. You know, Rosie, the more I think about Seamless Supreme by Mojud Hosiery, the more I think they're the perfect gift for Mother's Day.
Of course. What else? Mojud Seamless Supreme are the love of mothers everywhere. And there are good reasons why, Bing.
Why? Because they come in so many colors?
Well, I must confess we all love Mojud's wonderful colors. There are so many of them to blend with whatever you have on. But you must remember there's more to Mojud than color.
Oh, there is? Well, let's have it, Rosie.
Now, Bing, I'm completely serious when I say that Mojud fit far better than most stockings because they're made with magic motion, so they really fit at the calf and at the ankle, and that keeps them from sagging down.
Well, surely that's no joke, Rosie.
And there's more than fit, too, Bing. Mojud Seamless Supreme really stretch your pennies, too, because their snag resistance has actually been proven, and they have lace tops that help prevent garter runs.
I'm convinced, and I know every woman who's ever worn Mojud Seamless Supreme is, too. So your advice to the girls and to all the Mother's Day shoppers out there is...
Get Glamorous Seamless Supreme by Mojud Hosiery at the nicest specialty stores in your town. Mangoes, papaya, chestnuts from the fire in my house of straw. I have so much more. Pie from the pigeon I fix in the kitchen. Each bite is just right for your appetite. Now if you like the way I cook, and if you like the way I look, then step inside my shady nook, and you'll find mangoes and papayas, anything your heart desires. Mangoes, papaya, chestnuts from the fire. The food is so good you will want to stay. Okay. Now if you like the way I cook, and if you like the way I look, then step inside my shady nook, and you'll find mangoes and papayas, anything your heart desires. Mangoes, papaya, chestnuts from the fire in my house of straw. I have so much more. Eat up and drink up, and maybe you think of the day when we say, preacher man, okay. Okay. It's all right, it's all right.
A brief moment here now, and a moment which should prove highly profitable to you, I really feel.
When you're in your favorite store, get the gum worth looking for. Enjoy America's favorite brand, the biggest little treat in all the land.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear, and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Rosemary, what's that note you're dropping down in the suggestion box? What is that?
Well, it's a request that came in for a duet.
Well, why don't we take the matter up right now, then? What do you suggest?
What about our medley of September song, As Time Goes By Until We Meet Again?
Ooh, 3 powerful tunes.
It's a long, long while from May to December, and the days grow short when you reach September, and the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame, and I haven't got time for the waiting game.
For the days dwindle down to a precious few. September, November,
and these few precious days I'd spend with you. These golden days I'd spend with you.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by.
Moonlight and love songs never out of date.
Hearts full of passion, jealousy and hate.
Woman needs man,
and man must have his mate. That no one can deny.
It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory,
a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time kiss me sad adieu. When the clouds roll by, I'll come to you.
Then the skies will seem more blue down in Lover's Lane, my darling.
Wedding bells will ring so merrily. Every tear will be a memory. So wait and pray each night for me till we meet again.
Well, I hope it's not too late to rush a spring planting hint to you folks. If you haven't got your planting done, here's a tip from way out west.
Well, I've still got some planting to do. What's the scam, Bing?
Well, here it is, Ken. It comes direct from the Gila River Reservation in Arizona, from an old Indian farmer there.
An old Indian farmer, huh?
Mm-hmm. This farmer was asked when cotton should be planted, and here's the recommendation. Get up early in the morning and sit on the ground. If the ground is cold, don't plant.
Well, that's a very simple method. Sit on ground, and if it's cold, don't plant. Anyone can be a planting expert that way.
Sure, just use your head.
Sitting down?
I stand corrected, sir.
Oh, try the sit-down method, friends. If the ground's cold, just don't plant.
And just don't sit there either. You'll catch cold.
Oh, no. Don't sit there. Once you've made the test, get up, shake a leg, get a move on.
And now let's plant a song, shall we?
Are conditions favorable?
Oh, very, very. Bing, about that ground testing. I wonder about the time element. How long should one sit, do you suppose?
Well, till you get the message.
Of course.
You'll know. Any more questions?
A green thumb isn't necessary,
though.
Oh. Not with the sit-down system.
Yeah, I think we better have that song, hot or cold.
Yes, quickly. Crazy rhythm, here's the doorway. I'll go my way, you go your way. Crazy rhythm, from now on we're through. Here is where we have a showdown. I'm too hi-hat, you're too low down. Crazy rhythm means goodbye to you. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, soon the highbrow, he has no brow. Ain't it a shame, and you're to blame? What's the use of prohibition? You produce the same condition. Crazy rhythm, I'm gone crazy too. I'll go my way, you go your way. Crazy rhythm, from now on we're through. Oh yes, here's where we have a showdown. I'm too hi-hat, you're too low down. Crazy rhythm, goodbye to you. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, soon the highbrow, he has no brow. Ain't it a shame? You're to blame. What's the use of jazz progression? I'll just take an old jam session. Crazy rhythm, I've gone crazy too. I think it'd be sweet, Rosie, if you just kind of tie things up with a pretty pink ribbon.
Glad to, Bing. Shall I make a real fancy bow?
I'll hold my finger on the knots for you.
Thank you.
No, don't get my finger.
Heaven, I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find the happiness I see wish like a gambler's lucky streak. When we're out together dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to climb a mountain and to reach the highest peak, but it doesn't thrill me half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to go out fishing in a river or a creek, but I don't enjoy it half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Dance with me, I want my arms around you. The charm about you will carry me through to heaven. I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find the happiness I see when we're out together romancing, when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek.
Things are really buzzing out Salt Lake City way.
It figures, Bing. The Utah state emblem is the beehive, you know.
Ah, that's not what I mean. The buzzing is all about that honey of a CBS radio affiliate station, KSL.
Birthday buzzing?
Right. Little B must have told you. Yesterday, KSL celebrated 40 years of service to the greater Salt Lake City area.
And 30 years of affiliation with the CBS radio network.
A double celebration, deserving double congratulations.
Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Myrtle McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Twix puts the dig in your gig. It puts the boom into your beat.
Puts the rhythm in your feet.
Keeps you rocking along. Puts the soul into your song. You can keep on, keep on, keep on, keep on moving with Twix. Chocolate caramel satisfaction. Light crispy cookie gets you back in the action.
Nothing two sticks of Twix can't fix.
Foot slip, smack, back in your rap. Keep on, keep on, keep on moving with Twix.
Okay, Croc, you'll do anything to get the real cookie taste of Cookie Crisp cereal. I know. It even looks like those chocolate chip cookies. But it stays crispy and milk, and it's part of this complete breakfast.
If you like cookies, you'll love Cookie Crisp.
And if you like bubble gum, you'll love Bubblicious Free and Cookie Crisp. It's the ultimate bubble in strawberry, raspberry, and new chocolate mint. You can try all 3 flavors. There's 1-pack Free and Cookie Crisp cereal.
The Uh-Oh kids cook up some fun. Here come the SpaghettiOs! Uh-oh. And everybody's up. Uh-oh. For those fun-to-eat SpaghettiOs.
You forgot.
What tasty little O's. Uh-oh.
Oh, gosh, you sure know your O's.
SpaghettiOs!
Don't pout, check it out. Zach's gonna show you what work's about. Listen up, children, if you wanna know what tomorrow will bring and where you will go. Gotta find your dreams and goals. Time to pick your schemes and roles. Make a choice, Jack. Can't lie on your back all day. No way, no way. This is about a career in any old field without any fear. You can be what you want. It becomes very clear when you believe in yourself and take time to prepare.
Let's think about a career. We can both be an engineer or learn about the atmosphere.
Oh, hit the road, Zach. They've got the knack, it's clear. They're on the right track to a career.
Nothing like rooting for our favorite team and eating Bonkers chewy candy. Now I'm eating chewy chocolate Bonkers. Rich chocolate outside, dark fudge inside. But it's still Bonkers, so I'm ready. Ha!
Chewy chocolate Bonkers, bunks you out.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Well, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight from Hollywood, Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show with Bob Hope's special guest stars, Eddie Cantor, Red Skelton, Fibber, Magee and Molly, Amos and Andy, and Walter Winchell. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Hope is still on the high seas en route to England, and you'll hear him in person from London next Tuesday night. In his absence, we present an all-star cast of Bob Hope's friends, starting with our guest master of ceremonies, Eddie Cantor. Get up off your knees. Bob Hope is here now. Gee, thanks. Eddie, you know, this is swell of you to drop in and help Bob like this. Well, who could refuse? He left a note under my door, come down to NBC and get a surprise. Some surprise. They shove a script in my hand, point to the microphone, and that's not enough. Before I start, they make me brush my teeth with Pepsodent. But, Eddie. Yeah? What do you usually brush your teeth with? Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. I got a sponsor, too. Oh, but I'm only kidding. I'm very happy to help an old friend. By the way, Wendell, did Bob say anything before he left about how much, about the, did he have anything at all? Yes, the usual. I see. Who shall I make it out to? You mean Bob isn't paying you anything for this, Eddie? Wendell, you know that expression, a fool and his money are soon parted? Yes. You are working for the original Quiz Kid. I've known Bob for so long, I can tell you all his weak points and all his strong points. Well, what are some of his strong points? Short joke, wasn't it? Oh, you're just jealous because Bob's going to Princess Elizabeth's wedding. I'm not jealous, Wendell. The king asked me to attend his daughter's wedding, but I turned it down. Just turned it down. Did I not go? I don't want to go. Well, wait a minute. You turned down the King of England after he asked you to be a guest at his daughter's wedding? Who said anything about guests? He wanted me as a technical advisor. Him with his two girls, amateur. I thought Crosby was getting that job, Eddie. You know, he's quite a family man, too, you know. Crosby, are you kidding? With Storks, who know Hollywood best, it's Cantor, 5-4. Don't encourage me. I'm not going to do an encore. Anyway, I'll be represented at the wedding. I helped Bob out with his wardrobe, you know. Oh, but Bob's so much bigger, Eddie. Why, he couldn't get into one of your suits. Who's talking about suits? I loaned him one of Ida's corsets. Say, Eddie, do you think we ought to talk behind Bob's back like this? What'd you say? I said, do you think we ought to talk behind Bob's back like this? Why not? It's so nice and roomy. I was kidding about Ida's corset. I loaned him one of my suits. I really did. Well, I still don't see how Bob can wear your clothes. He's 35 pounds heavier than you are. Well, the tailor put an extra piece in it, Wendell. Bob will look great at the wedding. He'll be the only one there wearing British morning trousers with a Scotch plaid seat. Well, here I am. I love to spend one hour with you. Not a very good voice today. I don't feel too good. Of course, I always feel this way after I've had my distemper shot, you know. I think I got a little fever. I took my temperature with Moore's pressure cooker thermometer, and it said I was about ready to can. I was able to do my work before I come to town anyhow. I fed the chickens, I fed my horses, I fed my pigs. Pigs. That reminds me, I ain't eat yet. Well, as soon as I find out why Bob Hope ain't on the air tonight, I'll warm my innards with some victuals. Well, let's see. Wonder which studio it would be. There's the rolling program. We'll skip that for now. Maybe this man knows which studio Bob Hope broadcasts from. Howdy doody. Could you tell me where the Pepsi Dent program broadcasts from?
Why, yes, you go right through that door. Well, open it up first.
Details. Speak up, I ain't no genius, you know.
Wait, I'll take you in. Say, wait a minute, first, fix your tie.
Oh, thank you.
Say, that's an unusual tie.
Yeah, I got it out of the mail order catalog.
You mean that you sent away and got that?
No, I just cut it out and pasted it on.
Eddie. Yeah, how are you, Wendell? This goon wants to see Bob Hope. Well, come on in, fella.
No, I better not.
Oh, it's all right. Say, why are you blushing?
I ain't blushing. It's my red flannel sneaking up on me again.
I'm sorry, fella, but Mr. Hope isn't here.
No?
He's on a boat bound for England.
They finally chased him out of the country.
Oh, no. No, he's appearing at the command performance of the King of England.
England? I was there during the war, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, too bad you didn't get to the bomb shelter in time. You were in the army, you say. An officer?
No, I could have been an officer, though, if they'd have noticed the good work I did. But them generals never came around the guardhouse. Yeah. They were too busy trying to talk to Howard Hughes, I guess. You said Bob Hope won't be on the air tonight?
That's right.
Well, I don't know what my mom's going to do. She never goes to sleep till she hears Bob Hope.
Well, he'll be on again next week.
She's going to be awful sleepy.
Don't look at me, will you? This guy makes the Mad Russian appear like Professor Einstein.
Now, if you'll show me where it says that, I'll continue. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you, but before I go, would you care for a little snort?
Well, I wouldn't mind.
You know.
And here's Eddie Cantor and the Sportsmen singing Civilization. Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo. Oh, no, 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 no. Bingo, bango, bungle, I'm so happy in the jungle, I refuse to go. Don't want high prices, taxes, housing, shortage, worry and fear. So no matter how they coax me, I'll stay right here. Yes, 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 we'll stay right here. Each morning a missionary appetite would be on sight. Madman month, he telling native population that civilization is fine. 903, and some educated savages holler from a bamboo tree. Hey, Dick Tracy, you catch mumbles yet? That civilization is the thing for me to see. Oh, by bongo, bongo, bongo. I don't want to leave the Congo. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Bingo, bongo, bongo. I'm so happy in the jungle I refuse to go. Don't want no crazy auto drivers knocking me on my ear. Life is safer in the jungle. I'll stay right here. Yes, 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 we'll stay right here. They have things like the atom bomb, so I think I'll stay where I am. Civilization, no, 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 we'll stay right here. Down in the Congo. Poor Miriam, neglected using Miriam. Store singing smile had no winning style. Come to me, my melancholy baby. Not me. Why not? You'll see. So folks don't be like Miriam. Pepsodent won by 3-1. Just recently, families from coast to coast, thousands of people were asked to compare new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they've been using at home. By an overwhelming majority, by an average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent over any other brand they tried.
Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
For its cool, minty flavor that lingers on and on.
Families who made comparison tests chose Pepsodent 3-1.
For making the breath so lastingly clean.
Families who made comparison tests chose Pepsodent 3-1.
And for cleaning teeth better, giving bright new sparkle to your smile.
Families who made comparison tests chose Pepsodent 3-1.
So for new pleasure in brushing your teeth, new pleasure in the results you'll see, try cool, minty, new Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. The 3-1 favorite with families all over America. Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. So singing smile has a winning style.
Come to me, my melancholy baby.
Okay, don't smile. I'll say, oh, folks just be like Miriam. Use Irium. Say, I'll bet that Pepsodent sells almost as well as the product I sell. Pepsodent.
Mr. Carter!
Miss Vera Bay. Why, Miss Vague, if you hadn't said yoo-hoo, I'd never have recognized you. The way that Bob Hope described such a lovely, beautiful, shy, charming girl. I wish I weren't a married man with 5 daughters nearly as old as you.
You killing man. You really think your daughters are nearly as old as me?
Yes, I think so. Of course, I never added their ages up.
Why, you just picked out Popeye.
Oh, Miss Page, please, I'm sorry. I was just kidding. Really, I think you're stunning.
Oh.
Maybe tonight we could go for a walk. You've got that new look.
Oh, I gotta go for a ride. I've got that old idea.
Miss Babe, you're dynamite, aren't you? Tell me, what kind of perfume is that you're wearing?
Oh, this is my own special invention. J. Parnell Thomas, number 5.
J. Parnell Thomas, number 5?
Yes, one whiff and you want to investigate further. Oh, dear. I'm so glad you like me, Mr. Carter. I thought you'd be on your program sometime. I'd work very cheaply.
Well, I might be able to squeeze you in.
Oh, you might? Well, that way I'd work even cheaper.
I don't know if I could take it, Miss Babe. You see, I've worked with some beautiful girls in my time, you know, Ziegfeld Follies.
Well, never mind that. Just tell me, how do I stack up?
Like an old pile of war surplus.
Oh, you senile Mickey Rooney, you. Tell me, haven't you have to tell your eyelids to blink?
Wait a minute. This program is like Information Please. Everybody has answers.
That's right, Mr. Carter. You see, I'd be great on your program. I have a trigger mind.
Yes, and when you're through with it, give it back the trigger. I didn't mean that, Miss Vague. I just said it so you wouldn't miss Bob Hope too much.
Do you actually miss him?
Oh, yes, constantly. You see, Mr. Tanner, I'm working on a Christmas gift for him.
You're making Bob's Christmas gift?
Yes.
How is it coming along?
Oh, fine. Of course, I may need a longer fuse.
Wait a minute. You're making a bomb for Bob Hope's Christmas present?
Oh, yes, I'm so mad at him. He wouldn't take me along to Princess Elizabeth's wedding.
Oh, but Miss Day, that's a big social event. All that nobility and everything, you know.
Well, so what? I've been smoking Prince Albert for years.
Really, Miss May? I'm amazed. I thought you were the Orchid, Champagne, and Granger, rough cut type. So you're angry at Bob for not taking you on the trip, huh?
Yes, no, well, really, I'm glad, to tell you the truth. The last time I took a boat trip, I was taking a stroll on the deck, and I almost drowned.
Wait a minute. You were just taking a stroll on the deck, and you almost drowned? How could that happen?
Oh, some darn fool yelled, "Man overboard!"
And now, folks, to check the reaction of the public to this all-star program, we take you to the home of a couple of typical listeners, 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Aren't you through tinkering at the radio yet, Magee?
Not practically. There's just one little thing wrong with it, Molly.
What's that?
It won't work. Otherwise, now let me see. Maybe if I connect the antenna condenser to the grid leak supercharger and boost the static collector a little more.
Maybe the tubes are stopped up.
Huh?
Did you try blowing through them?
Huh?
I know you usually blow out all the tubes first.
No. That won't happen. You see, I'm changing this thing over to shortwave tonight so I can hear Bob Hope, the comedian.
Oh.
Paper says he's broadcasting from England.
From England?
Uh-huh.
My goodness, that's an awfully long trip.
Distance means nothing to Hope. That guy takes a trip to England like I go down to the drugstore.
Oh, in a sweatshirt and bedroom slippers? Heavenly days, what a way to travel.
No, I don't mean that, Molly. Hey, I wonder if Hope will come on talking with an English accent and wearing a manacle.
Oh, you don't mean manacle, Magee. You mean a monocle.
Monocle? You're confused, Tootsie. A monocle is a newspaper. The London Daily Monocle is one of the reading.
Magee, that's the Chronicle.
Oh, Molly, please, don't tell me about chronicles. You heard Doc Gamble tell me if I didn't cut out cigars, my chronicle tubes would get stopped up and I would...
The word is bronchial, dearie, and it's pronounced bronchial.
Bronchial? And what was that horse I'd won $5 at the carnival on if he hadn't thrown me in the top row of the seat?
A bronco, a bucking bronco.
I believe that was a bronco at that. Well, then, Dad, what in the first place did I say wrong?
You said Bob Hope would broadcast wearing a manacle. Manacles are handcuffs.
So what if he does? He could do that show with his hands tied behind him. Hey, I better get this radio fixed. This thing ought to bring in shortwave okay. It cost $90. Money was worth more back in 1924, too.
Maybe it just isn't a shortwave set, dearie. Some of them aren't, you know.
Well, it says so right on this one, kiddo. See right here? It says AC and DC. First one's for local stuff, of course. AC, around the city.
What does the DC stand for?
DC is distant country. That's it.
Magee, I didn't realize you knew so much about it.
Oh, shucks. I've been fooling around with radio as long as I can remember.
Well, you've been fooling around with that radio right there as long as I can remember.
Yep. I remember when I was just a little kid back in Peoria, I built the first receiving set in town. Years ahead of my time.
Did it work all right?
Never could tell. I was so far ahead of time, they hadn't even invented broadcasting stations.
Say, look, sweetheart, who told you Bob Hope was broadcasting from England anyhow? I didn't hear that.
Why, it's right here in the paper. It says right here. Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
It says Bob Hope broadcasting from England next week.
Oh.
Well, hey, somebody's got to be... I wonder who's on his show tonight.
Well, don't look now, dearie, but we're not. We're off.
Huh? Oh, I see what you mean. Good night.
Good night, all.
Thank you, Fibber, Magee, and Molly. You were wonderful. And now, I'll get it. Hello?
This is long distance. London, England is calling Bob Hope.
London, England? It must be the King calling, Bob. Gosh, what'll I do? I'll take it, operator.
Here's your coffee.
King, I'm so excited I can hardly talk. Hello, King. Bob's on his way over there, King. He'll be there tomorrow, King. Is there anything I can do for you, King?
You might dig me up a date with a cute little queen.
Well, it's Professor Colonna. So you're in England, Professor?
Yes, and I gotta talk fast.
Why must you talk fast?
The British are coming.
Colonna. Colonna, tell me, are idiots lonely?
Yes, shall we hold hands? Now listen, Hope.
Colonna, this isn't Bob Hope. I'll give you a hint who I am. Listen to this. Potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper.
Oh, at last.
Who was that?
President Truman.
Look, stop this nonsense. This is Eddie Cantor. Are you really in London?
Yes, Cantor. My train's just pulling in now.
Colonna, what kind of a train whistle is that?
It's the friendship train.
Oh, Colonna, you're in a fog.
No, I'm in London. What's your excuse?
Wait a minute. What are you doing in London anyway, Professor?
Well, I'm in charge of the Princess Elizabeth's wedding, Cantor, and I can hardly wait. As soon as the ceremony is over, just think, I get to kiss all the barmaids in London.
Wait a minute, Colonna. It's the bridesmaids you're supposed to kiss. What do the barmaids have to do with it?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun. Say, Cantor, I got to hang up now. I'm going fox hunting.
You're going fox hunting? Well, what's all that noise?
Can't get my horse out of the phone booth. There's a noise of galloping over the hill, and the huntsman's horns ring merry and shrill. Here they come with a view, halloo, hounds and horses and huntsmen too, galloping, 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 galloping by. The horses trample, the hounds they bay, the riders' coats are scarlet and gay. Up to the huntsman cry, say you ever seen the fox go by? Galloping, 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 galloping by. I look as stupid as I can be, and never a word did they get from me. Until an anger they take the rein and start the rollicking hunt again. Galloping, 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 galloping by. Tally-ho! Tally-ho! No, that's the wrong horn. Tally-ho! Hello! That's the quarter with Hope. How you goes? And the south second. Oops! There goes the crowd in the front. Hope went back to look for the quarter. Going to be a tight finish. They're crossing the line all together. After the holly, yep, boogle, over the Harry, after the hook, after the catcher. And the winner, S.C. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky. Or would I be telling you, no, not I, that I saw the fox go wearily by? Wearily fancy worn and spent, would I be telling the way he went? Galloping, 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 no, not I. It's really foxy, galloping, 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 galloping by. Leave by.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families from coast to coast, thousands of people, compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium over any other brand they tried. The N.W. Armstrong family of 5101 Melrose Avenue, Los Angeles, preferred new Pepsodent on every single count. Mrs. Armstrong says,
our little daughter, Terry, just loves the taste of Pepsodent. In fact, we all do. And my husband is convinced there's nothing like Pepsodent for cleaning his breath. As for me, I found Pepsodent makes my teeth look brighter than ever before.
And family after family agree with the Armstrongs. Yes, with families who made comparison tests. Pepsodent won by 3-1. Get it without delay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amos and Andy were supposed to be on this program tonight, but they haven't shown up yet. They did tell me that their pal, the Kingfish, well, they borrowed an old, broken-down second-hand car so they could drive to the studio. I wonder if they're still on their way.
Boys, how long you figure we've been riding now?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
Then I guess it's safe to put it in second gear.
Knock my hat right off.
Well, it sure is nice to be working on the Bob Hope show this week. You know, next week he's going to be broadcasting from England.
Yeah.
Say, Kingfish, look, there's NBC studios right there.
Yeah, and here's the parking space.
All right, I'll stop the car.
Well, you missed NBC and stopped right in front of CBS.
Here's another parking space right here. I say, fellas, while you two are parking the car, why don't I run into NBC there and tell them we're here? Yeah, Amos, so we don't want to make other people on the Bob Hope show mad with us. Well, fellas, I'll get on in the studio.
Good idea, Amos. Go ahead.
Well, Amos, now to park the car. The fellow I bought it from told me that I got to use the foot brake and the emergency brake, too.
Yeah, well, you think you can back it in there? You ain't got too much space.
Yeah, well, I sure had to get it in between them two cars. Stick your head out the window there, and I'll go on back. Now, guide me in there.
Okay. Come on back. Come on back. Come on back. Whoa! Cut your wheels and go forward.
Tell me how I'm doing.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Whoa!
Do you think you could get the road just a little ahead of the impact? Well, I'm going to try it again here now.
Okay, come on back. Come on back. Come on back. Whoa! Don't work that way, neither, do it. You know something, the way you go and you can get a job in a parking lot?
Well, I don't think this your emergency brake ain't working. That's the trouble. I've been pulling on the thing.
What do you pull on?
This thing right here.
That. I've been wondering why that ventilator on the hood has been flipping up and down.
Well, what I got to do is get in here. Now, let me back up a little bit. Oh, I know what the trouble is. I'm going forward in second gear. Let me get the thing in low once and try. Watch this.
Yeah, you can even hit them better that way.
Yeah. Andy, you better step out the car and direct me here.
Yeah. I'll get out and stand behind that fire hydrant.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's it, sir.
Come on back. Hold it, hold it. Your bumpers is locked.
I'll pull up. How's that, Andy? Is the bumper clear?
Yeah, it's clear off the car.
I think I'll go forward now. That'll do the job.
All right, come on. Come on. Whoa! We come out together that time.
Well, at least we got the car parked. Now, come on, Andy. We better get on in the studio here.
Yeah. Hey, there's Eddie Cantor coming out of NBC now.
Well, hello there, Andy and Kingfish.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Yeah, we come down to help out Mr. Hope. We just had a hard time parking the car, but that's over. Now for the program. Too late, boys. That's over, too. Thank you, Amos and Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinarily at this time, Bob has a serious message for you. We're fortunate to have in his place tonight your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell.
Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. When I am recruited to help exploit the March of Dimes, the Red Cross, Navy Relief, or the Runyon Cancer Fund and other causes, the people of the stage, screen, and radio help most and do the hardest work. We on the Runyon Committee have never had to ask these wonderful people to help us. They always say, as Bob Hope said, what can we do to help you? Thanks then again to the show folks, and to all of you in 48 states for your gracious and generous help. We have already turned over $675,000, including $25,000 to war veterans in California. By next December the 10th, we will have allocated $1 million in the four corners of the 48 states and the Middle West. We are nearing the $1.5 million mark now, with not a penny deducted for expenses of any kind. The Runyon Fund is also grateful to the coin machine industries of Chicago,
These fine people pledge at least $250,000 to our fund every year. For accelerating the efforts in this terrible war on cancer, you have my deepest thanks as a citizen. For doing it in affectionate memory of Alfred Damon Runyon, you have the gratitude of all of us on the newspapers, who are the guardians of his on the newspapers, who are the guardians of his on the newspapers, who are the guardians of his on the newspapers, who are the guardians.
The Great Basketball Playoff, starring Ronald McDonald.
And those chicken McNuggets.
And Ronald makes the first basket. Now the McNuggets make a basket. The score's all tied up and the crowd's going wild. Ronald moves in for a dunk.
Barbecue sauce, McDonald's barbecue sauce here.
And the McNuggets go for a dunk.
And you didn't even dribble.
It's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's.
My Super Golden Crisp cereal's the life of this nutritious breakfast. Can't believe there's 8 vitamins hiding in that sweet, crispy wheat. Well, Frankie the Finn and my old pal Sharky. What's up, fellas?
Your time, Sugar Bear. We're cruising for a crunch.
How about a vitamin-packed punch?
Let's get it.
Pass the plate to the coach. Thanks for the lift, boys. I can't get enough Super Golden Crisp. It's got crunch with punch.
Yeah.
Game of life beat you. Get the facts on the many ways to prevent unintended pregnancies. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists wants you to have the facts. For your free facts booklet, call 1-800-INTENDS. 1-800-INTENDS.
We belong together. Watch Three's Company weekdays at 4.
In the pool, it'd be cool. A is for apple. J is for Jack. Apple sweet, Apple Jack. Cinnamon crunchy. Fun to eat. Yeah! Definitely good breakfast treat.
Real apple makes Kellogg's Apple Jacks the appley sweet part of this complete breakfast.
Make apple splash every bite.
The Legoland Alien Moonstalker. You can walk the stalker through craters full of rocks, then build a galactic ship, just like on the box. There's a base to track comets, a rig for mining ore, one for exploring planets where we've never been before. When you're reaching for the stars, there's always something new. Awesome space creations from Legoland and you. You can collect 19 space sets, each sold separately. The Alien Moonstalker is part of the Legoland Space Collection and has hundreds of bricks for building from Lego Systems.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. In the past 5 weeks, an unidentified holdup man has robbed 12 drugstores. He's taken money and narcotics. There's no lead to who he is or where he is. Your job, find him.
It was Tuesday, March 16th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 9:36 a.m. when we got to the corner of Hobart Boulevard and Westmoreland. Petitioner Drugstore. In the back. Yeah.
Something you want?
Yes, sir. We'd like to see Harry Tishner.
Yeah, I'm him.
Police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Hello.
How you do, sir?
About the robbery, huh?
Would you like to tell us what happened?
I was robbed.
We'd just like you to tell us how.
Oh, now I'm with you. Yeah, I'm right with you. Let's go back and sit down. Get to telling the story, and time just melts away.
Yes, sir.
Might as well be comfortable while we all fall out.
Yes, sir. This all right here?
Yeah. Like a phosphate or something?
No, sir.
No, thank you.
Okay. And let's quit all this fooling around and get down to business. Want me to tell you about the holdup?
Yes, sir. We'd like that.
Good. That's just what I'm going to do.
Go ahead.
Aren't you going to take anything down, right?
Well, yes, sir, as soon as you tell us the story now, if you'd like to start in.
Well, came in about 8.
That was this morning?
Yes. Just walked right in the door, came back to the prescription counter, and stood there.
Mm-hmm.
Had this little piece of paper in his hand. I figured it was from a doctor, prescribed medicine.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't.
Well, go ahead. What was it?
Note. Written on there like this. This is a stick-up. Don't make any noise.
It was a note, huh?
Just pushed the note across the counter. I didn't have to have anybody push me off a cliff to know what was going on.
No, sir.
I was being robbed.
Yes, sir. You want to go ahead?
Well, after he showed me the note, he kind of pushed me back into the little room at the rear of the store. Kind of store place.
Now, did he say anything to you at all?
Not a word. Just pointed with that gun for me to get into the back room. I went.
I see. What happened then?
He pushed me down to the floor and then tied my hands and feet.
What do you use?
You mean to tie me up?
Yes, sir.
Rope.
Oh.
Well, did he bring it into the store with him?
No, sir. He picked it up in household on his way back to the prescription counter.
I see. Go ahead, please.
As soon as we got to the storeroom, he took off the label and then undid the rope. He made a loop and put it around my feet. Next thing I knew, I was all trussed up like a rolled roast, ready for the oven.
Yes, sir.
I'll say one thing for the guy, though.
What's that?
He's very neat. He tied good knots.
Yes, sir.
Other officers, the ones in the black and white car,
Yes, sir.
Them.
Yeah, what about them?
Oh, yeah. Well, they took the ropes with them. They said something about taking them to a laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can see if you want to. It's very neat.
Yes, sir. What happened after the bandit tied you up?
Robbed me.
You personally?
Yes, personally and otherwise.
Well, sir, would you please tell us?
Well, first off, he went to the safe and took the tin box out. Opened her right up and took the money.
Is that all he stole from the cash box?
Yeah. I had some government bonds in there, but he didn't take those.
Uh-huh.
Guess he knew they wouldn't do him any good.
All right, sir.
He didn't take them. Took the money, but didn't take the government bonds.
According to what you told the officers this morning, the thief took a supply of narcotics, too. Is that correct?
Yes, he got them from the safe, too.
Well, now, after he finished with the safe, what happened?
He left. He walked out of the place. He just ambled right out.
During the time he was in the store, he didn't say anything at all. Is that right?
Did anybody else come in while he was here?
You mean like a customer?
Yes, sir.
No. Oh, excuse me.
That might be our office, Mr. Tishner. We left this number.
Okay. If it is, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Tishner Drugs. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, Mrs. Kentworthy. Uh-huh. No, shouldn't be. Uh-huh. No, I can't do that. If you'll have your doctor call me, I'll make it up and send it over. Yeah. No, not without a prescription. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I'll call you when it's ready then, and you can send Lanny over. Right. Bye, Mrs. Kentworthy. Huh? Oh, well, if that's the way you feel, I won't. Oh, sure. Okay. Goodbye. Gee, I can't imagine why she'd say a thing like that. Just no reason at all.
Sir?
Mrs. Kentworthy told me when her son comes over to get the prescription not to give him any candy.
Oh, I see.
I usually throw in a licorice whip,
Mm-hmm.
Don't want me to do it. That's too bad.
Yes, sir. I wonder if we could go ahead with the description.
Sure, I guess so.
Well, now, from what you told the investigating officers, the man's about 35 to 38. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Light in color, 5 feet 10, 175 pounds, no visible marks or scars. Is that right?
Well, I guess that's pretty close.
Well, if there's anything different, we'd appreciate you telling us now.
No, not with you. Because I can't understand why Mrs. Kentworthy would say a thing like that. Just a penny licorice whip. Little bitty thing.
Yes, sir, we understand.
Like that. Couldn't hurt anybody.
Yes, sir. Would you be able to identify the hold-up man if you saw him again?
Oh, yeah, no trouble. I'd know him.
Uh-huh.
He'd never say a thing like that.
Sir?
The fellow who robbed me.
What do you mean?
Oh, on the way out, the way I was laying, I saw him stop. Right up there by the Canyon magazine. Stopped dead in his tracks. He went over and helped himself.
Mm-hmm.
Took the top off and helped himself to a handful. Sure must like 'em.
What was that, sir?
Licorice whips. Just reached into the jar and took a handful.
After that, he left. Is that right?
Yeah. As soon as he put his gloves back on.
What was that?
Couldn't work the top of the jar with the gloves, so he took them off.
No.
Used his bare hands.
10:02 a.m. Frank put in a call to Harlan Stahl and Leighton Fingerprints. We asked him to come out and go over the glass candy jar. While we waited for him, Frank and I checked the list of stolen narcotics with the druggist, Harry Tishner. We also made arrangements for him to come downtown and look through the mug books. When the glass candy jar was checked, Harlan Stahl was able to come up with 2 partial prints. They were enough for comparison, but not for identification. 11:15 a.m. Frank and I left the store and spent the rest of the afternoon checking out the list of names we'd gotten from the stats office. Several of the possibles looked good, but after each one of them was investigated, we still didn't have a suspect in custody. Wednesday morning, March 17th, at 8:06 a.m., Frank and I met in the squad room.
Morning, Joe.
Hi.
Tried to call you this morning. Thought maybe you'd want to stop and have some breakfast.
No, I left the house early.
Uh-huh.
Did you check the book?
Yeah.
Anything?
Skipper wants to talk to us.
Oh, I figured that'd happen. Is he in now?
Yeah.
Well, come on, let's get it over with.
Come in. Yeah, that's right. No, not yet. I'm going to try and line it up this afternoon. Yeah, I'll call you back. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're here right now. Bye.
Do you want to see us, Captain?
Yeah, come in. Sit down. Going in, I won't tell you who's on my back about this thing, and you don't give me any excuses, right?
All right.
Where are you?
Still in front of the first store.
That's how long ago?
Yeah, it's been 5 weeks.
What do you know about him?
WMA, description, clothes.
Match on all the jobs?
Close enough so we know it's the same guy.
Okay, what else?
He uses a stolen car to get to the store. He drives it away. Isn't too careful to hide the license plate. We've been able to come up with 3 out of the 5.
Check the cars out?
Yeah, clean. Not a print on them. Nothing else.
Picked up something yesterday. Should help when we nail him.
What's that?
Well, Stahl lifted a couple of partials from a candy jar. That'll be enough for comparison.
Can't make the suspect on him, huh?
No, it's not enough to classify.
What about the narcotics he's taking? You show up anyplace?
No, not that we can find. We've been down all the alleys. There's nothing there. We talked to Lucarelli. Hop Squad's got nothing on it.
If none of it's showing up, then it could mean he's using the stuff himself.
That's what we got figured.
How about the stats office?
If we spend much more time down there, they're going to put us to work with the machines.
Informants?
Well, they're giving us smiles. That's about all.
You think they're holding?
No.
Come over here. Take a look at the map. The way he's picking the places, he set up a pretty definite operating schedule. Here, Venice Boulevard, Kingsley Drive, Western, Adams, Washington, the rest of them. They're all grouped in this area.
Yeah.
You got to figure he's going to keep working the vicinity until he hits them all. Then maybe he'll move on to something else.
It might help if we could come up with a reason that he's working there.
Anything you can come up with has got to help.
Yeah, we know.
If it's true that he's been using the narcotics himself, it's just a matter of time before we hand this one over to homicide. He's going to walk into a store, somebody's going to give him trouble. If he's on the needle, he isn't going to take it.
Yeah.
So it adds up to a big stop. The past.
Well, if we work the area, it's going to take a lot of men, you know.
We'll get him. I've talked to Stoner. He's taking care of all the help you need from here. There'll be 4 teams available. You can call Metro Division for whatever else you need.
All right, we'll set it up for tonight, then.
Check with communications. Make sure you got the 3 ways working.
Right.
This guy's been pressing his luck for a long time.
Yeah.
I'm bound to run short on it sometime. Robbery, Donahoe. Yeah. When? Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll take care of him. Looks like you just got partners.
What do you mean?
Your boy just made it 13. Drugstore out on Pico.
Yeah.
They don't expect the victim to live.
Frank and I left the office and drove over to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. We talked with the officer on duty. He told us that the victim's name was George Rayler. He owned a small neighborhood drugstore at the corner of Pico Boulevard and Vineyard Avenue. He went on to say that he didn't have all of the particulars of the beating, but that it had occurred during the commission of a robbery. We talked to Dr. Sebastian. He told us that the elderly man was suffering from a fractured skull, broken ribs, and possible internal injuries. He added that from Rayler's appearance, it looked as if he'd been beaten about the head and shoulders with a heavy instrument and then kicked in the chest. We left word to call as soon as he could be questioned, then we drove over to the store on Pico.
Yes, there's something I can do for you?
Police officers.
Oh, how's Mr. Rayler? You seen him?
No, we haven't yet.
You heard anything? Is he going to be all right?
Well, we don't know that yet.
I sure hope so. Yeah, the guy who hit him sure did a job. Just beat him something awful.
Yeah, we know.
Not enough just hitting him, but then he knocked him down and stomped him. Awful.
You hear when it happened?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
You want to tell us what happened?
You mean for the investigation?
That's right.
Okay.
You want to give us your name first?
Calvin Webster.
You work here in the store, do you, son?
Yeah, that's right. Sort of a general left hand.
What was that?
Well, you see, Mrs. Rayler's his right hand. I'm the left.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She wasn't here today. Down having her hair fixed. Probably just as good.
All right, Webster. You want to tell us?
Well, fella came in about 8:30, right after we opened. He came in and went back to the prescription counter. I was going back to tell him that Mr. Rayler would be right out, and then he was.
Rayler?
Yeah, he was back checking the stock on vitamin pills. We do a big business in them. I have to have a pretty careful watch on the supply. Wouldn't want to get caught short.
All right, go ahead.
Well, the fellow, the holdup man, you know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he took this little piece of paper out of his coat. I figured it was a prescription. Looked like it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it wasn't. It turned out to be the note where he said he wanted the money.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the note?
Well, not so as I can read it. First, I knew there was something wrong when Mr. Rayler started to yell at the guy. Told him to get out of the store, ran around the counter and tried to grab him.
Mm-hmm.
Yelling all the time for me to call the police. Call the cops. Call the cops, like that, he yelled at me.
What'd you do?
I looked to see if I had a dime.
What?
Well, you see, in the past, Mr. Rayler's had trouble with people making phone calls on a private phone, so he had one of those little lock things put on it. You can answer incoming calls, but you can't phone out.
I see.
So I needed a dime to call the cops.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't have one. Only 75 cents for my lunch, a half and a quarter.
I see.
Well, all this time, Mr. Rayler's yelling. He's yelling, and the robber's hitting him, and I didn't know what to do.
Uh-huh.
I thought about running back and trying to help, but Mr. Rayler don't like for nobody to do something different than what he says.
Yeah.
He told me to phone.
Yeah, sure.
Well, then all of a sudden, bang, the fella hit Mr. Rayler with a gun. Took it right out of his pocket and hit him on the head. Next thing, Mr. Rayler's on the floor, and this fella's stomping him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I couldn't just stand by no more, so I went back to help. Too late.
What was that?
Well, it was too late. Mr. Rayler was on the floor, and this guy was pointing the gun at me and was leaving the store. I didn't see how it'd help any to try and stop him.
Mm-hmm. Was there anybody else in the store at the time?
No, just Mr. Rayler and me. We just opened up. Still kind of getting ready for the day.
Did you get a good look at this guy?
Oh, yeah. I saw him good.
All right, then you'll be able to give us a description.
Yeah, I'll tell you how he looked.
Did you see if he drove a car?
I guess so.
But don't you know for sure?
Well, no, I didn't go out after him. I figured that it'd take somebody a lot bigger than me to stop him. Besides, I had to take care of Mr. Rayler.
I see. Did you see the gun he was using?
Yeah, I got a real good look at it when he was hitting the boss.
That's fine. What kind of a gun was it?
A pistol. You know, like you see in the movies.
Now, look, son, was it a revolver or an automatic?
I think it was a revolver. It had a barrel on it. Short. About that long?
Uh-huh. We'd like you to come downtown and look at some pictures, if you would.
At the city hall?
That's right.
I'll be glad to help out as soon as Mrs. Rayler comes back. I'll go with you.
All right, fine.
I can't leave the store alone, you know.
Uh-huh. You want to give us the description of the man now?
You bet. Sure, if you catch the fella.
So do we.
This is the same guy I've been reading about in the papers?
That's right.
He's mean. Real mean, doing a thing like that to Mr. Rayler.
Yeah, we know.
Been getting away with it for a long time, hasn't he? Just like a guy running up a big bill.
That's right. And he'll pay it. As soon as someone arrived to take care of the drugstore, we took Calvin Webster down to the city hall. He was shown all of the mug books and pictures of recent parolees. He was unable to make an identification. We had him returned to his home, and then Frank and I checked with Dr. Sebastian over at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. He told us that the latest victim had been transferred to the county hospital and was out of the critical stage. He went on to say, however, that it would be several hours before we'd be able to talk to him. We checked with Captain Donahoe and Lieutenant Stoner. We also contacted officers from Metropolitan Division and made arrangements for the additional cars that we'd need in setting up the rolling stakeout. That night at 7:30 p.m., the plan was put into operation. 10 undercover cars maintained a watch on the drugstores in the area. All suspicious vehicles were checked on. All pedestrians loitering in the vicinity were interrogated. Our suspect remained free. 3 days went by without result. The bandit had stopped his operations. On Sunday, March 21st, Frank and I were driving up Western Avenue just north of Pico.
What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe after he had that trouble with Rayler, he decided to call it quits.
Doesn't figure.
Huh?
Guy that's had the breaks he has not going to let something like a beating stop him.
No. Hope you're right.
All units on frequency 1, stand by. All units on frequency 1, stand by.
Might be a good one.
Yeah.
Stand by 1J14. All units in the vicinity of 1947 Wilson Place. 1947 Wilson Place. An officer needs help, code 3. All units in the vicinity of 1947 Wilson Place. An officer needs help, code 3.
You got the lens?
Yeah, here you are.
Think it might be our boy?
We'll know in a minute. An officer needs help. Of all the calls in the book, this is the one that no officer wants to get. Not because of an outdone sense of loyalty to a fellow police officer, but because it means that somebody has decided that lawful authority has no meaning for them. Such a person is an extreme menace to every citizen in the city. By showing that they have no respect for the competence of an armed professional officer, they have also shown that they will not consider for an instant the life of an unarmed citizen. By the time we arrived at the scene, there were 14 police units in attendance. From one of the officers, we got the story.
Unit was working the street, saw this young guy run out of the liquor store, stopped to see what was going on.
Yeah?
Told the fellow to stop. Didn't make any difference.
Kept going, huh?
Yeah. Officer in the car told him to stop or he'd shoot, and the suspect turned around and fired at the policeman.
How is he?
Flesh wound.
What about the suspect?
Oh, he didn't get the chance to fire more than twice.
That him over there?
Yeah.
Anything from the owner of the liquor store?
Well, just that the suspect tried to hold him up. He walked in, showed him a note. The owner went along with it, handed over the money, and then the suspect left. That's it.
Better take a look. Yeah.
Well, it might be a break.
It's a hard way to get it, isn't it? I'll take a look.
How about it?
I can't tell for sure.
Huh?
Description doesn't match too good.
Yeah?
No, I don't think it's our suspect.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
The wounded police officer was taken to Judge Street Receiving Hospital for treatment. The suspect was removed to the county morgue. Pictures were taken, and when they were shown to the victims of the drugstore bandit, they all said he was not the man we were after. The rolling stakeout continued without result. During the next week, we answered several 211 calls in drugstores, but the M.O. the thief used eliminated him as our suspect. Thursday, March 25th, Frank and I checked into the squad room.
How's it going, Joe?
We're kind of tired.
Yeah. I'll get this one wrapped up, and I'm going to try to take a few days off.
Okay. Robbery Friday. Yes, that's right. No, we're handling. But when was that? All right, would you like to give me that address? All right, yes, I have it. We'll check it out. Might be something yet. Thanks for letting us know. Right. What was that? No, if it turns out, we'll let you know. Right. Thanks again. Bye.
What do you got?
Call from a radio unit out in Hollywood.
Yeah.
They answered to 415 this morning. The woman and her husband were having a brawl.
Uh-huh.
The man had left when the officers got there. The woman refused to make a complaint.
She placed the original call?
No, it came from one of the neighbors.
Uh-huh.
When the officers were leaving, the woman said she'd handle the beef herself, said she'd take care of her husband, called him a lousy hold-up man.
Yeah.
She made the statement she could put him in San Quentin inside of 5 minutes.
Well, if he's the guy we're looking for, I don't think we can do it that fast.
No, we can sure try. We left the office and drove out to the address I'd gotten on the phone. It was a small one-story house set well back on the lot. When we got there, the lights were on. Frank and I went up to the front door and rang the bell.
Yeah,
Miss Kearney?
that's right.
Police officers like to talk to you.
What about?
Might be better if we talked inside.
All right.
It's my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How you do?
Right.
You alone here in the house?
It's the baby and me.
I see. Where's your husband?
Look, before I start telling you a lot, why don't you let me know what this is all about?
We got a report from a radio car that there was a disturbance here this morning. Is that right?
Wasn't anything. Me and Keith had a beef. Not even worth calling the cops about.
The officer said you made the remark that your husband was a hold-up man, that you could send him to prison. Is that right?
They talk a lot, don't they?
They listen more, lady.
You want to tell us what you meant?
Yeah?
Well, go ahead.
You go back and tell the little boys in the play suits they're wrong on this one.
Is that so?
Yeah, because I meant nothing. Nothing at all.
Pretty serious thing to say without reason, though, isn't
This
it?
morning I had a reason.
What, you want to tell us what it was?
I don't see why not. You cops start nosing around, you'll find out anyway. I got trouble with my old man.
What kind of trouble?
He's out with other women. Didn't come home last night. We had a beef about it. The cops were called and they used their big ears. You guys made the trip out here for nothing. Now beat it. Now look what you've done. He's playing fine, and you come in here and raise a big stink. You got him all upset.
I'll get it. Hey, here you are, fella. Hey, no reason to cry.
What's your husband's full name?
Keith J. Kearney.
How long you lived in Los Angeles?
A little over 6 weeks.
Where you from?
Idaho.
Your husband ever been in trouble with the police before?
Keith's got a hard time not being in trouble with anybody.
Has he ever been arrested?
I don't know.
How long you been married?
7 years.
And you don't know if he's ever been arrested?
No, I don't.
You got a picture of your husband?
You mean that you can have?
We'd like to take a look at it, yeah.
Out of luck, I haven't got one.
Does he work?
Not if you can help it.
Doesn't hold a job of any kind, huh?
No, Keith's a professional avoider. He doesn't like anything steady. It's beginning to look like he means me, too.
What's he do with his time?
Nothing. Just lives it.
Is he here in the evening?
If he was, there wouldn't have been the beef this morning, and you wouldn't be asking a lot of questions. I don't know what you're trying to get me to say, but I can't go along with you. You got a problem with Keith, then talk to him. Leave me out of it.
I'll get it.
You know where your husband is now?
No.
You don't have any idea,
Not
huh?
the least.
There you are, little fella. Here's your keys.
Your husband drive a car?
Yeah.
What kind is it?
41 Plymouth.
When do you expect your husband back?
When he walks in the door.
All right, Miss Kearney, I think that'll do it. Sorry if we've caused you any trouble.
You have and you're not.
All right, let's go, Frank. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Better check on the husband, huh?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Get a good look at those keys that the baby was playing with.
No, why?
Plastic tag on them had a license number.
Yeah.
One of the stolen cars used in a drugstore holdup. Frank and I went back to the car and drove around the block, parking up the street from the Kearney residence. We called the name of the man and his wife into R&I, but there was no record on either one of them. Because of the remark made by his wife and the finding of the car keys, it was decided to stake out on the house and wait for the husband to return. 7:30 p.m., 8:30, 9 p.m. The lights in the house went out, but there was still no sign of Keith Kearney. 10:30. We called the office and told them we'd wait it out. 10:45 p.m.
Joe.
Yeah.
You see what kind it is?
Looks like a Plymouth. No.
Checks out, huh?
Yeah, let's take him. All right, Kearney, hold it up. Watch it, Joe. Give it up, Kearney.
Keep away from me, cop.
He's trying to make his house.
Yeah. Kearney, you're not going to make the front porch. Don't give your family any more trouble than they got. Now throw down that gun. All right, let's give it back to him.
He's down, Joe.
Come on. Kearney? Kearney.
Careful.
Come on, Kearney, throw that gun away. You hear me?
Looks like he's hurt bad.
All right, hold it.
Yeah. How about it?
He'll live. Call an ambulance.
Right.
You killed him? Did you kill him?
No, ma'am.
He's dead. You killed him.
He'll be all right.
Don't lie to me. Poor Keith, you didn't give him a chance. Not fair. He didn't even have a chance.
You saw it all, lady.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a fair fight.
Never is when you pull a gun.
Keith Jarris Kearney was tried and convicted on 9 counts of robbery in the first degree and received sentence as prescribed by law. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not less than 5 years.
Dragnet is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Super Golden Crisp cereal's the life of this nutritious breakfast. Can't believe there's 8 vitamins hiding in that sweet, crispy wheat. Well, Frankie the Finn and my old pal Sharky. What's up, fellas?
Your time, Sugar Bear. We're cruising for a crunch.
How about a vitamin-packed punch?
Let's get it.
Pass the plate to the coach. Thanks for the lift, boys. I can't get enough Super Golden Crisp. It's got the crunch with punch.
Milk it does.
Milk does body.
Milk it does a body good.
Pass it on.
Check it out.
It's so cool for hanging out.
It helps you grow up big and tall.
It's good for teeth. And that's not all. It does. Hey, Mr. Moo, what do you say?
Fresh moo juice makes my day. Milk. It does the body good. Pass it on.
Milk it does.
Milk it does a body.
Milk it does a body good.
Pass it on. Pass it on.
Give me an X. Give me an O. Give me tic-tac-toe.
Wherever I go, it's X's and O's. Makes me feel so hungry for my tic-tac-toes. They're so tasty.
Chef Boyardee's.
Tic-tac-toes.
New tic-tac-toes. A good hot meal. And when you get 3 X's or O's on your spoon, you win.
Thank goodness for Chef Boyardee.
Tic-tac-toes.
With and without meatballs.
Yeah.
I'm Captain O.G. Reedmore. My motto's tried and true. Read a book today, I bet you'll say O.G. I'll read more, too.
Get in here!
Today, sticks and stones could break bones, but Stone Age fun will only thrill you. The Flintstone Kids are coming your way today.
Hear anything? Negative.
Sunkist searches high and low for fun fruit trees. The only trees funny enough to grow Sunkist fun fruits.
I found
Sunkist fun fruits are made with only the funniest fruits. That's why fun fruits are so much fun to eat. Sunkist fun fruits. Every chewy one is real fruity fun.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Trouche, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Here's the proven way to keep your hair well-groomed. The way successful men in both sports and business keep their hair looking its very best. It's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. See how the Vitalis workout helps your hair, stimulates your scalp. See how it prevents dryness, routs loose dandruff, and helps check excessive falling hair. And see how Vitalis keeps your hair handsome and healthy looking with never a trace of a greasy patent leather shine. For there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis. So try Vitalis and the 60-second workout. You'll like it, and you'll like what it does for the looks of your hair.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Oh, nothing new. The letter carrier was just in. Delivered a stack of poison pen letters. Yeah, bills. Well, so much for the bulk of the mail. Now for the complaints. There's a letter here from the Department of Sanitation. Yeah, they say we'll have to do something about the garbage, Duffy. Yeah, they claim it ate a hole through the bottom of their truck. Well, look, I'll call you back. What else have we got, Eddie?
Well, here's a personal letter to you from the finance company.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they say if you don't settle up right away, they're going to throw you in jail.
Oh, yeah? What else did they say?
I don't know. I ain't opened it yet.
Damn finance companies. When you first go to them, they're as sweet as pie. Just overlook a couple of years' payments and you find out their real character. Hey, wait a minute. Look at here. A letter from the Ritz-Carlton. Hey, who do I know lives at the Ritz-Carlton? Let's see. Yeah, dear Archie. I haven't seen you since our old days at PS4, but have often thought about you. Many's the time I think about our old class motto, sic in hoc transit hospice.
What does that mean?
Nothing, it's Latin. It was our class code. We'll be down to see you at the Tavern tonight. Signed, your old classmate, Willie Gundig. Willie Gundig, I wonder if I'll recognize him. It's been such a long time since I was in school.
Yeah. And you was there such a short time.
Willie Gundig. Living at the Ritz-Carlton.
Good friend of yours?
Well, no. Him and me never hit it off too good, Eddie. He was always rubbing it in because he got better marks than me. But I happen to know it was because he cheated.
Cheated?
Yeah, he studied. Living at the Ritz-Carlton. I never could stand that guy. Always thought he was such a big shot just because his old man owned his own push cart. Always walking around with his nose in the air like he was smelling something bad.
Hello,
Hello, Finnegan. Finnegan, guess who I just got a letter from?
General Smuts?
No.
Well, then I give up. Look, can you give me a clue?
Well, okay. He was in PS4 with us, and his initials is WG.
George Washington?
Wrong again, Finnegan. It's Willie Gundig.
Willie Gundig.
You remember him. Remember the guy was always being punished for putting the girl's hair in the inkwells, tying the cans on dogs' tails, putting tacks on the teacher's chair?
Yeah?
Well, Willie Gundig was the guy that always squealed on me.
Oh, that's Willie Gundig.
Yeah. The guy the yearbook said was the most likely to succeed. Hey, wait a minute. I wonder if I still got that yearbook here in the safe.
Good old P.S. P.S. 4? Yeah, 4. Wonderful school, Eddie. What memories it brings back?
Them was the good old days, huh?
Yeah, they don't make days like that no more.
Well, here we are, Finnegan, our old yearbook. Hey, look at this picture here. Remember these guys?
No.
You don't?
No, that was the graduating class.
Yeah, but look at them now, huh? What a tough bunch of kids that was.
Really tough, huh?
Eddie, we used to eat the apples and bring the teacher the worms. Yes, sir. Any kid that was in PS4 didn't have a broken nose was either the principal or a new pupil.
That's it. How come the kids are standing around in the shirt sleeves with all that snow on the ground?
Eddie, that ain't snow. That's teeth.
Tell me something. Who's the girl on the end with the black eye?
The teacher. Hey, wait a minute. There he is.
Who?
That jerk, that Willie Gundig.
I see. Well, it says here he was voted the student most likely to succeed.
Yeah.
Well, where's your picture, Miss Archer?
Somewhere there. It's hardly worth looking for, though. It was a very bad picture.
Hey, wait a minute, Arch. Here it is on the next page.
Anybody want to see pictures of the girls' volleyball team?
No. We want to see your picture.
Oh, well, here it is.
Mr. Archie, your thumb.
What about it?
It's covering what you was most likely to.
Oh. Sorry.
What does it say, Eddie?
Archie, the man most likely to be a failure.
Must have been a misprint.
I don't know. Willie Gundig's living at the Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I I bet you that Willie Gundig himself wrote them most likely tos there. He was always jealous of me, because of me and Alice Vanderwater.
Alice Vanderwater?
Yeah, the prettiest girl in the school.
Oh, yeah, I remember her, Arch. The tall, skinny, bow-legged dame with the buck teeth.
Okay, so she was the second prettiest girl in the school.
Yeah.
I just ran into Alice Vanderwater the other day over on Avenue A.
Oh, really, Miss Duffy?
Yeah.
Is she married?
Yeah. She married Elmer Zinser.
Elmer Zinser, huh?
Yeah. And guess what? They got 15 kids.
15 kids.
Yeah. But I don't think she's very happy.
Tell me, why?
She says she can't stand Elmer.
Hey, wait a minute, Arch. Ain't this my picture?
Where? Oh, yeah. Finnegan, what was you doing with the debating team?
Arch, what do you think they was debating about?
Hey, wait a minute. Here's one that brings back old memories, though. The old baseball team. We sure had a great ball team that year, didn't we, Finnegan?
Boy, I'll say. Look, there's Lefty Schultz, a first baseman.
Yeah, and Lefty Ryan, a shortstop.
Lefty McManus, the catcher. Lefty Shapiro, the center fielder.
Yeah. Georgie Baker, the third baseman.
Georgie Baker? How come he wasn't left-handed?
He was. We just ran out of nicknames. By the way, Finnegan, tell Eddie who was the star of that team.
Oh, you tell him, Arch.
Well, I don't like to brag.
Oh, come on, Lefty, tell me.
Well, Eddie, I'll never forget the day we played PS6 for the Division C championship. Get this, Eddie. Get the drama. I'm pitching for PS4, see? It's the ninth inning, there's 2 out, and the bags is loaded, see? Up to the plate comes home run Feigenbaum. The heaviest hitter on PS6. So I give him a cool look in the eye for a couple of minutes, and I start me wind-up, see? Eddie, I threw 3 straight strikes at him. The guy never got his bat off his shoulder. I'm telling you, the crowd went nuts.
That strikeout won the game for PS4, huh?
Not exactly. They nosed us out 43-0. All on account of that Willie Gundig dropping that high fly in the second inning. The guy most likely to succeed. Happens a lot of other PS4 guys succeeded, too.
Oh, Archie, stop bragging. You know that PS4 turned out nothing but bums.
Oh, yeah? What about Al Peters, for instance?
Who's he?
Only the chief herring salter at the Fulton Fish Market. And what about Henry Sharp?
Another success?
Merely the head of the Will Call Department of Feinberg's Tiny Tots Toggery Shop. And what about Gus Christopoulos, the famous television actor?
A famous television actor?
Ain't lost a fall in 15 straight bouts. And they pick Willie Gundig as the most likely to succeed.
Miss Archie, here comes Joe Moran, the radio announcer. Hey, wasn't he one of your pals at PS4?
Oh, sure. Hiya, Joe.
Hiya, Lefty.
Hey, Joe, we were just going over the old yearbook here. You remember Willie Gundig?
Willie Gundig? Yeah. Whatever happened to him?
He's living at the Ritz-Carlton.
Say, that's swell. I'm always glad to hear that one of the old gang made good.
Yeah, me too.
Say, I wonder if Willie knows that I am now a radio announcer.
Well, if he don't, I'll break it to him gentle. I'll tell him first that you're dead.
Hey, Arch, is Joe's picture here in the yearbook?
Yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah, here you are, Joe.
What a silly picture. Look at me with my mouth wide open.
Yeah, even them days you look like a radio announcer. Look, why do you guys have to open your mouths anyhow, Joe?
What do you mean?
Well, people never listen to them commercials. Why don't you just save your breath and read them silently yourself?
But, Arch, if people listening heard nothing but silence, what would they think?
That radio had at last been perfected.
Oh, look, Arch, that's silly. You mean I should just stand there and move my lips?
Why not? Go ahead, just move your lips and see if I can tell what you're saying.
Well, okay.
Touche is the different hand lotion?
Right.
It not only keeps hands feeling smoother, looking lovelier all the time.
Absolutely right.
Wait a minute, you stuttered a bit. Stuttered a bit? Oh, what did I do? He stuttered a bit.
Okay, we both stuttered a bit.
Okay, well, what was it you said? We got to get this thing in here.
All right, you want to know what I said?
What did you say?
All right. Touche also has a unique beforehand extra that protects hands from chapping.
Okay, try another one.
Right.
As long as Touche is on your hands, they're guarded against painful chapping.
That's right.
Water chapping as well as weather chapping.
Arch, I didn't say that.
Well, I didn't want to make you seem like a blabbermouth. But that's all aside to the point, Joe. Tell me something. Look, when Willie Gundy gets here, what can I do to impress him that I am also a big success?
You could hide.
You know, Arch, you sound like you're sore at Willie Gundy.
Me sore? Why? Just because he's living at the Ritz-Carlton? I'm glad he's a success. Good luck to him. But don't give him too much credit. Don't forget, success is all in the breaks.
What do you mean it's all in the break?
Well, take me 9 years ago when I answered Duffy's ad for a busboy.
What about it?
If I had looked 2 inches to the left, I'd have seen that ad for an expert suspension bridge engineer.
What do you know about being a suspension bridge engineer?
What did I know about being a busboy? What I say, it's all in the breaks. Now, look, Eddie. When Willie gets here, I want you to bear me out in one little white lie, huh?
What's the white lie?
I'm going to tell him I'm a millionaire.
Yeah, then how you going to explain to him why you're working as a bartender?
I'm eccentric.
Yeah, but them clothes of yours, how you going to explain all them spots?
Money stains. Wait a minute. Why couldn't I have me stockbroker come in and tell me what a fortune I just made, huh?
Who's going to be the stockbroker?
Well, let me see. Who could, Eddie, I know what you're thinking, but who else is there? Look, Finnegan.
Yeah?
When Willie Gundy gets here tonight, I want you to tell him that you're a big stockbroker from Wall Street, see?
What's Wall Street?
Well, it's sort of an unsocial pyramid club.
Look, Arch, if I'm going to be a broker, shouldn't I know something about stocks?
Believe me, you know as much about them as anybody. But just in case, I'll try to explain to you quickly how the market works. You see, the dollar, or as it was originally known as the wampum, was used as barter until the gold standard came in, see? Now, this change didn't take place just overnight. It took many years of civilization for the dollar to get up to as little value as it has today. Now, to continue, as you probably know...
Art, let's not take anything for granted.
Okay. As you probably don't know...
That's better.
All business is based on money, you see. Now, when you have money, it's called capital. When you're trying to get it, it's called labor. This is what they call the Dow Jones averages. In other words, when you buy stocks and they go up, you get a seat on the stock exchange.
See, but what happens if the stocks go down?
Then you lose your seat.
Well, look, all right, if you lose your seat, where do you sit?
You sit on a thing called the curb. Any further questions?
Yeah.
What?
How can I be a stockbroker when I can only count up to 10?
With stocks the way they are today, you don't have to count any higher. That is, unless you happen to be Willie Gundig. He'd probably come rolling down here in a big car. Wait a minute, a big car. Eddie, call Mutual 95000.
Who was that, the laughing Lithuanian or the chuckling Czech?
Eddie, quit making up names. Now, give me the phone. Hello? I'd like to talk to Nick, please. Yes, the giggling Greek. Hello, Nick. This is Archie from Duffy's Tavern. Send over a Cadillac limousine, will you? The money? Look, Nick, if I buy the car, you'll get the money. Okay. Eddie, I don't think that car will look right standing outside the tavern without a chauffeur. I said I don't think the car will look right standing outside the tavern without a chauffeur.
Now, wait, whoa. See, I was hired as a waiter.
You can also be fired as a waiter. Well?
Will you be needing the car today, sir?
That's better. I'll show that Willie Gundig.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm looking for the gentleman who ordered the new limousine.
I am that millionaire.
You?
You see any other millionaires around? Come on, chauffeur. Leave us go outside and take a look at the car.
Well, there she is, gentlemen. A brand new 1949.
Hot ziggity. Man, with a car like that, I could be the alley con of Harlem.
Just a second, young man. Looks ain't everything. You know, a car is like a dame. It's what's under the hood that counts. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to check the motor.
Check the motor? Look, Bud, this is a 1949 Cadillac.
I am not impressed by sales talk. If you don't mind, I'd like to look over the motor myself.
Okay, if you insist.
Oh, let me lift up the hood here. Yeah. Looks like a pretty good motor.
You're looking in the trunk compartment.
Huh?
Bud, the motor is up at the other end of the car.
Oh. Just wanted to see if you knew your business. Now, tell me, is this the model with the hydrochloride clutch?
The what?
Well, I'll try to put it simply. What is the horsepower?
It's 160.
On what basis is that computed?
Well, it's figured on the basis of 550 foot-pounds in 1 second or 33,000 foot-pounds in 1 minute.
I'm afraid you haven't answered my question. What I'm trying to find out is, does this horsepower have Timken bearings?
I give up.
See, Eddie, I got him stumped. Let's see here. Yeah, see, they got a new type carburetor.
Bud, that's the horn.
Oh, yes. This is the carburetor over here.
That's the battery.
Hey, wait a minute. Here's a cute little gadget. Hey, what's that thing?
That? Well, that mixes gasoline with air to form a vapor that explodes when injected into the cylinders.
Oh, really? What do they call it?
The carburetor.
You was doing better in the trunk rack.
You was in there with me, I think. Look, young man, just leave the car parked here at the curb for a few hours, and I'll take it over. By the way, what's the price?
$6,000.
Uh-huh.
Only 12,000 payments, and she's yours.
Yeah, it's worth it, though, just to burn up that Willie Gundig. Well, look, young man, as I say, I'll think it over. Just leave it parked there in front of the tavern for a few hours until I make up my mind, huh?
Okay. But you don't mind if I take the key, do you?
Not at all. Just be sure that you leave the price tag on in a prominent place.
What you doing, Mr. Archie?
Hanging up some pictures. I'll show that Willie Gundig. Look at this autograph here, Eddie, huh?
Let's see. Sorry, Archie, but I'm marrying for love. Money isn't everything. Signed, Rita Hayworth.
Me, the man most likely to be a failure. Give me another tack, will you?
There you are.
I want to hang up this map of the world. Yeah. How's that look, Eddie?
Let me see. To Archie, thanks for the loan. Signed, France, Italy, and Great Britain.
And that's the same Archie that was voted the most likely to be a failure. Wait till that guy gets here. Between me stockbroker, me chauffeur, me Cadillac, and them autographs, I'll have that Willie Gundig borrowing money from me. Hey, wait a minute. This looks like him coming in now. Willie?
Archie?
Yeah.
You ain't changed a bit.
I wouldn't say that. So you're Willie Gundig, the man voted most likely to succeed, huh?
That's right, Arch. You remember that, huh?
I certainly did.
Arch, tell me, do you remember the time that...
I remember it very well.
Well, it's great to see you again, Arch.
Thank you. I noticed your letter was wrote on Ritz-Carlton stationery.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk to you about.
Don't brag about it. There's a couple of other guys that are doing okay, too. Did you see that limousine outside?
Yeah?
It's mine.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing so well, Arch. As for me...
Just a second. Oh, James...
Yes, my lord?
Better put the limousine in the garage and get out the convertible. It's beginning to look like rain.
Okay, sire.
James is me chauffeur, you know, Willie.
Oh, a chauffeur, huh?
Yes. Oh, by the way, James.
Yes, sir?
When I go for my usual drive in the park today, be sure to cover me with me buffalo robe. And take care to tuck me in with the fur side towards me.
What? Why?
Well, you always keep the fur side closest to you. You know, it's warmer that way.
Uh-huh. Too bad the buffalo didn't know that.
That'll be all, James. Now, Willie, enough about my fabulous success. Tell me about yourself.
Well, I'll tell you, Arch.
That Cadillac, you know, cost $6,000.
Well, this is sure a surprise, Arch. You know, I always thought you'd end up... Well, you remember what the yearbook said about you.
Leave us in that park at Sleeping Dogs. Now, where was we? Oh, yes, you was talking about what a big shot you was.
Well...
excuse me a minute. Oh, stockbroker,
Chief.
Have we heard anything from the Secretary of the Treasury?
Yeah, he says he wants you to send in your taxes. The government needs the money.
How much is me taxes?
$500,000.
Okay, go down to the bank and get it. Wait a minute, forget the bank. Take it out of petty cash. Well, Willie, tell me, how are things with you? Just a second. Oh, stockbroker.
Yeah?
What's the latest on the ticker?
The doctor says not to worry. It's just gas.
My broker was slightly stunned in the crash of 29, you know. But enough about me and my sensational success. Tell me about you, Willie. How you doing?
Well, frankly, Arch, I could use $10.
Oh, stockbroker. What did you say, Willie?
I could use $10.
You mean you're broke?
Yeah.
But how can you be broke and live at the Ritz-Carlton?
I don't live there. I just work there. That is until yesterday.
Then why did you write your letter in their stationery just to look like a big shot?
Well, I can explain that, Arch.
Willie, if there's anything I hate, it's a phony.
Arch, don't get sore. I just thought maybe for old time's sake you could let me have $10. It wouldn't mean anything much to a guy like you.
Well, I guess not. After all, if I can afford a $6,000 Cadillac, I guess $10 ain't gonna break a man of my means. James.
Find some other means.
Yeah, you really need the 10, huh, Willie?
I sure could use it.
Okay, kid. Here you are. Here's $10.
Thanks, Arch. You're still a great guy. And if I run into any of the old gang, I'm sure gonna tell them what you did for me.
Please, just tell the ones with money. Well, nice to have seen you again, Willie. Sick in Hot Transit Hospice.
So long, Arch.
So long, kid. Good old Willie. Nice guy, Eddie. I always liked him. Funny thing with that yearbook, though, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, I was the guy voted most likely to be a failure, and here he has to come to me for a lousy $10. Ain't it funny how life sometimes works out?
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York, 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless. Or try it free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
The Uh-Oh kids dine out.
Uh-oh.
They'd go anywhere for those deliciously wacky SpaghettiOs. Uh-oh. Love those uh-oh.
Me too, with meatballs.
Meatballs and all! Uh-oh. Did you enjoy your meal? Uh-oh.
SpaghettiOs.
Announcing the Big Orange Taste of Tang Drawing Contest from Tang Breakfast Beverage Crystals. Just draw what that Big Orange Taste of Tang looks like to you. And you could be a star. Just send your drawing and a Tang label to Tang P.O. Box 4960, Kankakee, Illinois. If you win, you and your drawing go on a Tang commercial. So get ready. The Big Taste of Tang could make you a big star.
You're traveling to a doggy dimension. Your next stop, the Pound Puppy Zone. So away we go.
When it comes to adventure, they'll track it down.
Stop or I'll sweep.
And when it comes to fun, they'll live it up. Pound Puppies today.
I went to Stillwell once to talk to a group of students, and one of the young men came up to me, and he was probably in about 6th or 7th grade, and he wanted an autograph. And he pulled out this teeny-weeny piece of paper, and it had what looked like a road map on the back of it. And I asked him what it was, and he said it was his cheat notes. And so I autographed the back of someone's cheat notes.
The arts need your support.
Oh, boy, a magic hole. Wonder what's in here.
We are
The McDonald's Happy Meal guys.
right. Hamburger, fries, and soft drink, all regular size.
Well, what do you know? It's the whole gang.
Robble, robble. When you buy McDonald's Happy Meal with color forms, you get different McDonaldland characters.
Hi, Bertie. Hi, Ronald.
And a McDonaldland scene.
Let's stick together.
McDonald's Happy Meal with color forms. You can collect all 5.
When time is going slow. You can speed it up with fun. With Bubble Yum. A good time's coming up, 'cause we're gonna yum it up. With rockin' fruit and raspberries. Rock and roll in one. New rockin' raspberry Bubble Yum. Bubble Yum. We're gonna rock around the when you yum it up. Time flies when you yum it up.
Bubble yum. Bubble yum and sugarless bubble yum.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Speed Robertson has convinced Captain Sweeney he is not guilty of stealing the plans of the new and rightly secret Army jet fighter. But Special Investigator Russell is still skeptical. Jimmy Allen, however, has discovered from Flash Lewis that the new fighter purchased by Major Moto has been ordered ready for flight at 1 o'clock that night. He and Speed urge Captain Sweeney to make sure the key drawings of the control surfaces, now kept in the factory's vault, are closely guarded. It is 10 at night in Captain Sweeney's office at the plant.
Yeah, who's there?
Is Captain Sweeney here?
Who wants to see him?
This is Mr. Russell.
Oh, just a minute. Captain Sweeney's expecting you. Do you know the way to Captain Sweeney's office?
Yes, I do.
Well, Captain Sweeney's expecting 2 other gentlemen, so I better stay here.
Yes, I know he is. I'll find my way to his office, all right.
Well, hello, Russell. You're right on time.
That's a habit of mine.
Take a chair and make yourself comfortable. Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson ought to be along in a minute. Have a cigar?
Don't mind if I do.
Here's a light.
Thanks. So, young Allen and Speed Robertson haven't arrived yet, eh?
No, but I'm sure they'll be here right away.
I'm not so sure.
Oh, come now, Russell. You don't mean to tell me that you still think Speed Robertson's the one who's been stealing these plans, do you?
After I left Robertson's room, I got to thinking things over, and I'm afraid I was influenced too hastily by the story Robertson and Jimmy Allen told regarding those attempts on their lives.
Well, I don't think there's any questioning the truth of their statements. After all, we know Robertson changed planes in midair, and we also know they both walked the plank with a couple of silk umbrellas.
That's all true enough. Nevertheless, I think I neglected my obvious duty. I should have put Robertson under arrest. It's a cinch he couldn't steal any plans if he was in jail. And then if we should catch anyone else trying to steal the plans here tonight, it would look just as good for Robertson as though he were here with us. As it is now, he may take a run-out powder on us.
Well, maybe that's true. I might have been a trifle too willing to believe Robertson's story. Well, perhaps that's them now. Come in.
Here's the other 2 gentlemen you were expecting, Captain. This is Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson.
Fine. Hello, Robertson. How are you, Jimmy? Come on in. Russell here was getting a little bit worried. He was afraid you might have started a non-stop flight to Australia.
Well, I haven't lost anything in Australia, Sweeney. I'm very much interested in this little expedition of ours tonight. I think we're on the right track.
I wish I thought so.
Well, now that we're all here, what's going to be our plan of action?
Where's the safe in which the plans are kept?
Russell, it's down at the other end of the large general office.
I see the upper part of the partition here is glass. Can you see the safe from this office?
Yes, you can by raising on your tiptoes. Here, I'll show you. You see, it's down in the far end there in the corner.
Oh, yes, I see. I couldn't make it out at first. That part of the room is rather dark.
Yes, you see, at night they only keep one dim light burning in the main office, but that's down at this end.
Well, it's 10:10 now. I'm willing to sit around here for a while, but if nothing happens within a reasonable length of time, I'm going back to my hotel and hit the hay.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Russell. I don't see that there's any need in keeping you up. Speed and I'll stay here and watch all night.
Oh, you will you? Now, wouldn't that be sweet? Would be even better, wouldn't it, if Captain Sweeney turned over the combination of the safe to you, huh? No, we'll wait here till 12 o'clock. If nothing happens by that time, this little party's off. I'll hit my little trundle bed, but you and Speed Robertson won't be left down here. And inasmuch as I'm not going to sit up all night to watch him, I'm going to put Robertson in a specially constructed hotel where I know you'll be safe.
The hoosgow, I suppose.
You're a mind reader, Robertson.
But I don't think that's giving our plan a fair chance, Mr. Russell. Whoever is trying to get these plans might not do anything until much later than that.
I think the kid's right, Russell.
Well, if you think I'm going to stay here all night in this cold, drafty factory, you got another think coming.
Why, I thought clever detectives just loved to spend nights hiding in empty barrels, ready to pounce out on their quarry.
Oh, yeah? Well, I can tell you that's a bunch of hooey.
Besides, Mr. Russell, Major Moto's plane isn't supposed to be ready for flying until 1 o'clock.
Well, I can tell you right now, I don't take any stock in that wild theory. I can't see the slightest connection between Major Moto, his airplane, and these plans.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure of that, Russell.
The whole thing's too fantastic.
You know, I thought a good detective never jumped too rapidly at conclusions. Now, here you are ridiculing something that's very reasonable. It's very possible Mike Jones and the gang back of him have been hired to assist this Oriental Moto to steal these plans, and at the same time ensure the non-acceptance of the plane by the U.S. government. Now, Mike Jones is no dumbbell. He becomes suspicious of Jimmy Allen here and is afraid the kid knows too much. He's afraid to waste any more time, so he determines to make a last attempt to get the rest of the drawings, and if anything goes wrong, get Moto out of the country.
You mean Major Moto would fly out of the country with the plans?
Exactly.
You accused me of ridiculing an idea, and now you're being ridiculous yourself.
How's that?
In the first place, I've checked this Moto over at Central Flying School. He's just a primary student. He hasn't even soloed yet.
But he's been seen flying the ship alone, Russell, and not only that, but stunning it, too.
Who saw him?
Robertson here and young Allen.
Have you or anyone else besides Robertson and Allen seen him flying alone?
No, I guess not, but...
Just as I thought. Now, in the second place, even if your theory was right, Robertson, how would he fly across the border without landing and refueling?
Well, that's an easy one to answer. I was talking to Hank St. John, the man who sold Moto the plane. He's an old buddy of mine. He tells me this ship he flew down here is a specially streamlined job. He says it has a range of better than 4,000 miles. The nearest point on the border from Kansas City is about at Del Rio. It's approximately an airline distance of only 750 miles. So, you see, he could fly clear to the other end of South America if he wanted to without refueling.
Well, we're just worrying ourselves about nothing. No one has gotten away with a complete set of the plans yet. And in order to get one, they're going to have to break into that safe in the other room. And that, gentlemen, is impossible. There are 4 of us here. I have 2 of my best operators watching outside, and there are some watchmen here at the factory. How many, Captain Sweeney?
Well, Russell, 2 besides Hartman, and they're tough cookies, too.
Well, if that's the case, they may not try to steal the remaining drawings.
Why not? They wouldn't have a complete set.
I think Captain Sweeney will bear me out in this statement. They have enough of the drawings now so that it wouldn't be impossible for a clever aeronautical engineer to complete the set.
How about that, Captain Sweeney?
Robertson's right.
Well, I tell you what we'll do. We'll stay till 1 o'clock. That's the time you said this Major Moto ship was to be ready, didn't you, Allen?
Yes, sir.
There's only one more thing. In case Robertson should be right, and this Major Moto attempts to make a getaway, what can we do?
Well, that's easy. You see, this factory has just completed an attack plane. It hasn't been named yet. Goes by an experimental number XA-205. Now, Captain Carver finished flight tests on it yesterday. Stands in the service hangar. It's equipped with 50 caliber machine guns and 2 20-millimeter cannons. And I've got plenty of ammunition right here in my office. It has a top speed that's faster than Moto's plane. I'll catch him, don't you worry about that. Now, Robertson here can go along as my gunner. I've seen him handle machine guns before.
Suits me.
All right, now here's what we'll do. I have my 2 men outside, and the regular factory watchmen are also on the job. We can see the safe from this office, so there's no use in placing ourselves at different points inside the factory. We might as well remain here and be comfortable.
Well, Russell, what about this light in my office here?
You don't usually work here this late at night, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, when I say the word, you snap out the light. We don't want to have any signs of unusual activity about the place. It must look as it usually does in the middle of the night.
Okay, when you give the word, Russell, I'll switch out the light. Anyway, we can see better without it.
All right. Now, are we all ready? What about weapons? Are the rest of you armed?
I brought along my old service .45.
And I've got mine, too.
What about you, Jimmy? Have you got a gun?
Why, no, I haven't, Mr. Russell.
You know how to use one?
Oh, yes, sir. I was in the ROTC at high school and on the pistol team.
Okay, I've got an extra .38 automatic here. Take good care of it. But don't start shooting if you hear a strange noise. Wait till I give the signal.
Yes, sir.
Turn out the light, Captain Sweeney. All right, gentlemen. I guess we're all set for action.
It's 12:30.
Yeah, that was number 5. The night mail from Omaha. Right on time.
Well, I'm getting about sick of this. I'm glad there's only a half hour to go. Besides, it's getting cold in here.
Say, I think I heard a strange noise.
There you go. I knew you'd be hearing a strange noise sometime pretty soon. Don't start shooting.
Oh, I won't, Mr. Russell. But I did hear something.
What kind of a noise was it, Jimmy?
It sounded like a door being opened and closed very softly.
Here, I'll take a look. I don't see anybody.
I'm afraid your imagination is running away with you, Jimmy.
Look, out that window.
Where, Jimmy?
The outside window.
By golly, the kid's right. There is somebody out there.
Where?
Over there, in the shadow of that hangar.
Oh, yes, I see. Maybe it's one of your watchmen, Sweeney.
No, Russell, our watchmen carry lights with them. Perhaps it's one of your men.
It could be, but I don't think so. I ordered one man to station himself at the front and the other at the back.
There it is again.
What, Jimmy?
That noise I heard before. It sounded as though it came from the outer office.
Say, come over here, Russell, and you, Captain Sweeney. What's that over in that corner?
By George, it does look like the figure of a man, all right. Quiet a second, maybe you'll move. No, I don't think it is anyone. I think I must be getting goofy.
I saw another figure outside this window.
Everyone keep quiet.
Look, there's someone coming in the outer office.
You're right.
Let me see. Oh, that's Hartman. See? He has a light and his time clock with him. He's due through this part of the plant on this hourly tour.
Well, why doesn't he keep going instead of staying there in the office?
Well, he's probably stopping to rest a minute. He sometimes does that, sits down and smokes a cigarette.
Hey, look. He's going over into that corner by the safe.
That's strange.
Look at him. He's holding his light up in front of that window.
Well, what do you know about that?
Hartman answered it.
Hey, look. He's going over to the main door.
And he's opening it very quietly, too.
Something darn funny's going on. Look, he's letting in 2 men.
Yep, you're right. And they're all going over toward the safe.
And here comes Hartman down toward us. You better go out, Captain Sweeney, and ask him what the devil he means by letting those fellas in. Perhaps he's the inside man we've been wanting.
Great guns. That's not Hartman.
It's Shorty Mason.
What has happened to the faithful Hartman? Jimmy's hunch must have been right after all. Don't miss the next episode of Jimmy Allen's Air Adventures.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Mr. Turtle, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
I never made it without biting. Ask Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
Let's find out. 1, 2, 3.
How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know.
It's a breakfast, all right. Come on, let's fuck it. Can nothing stop these soggies? Crunch Power can. Locks delicious sweet taste in. So it's tough to suck out.
You got the point. Captain Crunch is a crunchy part of a balanced breakfast.
You can get a neat secret message writer.
Hey, there's nothing on there.
Plus 105 colored message decoders.
Secret meeting at recess. All right.
Now in specially marked boxes of Captain Crunch cereal.
The Uh-Oh kids cook up some fun.
Here come the SpaghettiOs! Uh-oh.
And everybody's up for those fun-to-eat SpaghettiOs.
You forgot?
What tasty little O's! Uh-oh.
Oh, gosh, you sure know your O's.
SpaghettiOs!
Getting into drugs and being high is a stupid thing to do. But being in control and saying no, it's not the easiest thing to do. Being original and take a stand, you are free to say no. Don't let a friend push you in to taking drugs. You got a right to say no. Being original. Take a stand, you are free to say no. Don't let a friend push you in to take a drug. You know, getting into drugs and being high is a real stupid thing to do. Being original and say no to peer pressure. Say no may be the smartest thing you ever do. You got a right to say no. You got a right to say no. No, right to say no.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I know a good many women who made a resolution a year ago and are still keeping it up. They resolved to practice protective housekeeping with genuine Johnson's Wax, and are they pleased? They tell me that not only are their homes lovelier than ever, but they've saved themselves hours of work, too.
The fact is, things that are Johnson wax do get lovelier with every application. I don't mean just floors, but many other things in your homes. Furniture, picture frames, ornaments, tables, doors, and refrigerators. All of these things have a lovely, lustrous, satin-smooth polish that adds immensely to the beauty of your home when they're protected with Johnson's wax. You save yourself work, of course, because dirt and dust don't cling to a smooth, waxed surface so readily. Just a light dusting with a cloth restores their lovely luster in a jiffy. The year's only a week old. How about it? Let's resolve to have a lovelier, cleaner, healthier home in 1946 with Johnson's wax. Kramer's Drugstore in Wistful Vista always has an interesting window display about this time of year. It consists of a glass fishbowl full of navy beans, and you're supposed to guess how many. Now, if you don't think that's a pretty fascinating exhibit, get a load of the crowd on the sidewalk, which includes Mr. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Somebody could win first prize by betting the same number of beans that won last year. It couldn't be far off.
They say Kramer puts a big rock in the middle of the bowl and piles the beans around it.
Who won the contest last year?
Kramer's mother-in-law.
My gosh, there ought to be some way to figure this thing out scientific.
Yeah, well, why don't you do it, Magee?
Oh, you think I can't, wise guy? Okay, by George, I'll show you. One side there, fellas. I got business. Hey, Molly. Molly. Hey, Molly.
Get your voice down to a shriek, dearie. I'm right here. Heavenly days, what do you got?
A fishbowl and 10 pounds of beans.
Well, that's nice. If there's anything we need more than a diving helmet or a high-wheel bicycle, it's a fishbowl and 10 pounds of beans.
Don't insult the quarterback till you know the score, Tootsie. I'm going to win Kramer's how many beans in the fishbowl contest.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
Yes,
Magee,
sir.
not another contest. You were just in one last week, remember?
And I won, too, diddle I?
Well, I will say it was nice of Mr. Kramer to let you bring his fishbowl and beans home with you. Or did you just steal them out of his window?
These are my very own.
Oh?
I purchased them. I'm going to count beans into this bowl till it's full and enter the total figure in the contest, and bingo. The Magees have just won a brand new radio.
Well, isn't that a little unethical, sweetheart? Aren't you supposed to guess how many beans in the bowl?
Ah, Pata, leave the guesswork to the peasants. I'm going to do this thing scientific. What have I got a brain for if it ain't to count beans into a bowl?
Well, you got me, dearie. That must be what it's for, all right.
Now, let's see. Help me clear off this table, Molly. I want to get to work right away. There. Now, pour the beans out on the table.
Oh, dear.
I love them.
You've taken enough beans out of circulation to reduce Boston to a crossroads village.
You'd be surprised to see how many beans this bowl will hold. Well, here we go, laughing and scratching. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wait a minute, Magee.
Huh?
I just happened to think, has Mr. Kramer a 99-year lease on that store? I'd hate to have him go out of business before you finish counting these beans.
Oh, this won't take so long. How many beans have I counted so far?
3, I think.
Oh, yeah. 3.
That makes 4.
I thought you said 3.
It was 3 before you said 4.
You mean before... I got to start all over. 1, 2, 3.
Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Magee, it's Mrs. Carstairs.
7, 8. Hiya. 9. Carsty. 10.
Is Mr. Magee checking up on the grocer again, my dear? No. No, he's counting those beans for a contest, Millicent.
Oh, my goodness. It must be wonderful to be married to a man who can amuse himself so easily. My husband has to resort to doing jigsaw puzzles or planning a world cruise or tickling the upstairs maid.
23, 24, 25.
Say, maybe we better go in the other room and leave himself here with his beans, Millicent.
I must be running along anyway, my dear. Careless girl that I am, I was playing my accordion without my girdle on and pinched myself rather badly. I wanted Dr. Gamble's office number in the medical building. Do you know it?
Oh, of course, dear. It's 816. Or is it 618? McGee, what is Dr. Gamble's office number in the medical building?
618.
Thank you, Mr. McGee.
Don't mention it, kiddo. 618, 619.
Well, good day, my dear.
Goodbye, Millicent.
620, 621.
Pardon me, dearie, but aren't you a little ahead of yourself?
Huh?
There aren't more than 35 beans in that bowl.
622. Why, there must be. I've been counting without missing a beat. 623, 620. Oh, my gosh, you're right.
What?
Now, how do you suppose I did that? Doggone it, now I got to start all over again.
Dear.
Oh, well, it might have been worse. I might have been up in the thousands sometime. 1, 2...
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and Let It Snow.
$1,172, 1,173, 1,100. Hey, this fishbowl's filling up, you know it? The bottom is practically covered solid.
Wonderful. You'll win that radio about the time television becomes obsolete.
Don't worry about that, my dear girl. It's going pretty fast now, and by the time I get...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
1,177. Hi, Doc. 1,177. Give me a pencil. Write that down. 1,177. Hi, Doc.
You said that.
I did?
Yes. And incidentally, Einstein, what are you doing? Your homework?
He's counting beans in the bowl to win Kramer's drugstore contest, Doctor.
You're going to do it, too, Aerosmith. I got the scientific approach. All them other yokels...
Other yokels is correct.
All them other yokels will stand and gawp at the fishbowl in Kramer's window and make a stab in the dark. I go at it intelligent and come up with the right answer. Well, within 5 or 6 beans.
Look, Bubblehead. I am no mathematician, but I do know that in computing numbers, one must take into consideration the factors of variability.
What on earth is that? Are those?
Break that down into one-syllable words, Bonebender. Remember, I'm just a barefoot boy with cheeks of tan whistling merrily down the road of life.
I doubt if I could explain the mechanism of a hacksaw so you'd understand it, Jim Dome. But in counting these beans, you should ascertain if you're using the same size navy beans that Kramer used. Also the same size bowl with no false bottom and the identical thickness. Then you must allow for the refraction of light through the drugstore window, which would make his beans appear larger or smaller, plus a consideration of atmospheric conditions. Dampness, for instance, would make the beans swell, thus reducing the number. Have I succeeded in leaving you utterly confused?
Are you by any chance entering this contest too, Fatso?
Yes.
Ah.
I thought so.
Sure.
Well, you can't blame a man for trying to discourage his competition.
Uh-huh.
But I've got to get along, kiddies. Say, are you through with this copy of Field and Stream, Magee? I missed mine this month.
Oh, go ahead. Take it along, butcher boy. Anything that'll teach you how to hunt and fish will help your next appendix operation. See you later.
Righto.
Now, let me see. Where was I?
1,100 and something. You wrote it down.
I know I did, but what did I write it down on? It's right here on the table. Oh, my gosh, that magazine.
Heavenly days, the one the doctor took.
That's why he wanted to take it, the underhanded old pirate. He saw me write the number down and wanted to mix me up.
Well, that's too bad now, dearie. Going to forget the whole thing and give up?
No, sir, by George. I got my dandruff up now.
Oh.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pour them out and start over again.
Oh, dear.
Sure. I'll show that fat-headed old 1, 2, 3, 4...
Hello, folks.
Hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
6, 7. Hi, Junie. 7. I guess I can remember that all right.
Hey, I don't like to be nosy, Mac, but are you doing what you seem to be doing? Counting beans?
You guessed it, tall, dark, and commercial.
He's checking the number of beans that will go in the fishbowl so he can win a radio on the Kramer's Drugstore contest, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, you'll never get them counted that way. What you need is more room.
What you mean?
This table is too small. Pour them out on the kitchen floor where you can count better.
I can count on this table, all right.
Not the way you can count on that kitchen linoleum if you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on it.
Oh, dear.
Why, with glow coat on your linoleum, you can count on it lasting many times as long, looking infinitely more beautiful and saving you hours and hours of housework.
Yeah, but what that got to do
You can count on being able to wipe up spots and spill things with the greatest of ease. You can count on it being so much easier to take care of. Just pour out a little glow coat, spread it around, and let it dry, and in 20 minutes or less, you can count on a lovely, sparkling...
Okay, Waxy, okay. You made it. Gee whiz. Don't whip your horse after you pass the finish line. You got any other suggestions? Otherwise, sit down and be quiet. I got a lot of beans to count here.
Now, don't be impolite, Magee. I'm sure Mr. Wilcox was only trying to help.
And I can help, too, Mac. I got another great idea.
Yeah?
If I can only locate a batch of them, I'll be back in half an hour. It'll cut your work way down.
What's that, Mr. Wilcox?
Jumping beans.
Huh?
Let them leap into the fishbowl by themselves. But you better start doing it the old way in the meantime.
Jumping beans. If that wasn't the silk... Oh, they wouldn't do it. Hey, I better get going. I wish there was some easier way to... Oh, I got it. Give me a teacup, will you, Molly? I got an idea.
So have I, but if I'm smart, I'll keep it to myself. You better keep counting while I'm gone now.
Okay. She ain't kidding. This guppy globe is beginning to look as big as a Rose Bowl. Ah, well, 19, 20. Oh, now, who? Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Peony. Long time no. Seat yourself on a chair and relax. You don't mind my going ahead with my work?
Oh, sure I don't, I betcha.
Thanks. 21, 22...
I know how it is when somebody's trying to do arithmetic, I betcha.
Mm-hmm.
You just hate to be interrupted.
Yeah, that's right, sis. 23, 24...
I know I do anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody does. 25, 26...
Oh, you know how many presents I got for Christmas, mister? Do you, I got 15. Gee, imagine, 15 presents.
Well, good for you, sis. 15, 16, 17...
Bully Troops only got 12.
12, huh?
Mm-hmm.
12, 13, 14...
I got a dandy set of building blocks with the alphabet on them. 26 of them.
That's fine. 26, 27... Hey, look, sis. Wait a minute while I write this down. I don't want to get thrown off my count. What was that again? Oh, yeah, 27. Now, look, sis, I'm doing some very important work. If I give you a quarter, will you scram out of here?
No, I got a quarter.
Well, what'll you take to beat it?
A story.
Oh.
You tell dandy stories, mister. Will you tell me one, will you please, will you?
Oh, Okay. Oh, now, let's see. Ever hear the one about Gus the Grub?
No, I didn't, I bet you.
Well, sir, once upon a time there was a little grub named Gus. You know what a grub is, sis?
Oh, sure I do, I bet you. It's a little baby caterpillar.
Caterpillar.
That's what I said, mister. Caterpillar.
You're saying caterpillar, sis.
Well, what'd you say?
I said caterpillar.
That's what I said, caterpillar.
Never mind. Anyway, this little Gus was a very ugly little caterpillar. Caterpillar.
You almost said it right, mister.
A very ugly little caterpillar. He was kind of green and brown and had orange spots on him.
Oh. Oh, gee.
Yes, sir. Gus was really a creep. All day long, he'd inch himself along a lilac leaf trying to hold back the tears when the other insects and beetles and birds and bees they'd poke fun at him for being so ugly. Ah, poor little Gus.
Ah, poor little Gus.
Yeah. Oh, now cheer up, sis. It's got a happy ending. Well, sir, one day Gus couldn't take it any longer. He crawls up onto a tree and he spins a little nest around himself and just gives up.
Oh, gee, did he die?
No. He thought he did, but he didn't. He just went to sleep. And one day in the spring, he felt the sun on his back, and he found his cocoon had broke open, and there he was, a beautiful butterfly.
Oh, goody.
Yes, sir. Gus was now a gorgeous creature. Flew around and heard the ladybugs whistling at him. And the potato bugs giving him the eye. And he lived happily ever after. And you know what the moral to the story is, sis?
No.
Never complain about the grub, because you can't tell what's cooking tomorrow. Now, beat it, will you?
Sure I will, I bet you. And thank you for the story, mister. Say, is it going to take you long to get all those beans in that bowl?
Oh, quite a while, Teeny, I'm afraid, the way I'm doing it.
Well, then I'll help you, mister. Here. Here's 2 handfuls in the bowl.
No, hey, don't do that.
The King's Men singing Dr. Lawyer, Indian Chief.
There's a doctor living in your town. There's a lawyer and an Indian, too. Neither doctor, lawyer, or Indian chief could love you any more than I do. There's a barrel of fish in the ocean and a lot of little birds in the blue. Neither fish nor fowl, says the wise old owl, could love you any more than I do. No, it couldn't be true that anyone else could love you like I do. I'm gonna warn all the dead-eyed dicks that you're the chick with the slickest tricks, and every tick of my ticker ticks for you follow through. Tell the doctor stick to his practice. Tell the lawyer man to settle his case. Tell the Indian chief to take his Tommy Hawk and go back to Little Rain in the Face. 'Cause you know, it couldn't be true that anyone else could love you like I do. And confidentially, I confess, I sent a note to the local press that I'll be changing my home address for you follow through. Tell the doctor stick to his patients. Tell the lawyer man to settle his case. Tell the Indian chief to take his Tommy Hawk and go back to Little Rain in the Face. 'Cause you know, it couldn't be true that anyone else could love you like I do. 'Cause nobody else could love you like I do. No.
What'd you ever do with that teacup I brought you? What was it for?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Look, I simplified my counting with it.
How?
You see, this teacup holds exactly 329 beans leveled off at the top.
Why, McGee, you're wonderful.
Yeah.
All you have to do is fill the teacup, dump it in the bowl, and you have 329 more beans. Why, that's marvelous.
Yeah, I was thinking about patenting it, but I guess there ain't anything basic about putting beans in a teacup. Look, I'll show you how it works. I got the teacup full of beans, you see?
Yeah.
I dump it in the fish bowl, thus. Write down the new total, which is now 397. Then I refill the teacup like this. 1, 2, 3. Till I get 329 again, see?
Isn't it wonderful what the human mind can do when it...
Come in.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Molly. And you?
Just splendid, Your Honor.
And how are you, McGee?
17, 18. Swell, the trivia. 19, 20. Excuse my not shaking hands. I'm busy counting beans.
Well, every man to his own hobby, I suppose. I once knew a chap who spent his life carving wooden chains out of 10-foot poles.
Where did he get the 10-foot pole?
I was hoping you'd ask me that, Mrs. McGee. He got them from people who wouldn't use one to touch a man who was always counting beans.
Well, this is no hobby, Latrivia. I'm finding out how many beans this fishbowl will hold so I can win the contest in Kramer's drugstore's window.
Do you mean to tell me, McGee, that you are actually counting out enough beans to fill that fish bowl?
How else would you find out how many it holds, Your Honor?
Why, I would simply compute the volume of the fishbowl by a rather commonplace mathematical process available to anyone who happened to attend high school.
How?
You merely take the circumference of the bowl, multiply it by the depth squared over pi.
Any particular kind?
Any particular kind of what?
Pie, Mr. Mayor. You said pie, didn't you?
Oh, yes, but the kind of pie I was referring to...
You didn't refer to any particular kind, Latrivia. That's why I asked.
Mathematically, McGee, there is only one kind of pie. And that is...
Maybe that's why mathematicians always look so hungry. Only one kind of pie, for goodness sakes.
I don't suppose you'd use a custard pie or any of them soft kinds for a job like this. That'd be pretty messy.
Wait a minute. Now, let's get this thing straight. Mm-hmm. When I said pie, I was only referring to the Greek pie.
Well, of course, if you prefer Greek pie to homemade pie, Mr. Mayor, I can only...
I do not prefer Greek pie. It is not a matter of preference. You can't eat the kind of pie I mean.
Oh.
Didn't you ever hear of 31416?
Go on. There aren't that many kinds of pie. After the different berry pies, all you got left...
Stop it, McGee. Stop it. Will you understand once and for all that the pie I mean is a mathematical term? It's a figure. An indefinite figure.
Yeah, you eat Greek pie all your life, Bud, and that's exactly what you'll have, an indefinite figure. I knew a guy once that ate that...
I have never encountered such stupidity in all my days.
Ooh.
Never to have heard of such a thing as pie. Such colossal, abysmal ignorance. Why, anybody who ever... Pie is simply... Some people... You... I'm sorry, McGee. I was merely trying to get you the volume of the bowl to simplify your problem.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would that tell him how many beans it holds?
No.
When how do I find out?
As the Countess said when her husband dropped ashes on the rug. Count!
We must have said something that upset him, McGee.
No, it's just indigestion with him, I think. And no wonder. Imagine owning 31416 kind of pies. Oh, well, I'm going to finish this job. 26, 27.
I'm awfully proud of you for counting all those beans, dearie. How many did you have for a total?
9,707. That's the figure I'm going to give Kramer. Oh, come on, let's go in. All right, Kramer. You got a minute?
Oh, hello, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee. What can I do for you?
Well, McGee thought...
Oh, excuse me a minute. Mr. Shaw, please.
Sorry, Mr. Kramer.
What was he doing, Crane?
Walking backwards again. He says so many products are spelled that way now, he can fill orders more easily. Now then, what was it?
Well, Magee has his estimate of the bean bowl already, Mr. Kramer.
And I'm a sure winner, too, boy. That is, if there's nothing phony about your fish bowl.
Oh, there isn't anything phony, I assure you. Just an ordinary fish bowl. I want to examine it?
Yes, if it isn't too much trouble.
Oh, not at all. I'll just reach into the window and get it. Here you are, Magee. Take a look. No, you hold it. That's it.
Oh, thanks, Crane. Well, there certainly doesn't seem to be anything wrong with... Whoop!
Oh, Magee! Heavenly days, the contest is over and nobody won.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, Kramer. I didn't mean...
Oh, forget it, Magee. I'm delighted.
What?
Huh? That fishbowl stunt was getting pretty stale anyway.
Oh.
This year, I'll have a real contest. Oh, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, Mr. Kramer?
Bring me that empty barrel from the back room. Now we'll make it a real contest, Magee. A whole barrel full of beans.
Oh, Shaw.
Did you speak to me, Mr. Magee?
No. Come on, Mom.
The wives of men in service have had to learn housekeeping the hard way, many of them. We've received letters from many Army and Navy wives telling us how they've improved shabby linoleum floors with Glow Coat. A letter just received ends with this paragraph. My husband is home now, it reads, and in a few weeks we'll move to a home of our own. One of the first items on my list of musts will be Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. You may be sure I'll never accept a substitute for it again. There just couldn't be any substitute for Johnson's products. Well, of course, we're glad to have people feel that way about Glow Coat and other Johnson's wax polishes. The fact remains that a very great many do. Glow Coat is a wonderful floor polish. It gives your linoleum and other floors great beauty, it gives them protection, and it saves you hours and hours of work because it's self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing.
$609, $610, $611. Hey, Molly, what time is it?
Just after midnight, dearie.
Oh, is that late? Well, I guess I better finish this in the morning. Help me out of this barrel, will you? Thanks.
You're welcome.
Good night.
Good night, all.
A very important announcement. Next Tuesday night, we welcome back our old friend Bill Thompson. Bill rejoins us after almost 3 years in the Navy to bring us again his famous characters Wallace Wimple and the Old Timer. And now this is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
We'll be right back.
Today, come play with the pooches who know how to party.
Take it away, fellas.
Pound puppies today.
The Legoland King's Castle. You can build this castle and play with it for days. But you've only started. The box shows other ways to build these mighty castles, where knights and horses stand, or joust around to have some fun or march across the land. Each day there's adventure, always something new. And the team that dreams tomorrow up is Legoland in you. There are 6 more castle sets you can collect, each sold separately. King's Castle is part of the Legoland Castle Collection and has hundreds of bricks for building. From Lego Systems.
Done at last. Well, geez, how about some M&Ms? Hi, kids. Wow.
Where M&M's chocolate candies go, there's bound to be some fun, you know. It's a bright and colorful wonderland. All the world loves M&M's. Pure milk chocolate joy for everyone.
M&M's chocolate candies. The milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
See you later.
Why are alphabets fun to eat? Because you can eat the fun.
C is for cow. There's a cow in my alphabet. How does it taste? B is for bus. There's a bus in my alphabet. How does it taste?
Post-alphabet cereal, part of this nutritious breakfast. You can eat the fun.
The best and we ever ate.
The disappearing burgers with Ronald McDonald and friends.
Wow, Hamburglar has a magic kit.
Ooh, boy.
Magic. Rubble, rubble, cadabra.
I should have known you'd have something like that up your sleeve.
Rubble. All gone. All mine.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oops.
Now for a little trick.
Rubble.
We can all enjoy.
Our hamburgers.
It's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's. A double pleasure's waiting for you. A double pleasure from Double McGum. A double great feeling, making you realize double is the one for you. Double fresh, double smooth, double delicious to chew. A double pleasure is waiting for you. Double McGum. A double pleasure is waiting for you.
Give me an X. Give me an O. Give me tic-tac-toe. Wherever I go, it's X's and O's. Makes me feel so hungry for my tic-tac-toes. They're so tasty. Chef Boyardee's.
Tic-tac-toes.
New Tic-Tac-Toes, a good hot meal. And when you get 3 X's or O's on your spoon, you win.
Thank goodness for Chef Boyardee.
Tic-tac-toes.
With and without meatballs.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks, to make your Merry Christmas merrier. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his mighty Allen Art players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours and the Town Hall Quartet. And another group of anxious and eager amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. Yes, sir, listen to that crowd cheering Fred Allen as he heads his weekly parade to the old Town Hall. Fred and the band are carrying a Christmas tree, and the mighty Allen Art players are disguised as reindeer. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody's going. Here they come, married couple.
Well, I suppose you're home for an evening of boondoggling, Oscar.
Yes, I always boondoggle away an hour on Wednesdays, Lulu, at Town Hall tonight.
Hunters.
Where's your gun, Pa? You said we was going hunting.
I meant hunting on the radio dial, son. It's Town Hall tonight.
International diplomat.
Are you in favor of sanctions on oil and arms, Senator?
I favor accepting only one thing from sanctions, madam. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, there's the old Town Hall across the way, folks, and there's Fred joking with the crowd. Listen.
Hi-ho, the dairy-o, the farmer's in the well. But everybody else is at the Town Hall tonight, folks. So take off your rubbers and go right in, if you'll kindly walk. Hello there, Luther. Going in to enjoy the show?
No, I'm going in to get my gum. I left it on my seat last week.
You won't find it, son. I took it home on the seat of my trousers after the show. Here's a fresh stick for you.
Thanks, Mr. Allen.
That's right in, folks. Good evening, Mrs. Doe.
Good evening, Miss Allen. You like my new fur coat?
Oh, it's a lollapalooza, Mrs. Doe. What sort of fur is it?
Well, it must be hyena. I always hear it laughing when I got it on.
Go right in, Mrs. Doe. He who laughs last wears a flannel nightgown to bed. Hurry, hurry, hurry,
And
hurry.
we're all
hurry,
set for the
folks.
opening, Fred.
Okay, Harry. We're starting the show with Don't Give Up the Ship.
Okay, let her go, Peter.
If they stand together, don't give up the ship. Fair or stormy weather, we won't give up the ship. Friends and pals forever, it's a long, long trip. If you have to take a lick and carry on and pitch your kick and don't give up the ship.
presenting that macrological mammoth of magnificent merriment and mad mumbo jumbo, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before letting the air out of the spare tire of fun we've blown up for you this evening, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, manager at the GAR Hall, announces that he's showing a special holiday feature picture, The Tale of Two Cities, Wednesday and Thursday night. Now, Hodge says the hall's pretty small for such a big picture, so on Wednesday night, he'll show the tale of one city, and the tale of the other city will be shown on Thursday evening. So much for Dickens in our community, and now for the Town Hall News. Say, Harry.
Yes, Fred?
When ghosts go to bed, what's the last thing they do?
Oh, I know. They drop their sheets, Fred. I get it. I'll drop your picture sheet.
Thank you. When the 6 months of night are over, what does the Eskimo do, Harry?
He turns out the light.
Really?
Here they go.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Boston, Massachusetts. Postmaster Peter F. Tague sets precedent and authorizes employment of 150 women to help speed Christmas mail. Town Hall News, sensing difficulties, shows what may happen if women letter carriers handle the mail. The scene, the postwoman at any front door.
Mr. Sloppy! Yoo-hoo! Mr. Sloppy! Yes, who is it? The postwoman, Mr. Sloppy. Oh, I'll be right down. Pack up your letters in your own bag and high-tea track. What is it, mail girl? A letter? No, it's a postcard. Guess who it's from? The Book of the Month Club? No. My cousin in New Rochelle? No, but you're warmer. I give up. Who said it? Your Aunt Minnie in Akron. Here. Oh, dear Aunt Minnie. Yes. She's been having an awful time of it, according to the card. Her oldest boy's got mumps again, her husband's varicose veins are back, and her mother's down with rickets. Anything else? No, but I do wish your aunt would write plainer. I've had an awful time reading your mail lately. Oh, I'll tell her. Lord, I've got so many postcards today I couldn't read them all. Had to scan most of them. Anything startling in the neighborhood? Startling? Why, my bag's so full of dirt, I feel like a vacuum cleaner. Who are these other cards for? Mind if I look? Oh, no. This one's for Mrs. Levy from the finance company. She owes 2 more payments on her appendix operation. Look at this for Widow Green. Oh, what is it? From the Cupid Marriage Bureau. It says, we found you a husband 80 years old. Has $2 million and 1 foot in the grave. Give me that card and take this mail sack. I'm swapping places with Widow Green. You mean she's the new postwoman? Oh, yes. I'm marrying that guy, and Widow Green is holding the bag.
Washington, D.C. Executive Director of Federal Theater Project moves to ban all amateurs and others who misrepresent their theatrical experience from government shows. Town Hall News shows how government agents will ferret out amateurs at theaters. The scene, Project Play number 23, the first act of Gaffney's Dilemma.
There's a gentleman without, madam.
Without what, Meadows?
Without much time, madam.
Then rush him in, Meadows.
Very well, madam. Right this way, sir.
Thank you, Meadows.
Gaffney Davenport.
Gwendolyn Scrovney.
Oh, but you mustn't kiss me, Gaffney. I'm married now.
Married, Gwen? You promised to wait for me.
Little did I know when you went away as a chorus boy at Blossom Time that the show would run 20 years.
Yes, I've worked my way up, Gwen. Chorus boy, juvenile, leading man. Until now, I'm the company manager.
My Prince Charming.
Blossom Time's playing Schenectady tonight. I've stolen the receipts. Come, fly with me. We'll elope.
The proud Duffy.
My husband.
Yes, Fanfare Tate Pluto, your husband. And if this guy's waiting for a streetcar, tell him to get in the closet.
But I love Gwendolyn, Mr. Pluto.
Yes, Fanfare. Gaffney and I were childhood sweethearts.
I may be only a wealthy pawnbroker, but I'm still your husband.
Let me buy Gwendolyn's freedom.
Will you sell my love, Fanfare?
I'm a pawnbroker. I'll sell anything.
Then here, I've stolen the Blossom Time receipts at Schenectady tonight. Take this money. This money.
What money?
Well, that's funny. I stole the money. I must have forgotten to bring it with me.
Hey, wait a minute. Stop the show. I thought so, Davenport. You're no actor.
Who are you?
Magee from the Home Office. Federal Theater Projects. You're listed here as an actor.
Well,
Oh, I thought he was acting very well, Mr. McGee.
Yeah, but no actor would forget money, even in a play. Come clean, Gaffney. There's only one business where a man is trained to forget.
You're right, McGee. I'm a plumber.
I thought so. You're in the wrong project, Gaffney. Boulder Dam is 2 blocks over. New York City, New York. Mayor LaGuardia strikes dramatic blow at market racketeers through issuing proclamation that forbids the sale, display, or possession of artichokes in New York City. Town Hall News shows what New York home life may be like if G-men enforce artichoke prohibition. The scene, a dining room in any New York home in the near future.
Is chow ready, Ma? Yes, sit in, Roscoe. Soon as your pa's washed, we'll eat. What's for dinner, Ma? Shh, Roscoe, it's a secret. Oh, I know. It's artichoke. Land's sakes, don't mention that word so loud. You want us all arrested?
Dinner ready, May?
Yes, sit in, Herman.
Did you cook the you-know-what?
Yes, I've got it hidden.
Pig knuckles and sauerkraut.
Where's the artichoke? Quiet, Roscoe. Artichokes are against the law in New York.
I saw Pa coming out of a choke easy yesterday, Ma.
Herman.
I couldn't help it, May. It was after a director's meeting. The boss was dying for an artichoke. I had to go in.
Lord, taking those chances.
Yes,
I hope nobody's seen you buying that one today, Herman.
Don't worry. I got mine from a choke legger. He's running them over from Jersey City.
When do we eat it, Ma?
Not so loud, Roscoe.
Open in the name of the law.
Oh, Herman, it's the cop.
Just act natural, May. I'll open the door.
Harmon Fluff.
Yes?
I'm from headquarters. We got a tip you got an artichoke on the premises.
No, you ain't, officer.
There must be some mistake, officer.
There ain't no mistake. Your garbage man turned stool pigeon. He found artichoke leaves in your swill 2 mornings running.
There's no artichoke here, officer.
What's this on the table?
Pig knuckles and sauerkraut.
And what's this melted butter doing here?
Well,
And what's under this sauerkraut? Let me see.
Oh, what is it, Ma?
I thought so, an artichoke. You'll get life for this.
North Pole, flash. Rushed to you by plane, dog sled, and carrier penguin. Town Hall News brings you the first pictures of Santa Claus leaving the pole last night.
Whoa, hold on there. Whoa, listen. Wait till I get the sleigh, boys, then we start. Now we're ready.
Wait a minute, Santa Claus. Aren't you going to take me?
Who are you?
I'm the little doll you promised Mary Smith of being a good little girl.
Why, that's right, so I did. Well, come on, hop in.
Santa, aren't you going to take me?
Who are you?
I'm the duck in the box you promised Teddy Green. It'll make him feel awfully good if you take me.
Oh, sure. I remember now. I don't know what's the matter with me today, anyhow. I'm forgetting things. Just don't feel my old jolly self at all.
Then you better take us, Santa Claus.
What?
We'll make you feel awfully good.
Why, who are you?
2 teaspoonfuls of Salapatica.
Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours playing the new League of Nations theme song, Anything Can Happen. And now I've been asked to make a sub-Rosa Bowl announcement, ladies and gentlemen. On Friday night here at the hall, Professor Tingle, the eminent butterfly lover, will lecture on the butterfly and the New Deal. Professor Tingle has been pursuing the butterfly for many years, and as Mrs. Tingle says so lovingly, even though he's over 60, the professor is still a chaser. Quiet, please. If that's some auctioneer warming up, you'll never know what's been knocked down if I come down there.
Hello?
Well, sir, as I live and try not to scratch my head in public so that people won't think I've got a bone to pick with myself, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, I was trying to find a word to rhyme with Yule, and when I did, it made me think of you, so I came over.
Why, Yule, I get it. A Yule they was, eh? Why are you limping? Has gout set in after your Christmas dinner?
No, my foot hurts. I got dressed in a hurry this morning. I think one of my presents is still in my stocking.
You? Well, there's nothing in your hat. That ought to sort of even things up.
Oh, you're always trying to belittle me mentally. It's like Shakespeare said, much ado about nothing.
There's a show in New York that fits your mentality much better. It's called Dead End.
You'll be surprised if I grow up to be a school teacher someday.
Yes, I will. You have to pass an examination to teach school.
Not anymore. It isn't what you know these days, just as long as you're not too fat. I don't have to study. I can diet.
But dieting is dangerous, isn't it?
Papa took off 20 pounds and it didn't hurt him.
Really? What diet did he use?
Oh, he didn't diet on purpose. Mama lost our can opener.
I get it. Have you ever seen one of those newfangled Hollywood diets?
I'll say. I heard about a swell one. A woman lost 50 pounds in a week.
50 pounds in a week. What did she do? Divorce a midget?
No, the diet's simple.
A little bit independent in your walk, a little bit independent in your talk. There's nothing like feeling Paris or New York. You're awfully easy on the eye. A little bit independent when we dance, a little bit independent towards romance, a little sophistication in your glance, and yet you're easy on the eye. Whenever I'm with you alone, you weave a magic spell, and though it feels is known, I only know that you're swell. A little bit independent with your smile, a little bit independent in your style, but how can I help but love you all the while? When you're so easy on the eye.
We're back in Town Hall, folks, and that was A Little Bit Independent, played by Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours and sung by the Town Hall Quartet. Now here comes Fred, followed out on the stage by his gang of anxious amateurs ready to compete in tonight's amateur contest. Let's give them a real Town Hall reception.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we greet another group of stars to be or not to be, here to compete for our first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. The winners will be chosen by you folks here in the Town Hall. Your applause will be recorded on the Johns Manville applause meter here on the stage, and the three acts receiving the highest ratings will be called back later so that you can give the matter serious thought and select your final winners. Now, first tonight, we are happy to welcome Mr. Harry Von Zell. Say, what is this? Have I got the wrong card here?
No, that's right, Fred. I want to sing.
Well, you can't sing in the amateur contest, Harry, or a professional.
Well, no, I'm not a professional singer, Fred.
Right.
See, I thought maybe this would be a good chance to find out if there's any reason why I shouldn't be.
Well, you can't just bust in here, Harry. You know you have to audition for Uncle Jim Hawkins. There's a little routine. You just can't come. But if the audience will stand for it, I don't know why I should stop you. But wait a minute, Harry. Suppose you win one of the prizes.
Oh, well, if I win a prize, I won't take it, Fred. I don't want a prize. I just want to sing.
Well, when you've got to sing, you've got to sing, haven't you?
Yes.
Well, what's your number?
The Cowboy's Lament. Bet you've never heard it sung like this before either, Fred.
Well, Hey, wait a minute. Don't you pull... Wait a minute. You pulled a hillbilly on me here. Who's this man with the guitar?
Well,
I won't argue with you, Harry. You go right ahead. Stand over there, and I'll stand over here near the gong. You ready?
I see. All right.
All right.
As I walked out on the streets of Laredo, as I walked out in Laredo one day, I spied a poor cowboy wrapped up in white linen and steak. But when I accused him of using 6 aces, 'twas then I made one of life's biggest mistakes. Kowitsky jumped up and yelled, "Smile when you say that, no half-sickly grin now, but smile ear to ear." I did, but my teeth were so stained and discolored, my smile was so dull that it looked like a sneer. Kowitsky sneered back, then he drew his revolver. A 44 slug tore its way through the night. Too late I remembered, if I'd used Ipana, my teeth would have been clean and my smile would have been bright. So beat the drum slowly and play the pipe lowly, and over my grave put these words on a wreath. Don't be like the cowboy, but just use Ipana. If used with massage, you'll have sound gums and teeth. How do you like that?
Thank you. Thank you, Harry. Thank you very much. I just want to tell you, if you're going to start to sing on this program, I'm going to have Mr. Crosby put a new basement on the radar. Because I'll sing here next week, and then the trouble will start. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to get Jimmy Milton here some night to square that solo, I'm afraid. And now it is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to have you meet the 4 knights, starting our regular part of the program, the 4 knights of melody from Harlem. Is that right, boys?
That's right, Sal.
Are you the manager?
They call me the manager.
Oh, who does?
The boys.
Oh, well, as long as it's established in the quartet, none of us will dispute it. My name is Alan, and I'm very happy to meet you.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Allen.
What's your name?
My name's Clyde.
Clyde? Very glad to know you, Clyde. You're the manager of the quartet?
That's right, Sal.
All the boys New York boys?
Well, one's a New York boy.
One, and the other 3 from out of town, huh?
Well, down Dixie way.
Oh, down Dixie way. Well, the singing should be good, then. And, as a matter of fact, after a certain song that was sung here tonight, almost any singing, I imagine. I often wondered how quartets got together. I know it's simple to get a 4th for bridge, but there you are, one fella, wanting to get 3 for a quartet. How do you go about that?
You always manage to get 2.
Always get 2, then you have a trio.
Then you have
then you have a
duet.
A duet, that's right.
Then you have to hustle around and get the 3rd one.
The 3rd one.
You'll keep 3, and maybe sometimes the 4th one, but very seldom.
You're always sure to die with a trio on your hands, in other words. What are you going to sing, boys?
We like to sing Kentucky Babe.
Kentucky Babe, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Sweet as them humming on the honeysuckle vine. Kentucky Babe. Sandman, am a coming to this little coon of mine. Kentucky Babe. Silver moon and shining in the heaven up above. All the Lincoln planning for his little lady love. You is mighty lucky. Babe of old Kentucky, close your eyes and see. Fly away, Kentucky babe, fly away to rest. Fly away, lay your pinky woolly head on your mammy's breast.
you very much. Those are the 4 Knights of Melody, ladies and gentlemen, singing Kentucky Babe. And now it is my pleasure. Would you rather stand on this side or the other side? Imitator, huh? You can't, there are only 2 sides to a microphone. You see, you have to just settle the argument right away. It is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to have you meet a young man whose voice you have heard in the offing here just a second ago, but whose name you haven't caught up with as yet. Frank Small of New York City. Is that right?
I'm from Massachusetts.
Oh, are you really? From
Yes, sir.
Massachusetts?
Yes, sir.
I live in Massachusetts. A part of the time in Boston. Where do you live?
Worcester.
In Worcester, Massachusetts, do you?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's fine. That's a very fine city. I've been there many times. Worcester, incidentally, is the home of a number of famous people. I mean, pending the time, until the time arrives when you get famous, Frank. Eli Whitney, let me see, Edward Everett Hale. They were both born in Worcester, weren't they? Can you check on that, or am I just...
Here we are.
Well, and Clara Burton was also born in Worcester. Did you ever hear of Clara Burton?
No.
Clara Burton founded the Red Cross, I believe, around the Civil War time. She also was born in or near Worcester. You never heard of her, huh?
No, sir.
Well, did you ever hear of Fanny Farmer?
No.
Didn't you? You never heard of Fanny Farmer?
No, sir.
The lady from also lived up Boston way who wrote the cookbook, a famous authority on cooking years ago. Everyone knows Fanny Farmer, and very few people know Clara Burton. So the moral is, if you want to go down in history, don't start another Red Cross. Just get down and write another cookbook, and you'll be famous for years to come. And what are you going to play on your accordion?
Can I say something to my mother?
Why, certainly. Is your mother
A
listening?
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
That's to Mrs. Small. Where does she live?
In Worcester.
In Worcester? I know, but you just can't live all over Worcester.
On Washington Street.
Oh, on Washington Street. That was to Mrs. Small. A Merry Christmas from your boy, Frank, and from me, too, Mrs. Small. I worked amateur nights in Worcester years ago. You know the old pole eyes up on Elm Street?
Yes, sir.
Up the hill? Wintertime, it was slippery Elm Street, trying to get up there. Well, you go right ahead. What are you going to play, Frank?
I'm going to imitate the street singers. That's all I'm going to do.
You're going to imitate the street singer. Thank you.
Trembling rose of the wild wood, mother, with your fragrance divine, mother, when I look for your love light, I awake with a sigh, and I find you are gone.
Thank you. That was Frank Small of Worcester, Massachusetts. And very nice, too, Mrs. Small. And now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly meet Miss Peggy Dunn from the Bronx. Is that right, Peggy?
That's right, Mr.
I'm
Howard.
sorry you couldn't sing last week. You were here and had a cold, didn't you?
Yes,
The
Mr.
cold all
Howard.
better?
Well, partly.
Is it? Peggy Dunn, huh? You're not related to Jimmy Dunn, are you?
No.
Irene Dunn?
No.
That Dunn of Dunn and Bradstreet, you're related to Not related? You're just Peggy, huh?
Just Peggy.
Just Peggy, as in Hopkins Joyce, huh? And you live in the Bronx, and you sing the blues, huh?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Not because you live in the Bronx.
No, Mr.
You don't
Allen.
sing the blues. Just force of habit, is it?
Yes, Mr.
What would you like to sing tonight?
I got a feeling you're fooling.
Very, very good. I've got a feeling you're fooling. Thank you.
I got a feeling you're fooling. I got a feeling you're having fun. I'll get to go by when you are done fooling with me. I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a notion it's make-believe. I think you're laughing right up your sleeve, fooling around with me. Life is worth living while you are giving moments of paradise. You're such a stand up, both that high your hand out, that helps focus from your eyes. I got a feeling you're fooling. I got a feeling it's all the time. It's just a well and all fooling and fooling with me.
Thank you. That was Miss Peggy Dunn from the Bronx. Thank you very much, Peggy. That was excellent. And now, ladies and gentlemen... You see, you thought there wasn't one, so we showed you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to have you meet Mr. Ambrose Smith from New York City. Mr. Smith has arrived at the microphone here, clad in a typical Orthodox Santa Claus outfit. Yes, sir, right from O'Sullivan rubber heel right up to the whiskers. Those aren't your street clothes, are they, Mr. Smith? And that is the Santa Claus outfit.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Smith, ladies and gentlemen, is a professional Santa Claus.
Right.
Am I right?
Right you are, yes.
I guess that doesn't bar you from competing in an amateur contest as long as you don't do any professional clausing around here. Professional clausing around here. Professional clausing around. Have you been working in one of the department stores this winter? Winter?
Yes, sir.
You're all kind of...
Yes, sir.
You're all kind of...
I figure I'm taking your shave about 12 o'clock tonight.
About getting rid of that that undergrowth there.
Yes.
I often wondered what became of Santa Clauses in the summertime. So, what do Santa Clauses do? What, for instance, now, you can't go around clausing until next Christmas. Have you got a sideline or anything?
I'm a plumber.
Oh, you are? Well, that's sort of confusing, isn't it? The plumbing season and the Santa Claus season both come in the winter. I guess it takes a bit of doing to combine.
Well, I do most of my plumbing down south.
Oh, most of the plumbing in the south. Well, that, I guess the season is open all year on plumbing down south. I'm not sure. I always wanted to talk to a professional Santa Claus. Does it work hard?
Well, I say one thing. That at least I make many, many boys and girls happy.
Make the little children happy.
The little children happy. Of course, I get some very dirty remarks from some of the dirtiest children.
You mean if you promise a boy an automobile or something this year and he winds up with a pop gun in his stocking, that the next year he lays for you, huh? Well, I should think the thing would be to keep away. You don't go back to the same department store the next year.
No, but they don't know the difference. As many a Santa Claus got hurt through that same thing as you spoke about.
Oh, I see.
Hit with the tomatoes in a can.
Well, it wouldn't show a tomato on a Santa Claus outfit, after all. And you also play the saxophone, Mr. Smith, in your spare time?
We have a club. I belong to a club.
Oh, Santa Claus Club?
Santa Claus Club.
Still, huh?
Next year we're going to have a union.
You're going to have a Santa Claus? A fine thing. You can look out on your roof next year and a union Santa Claus will be picketing your chimney. That's the end of the whole thing. Well, all right. You can get the saxophone in through your whiskers there, all right, can't you?
I got them here.
All right. What are you going to play?
Oh, little Jingle Bells and another little song.
Oh, sort of a Christmas medley. All right. Go right ahead. Thanks. A professional Santa Claus, but an amateur saxophonist. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present Edward Seabold. Is that right, Mr. Seabold?
That's right.
And you are a baritone singer.
Yes, sir.
Have you studied voice?
Yes, I have.
You have, huh? And what would you like to sing tonight?
Well, I'd like to sing Tell Me That You Love Me.
Tell Me That You Love Me. All right. Thank you very much.
me that you love me tonight. Fill my heart with endless delight. Your love to me means everything. Such happiness only you can bring. Life would be forever ideal if I could be sure this is real. While in my arms I hold you tight, tell me that you love me tonight.
Thank you. That was Edward Seabolt. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Troy, New York, comes Peter. How do you pronounce your name, Peter?
Mesrobian.
Peter Mesrobian from Troy, New York. How did you come down? Drive down?
I came down by train.
Came down by train, did you? Weren't you folks, didn't they object you leaving the house on Christmas Day to come down to play on the program?
Well, I had a very good companion.
Oh, you had a good companion. You're very fortunate. I thought perhaps with the violin they were ensured of a happy Christmas through having you out of the house coming down. Troy is a famous city, though, isn't it? The home of all the shirts and collars originally. Yes. You know something? Troy has a lot to answer for. If the first man who invented the shirt and collar only had brains enough to sew the collar onto the shirt in the first place, many men wouldn't be giving the best years of their life looking around under bureaus and things for collar buttons these days. But you are a violinist, and what would you like to play?
My own arrangement of When a Gypsy Makes His Violin Cry.
When a Gypsy Makes His Violin Cry, and your own arrangement. Thank you. Peter Mesrobian from Troy, New York. Thank you very much, Peter. And that concludes tonight's contest, ladies and gentlemen. And now for my Christmas present. I think you've been listening to us so long, I'm going to give you for Christmas 10 seconds of absolute silence on your radio, ladies and gentlemen, starting now. Thank you very much. The 10 seconds of silence comes with a Merry Christmas from Fred Allen, and thank you very much. And now, while the returns here from the applause machine, Harry.
You got the right here, Fred.
Oh, thank you very much. My left. Oh, thank you very much. My left. Oh, thank you very much. My left. Oh, thank you very much. My left hand doesn't know what's going on in my right hand here. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the following acts: Frank Small, the Knights of Harmony, and Peter Mesrobian. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his favorite hitchhiking thumb over the heads of these boys and girls, and as I call the names, you may applaud once again to your winners. Are you ready, Harry?
All ready, Fred.
Now, first is the boy who played the accordion, who came from Worcester, Massachusetts, and played his accordion so well, Frank Small. From Harlem, the four boys who sang Sleep Kentucky Babe so well, the Four Knights of Melody. And then from Troy, New York, the violinist who played When a Gypsy Makes His Violin Cry, Master Peter Mesrobian. Thank you. And what does the machine say, Harry?
All right, here you are, Fred.
Thank you. The first prize, $50 in cash, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City goes to Peter Mesrobian, the boy violinist. The second prize, $25 in cash, goes to Frank Small, the accordion player from Worcester, Massachusetts. I'm sorry that everyone couldn't win, but better luck next time, and thank you all for coming. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget that the town hall doors will be open wide to greet you next Wednesday night with another hour of smiles. Join us with Portland, the Mighty Allen Art Players, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and another group of amateurs. This is Fred, spelled Ipana, Allen, spelled Sal Hepatica, saying good night.
A selection Anything Can Happen performed on this program was from The Scandal. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Whee! It's me, Snuggle. Here to tell you about Snuggle dryer sheets. Snuggly softness that's really less expensive. I started Cling. Where do you see? With me, clothes are never, ever staticky. And they're cuddle up fresh. For a snuggly soft wash, try me.
Try Snuggle Fabric Softener and easy-to-snap-off sheets. Snuggly softness that's really less expensive.
If you have a drinking problem, don't be fooled into thinking that you can control it with grass and pills. It's like fighting a fire with gasoline. Stop the madness.
Ronald McDonald and Friends in Daydream.
If I had my way, I'd spend every day with Ronald and all of his friends.
Come on, let's have fun.
Ronald would give me a push. I'd look up in the sky, and Birdie'd say, "Hi, Dana," as she came flying by. We play tug of war. I give that old rope a tug. If Grimace falls down, I'd give him a hug. What a good time. What a great place.
Come on, everybody, let's go to McDonald's.
Wait for me. What a wonderful dream. It would be such fun to do. Dana, we're going to McDonald's. And sometimes happy dreams really come true.
It's a good time for the great days
of McDonald's.
Almost home. Chocolate chip cookies that taste almost homemade.
These are great. I can almost taste the recipe.
You're tasting their great chocolate. Deep, dark, richer chocolate.
I taste molasses.
I have never tasted chocolate like this in a chocolate chip cookie.
I taste brown sugar.
This is premium chocolate.
Almost home chocolate chip cookies. You can almost taste the recipe. You can definitely taste the chocolate.
I used to bake chocolate chip cookies like this.
When I bite into a York peppermint patty, I get the sensation of being on top of a cold mountain. And all I want to do is yodel. Yodel-ay.
Get the sensation of deep chocolate covering cool peppermint.
When I bite into a York peppermint patties, I'm getting the sensation of a little bit shivers tippy-toeing up and down my spine.
York peppermint patty. Get the sensation.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, Marshal Dillon. Come in, Marshal, come in.
Hello, Peters. You got time to give me a haircut? I think I kind of need one.
Yeah, sure. You're the only customer I've had in an hour, Marshal. Now, just hang your coat and your gun belt right over there, and I'll get things ready for you.
All right.
Yeah, I haven't seen you around town lately, Marshal.
I've been over in Abilene for a week. I just got back late last night.
Oh. You must have come in on the midnight stage.
Yeah, that's right.
I sure wish I could get out of Dodge once in a while.
Not the way I do it, you wouldn't. You'll just be glad that you can stay here, Peters.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Marshal.
Hey, isn't this a new chair you've got?
Yes, sirree. That's the finest barber chair west of St. Louis.
Wow. Well, that's pretty fancy.
You betcha. Try it. Now, you comfortable?
I'll tell you after I find out if you've raised your prices to pay for it.
Well, here, let me get this cloth over you. There we are. Yeah, haircut's still a quarter, Marshal.
A shave?
Too tight around your neck?
No, that's okay. What about shaves?
Price of a shave is going up a dime, Marshal.
A dime?
Now, Marshal, you wouldn't want to stand in the way of progress for the sake of a dime, would you?
Who's progress?
Well, anyway, you don't need a shave. Not today, anyway.
That's a good thing.
Just take a chair there, stranger. I'll be with you in a few minutes.
A few minutes?
Yep, you're next, right in line.
Barber.
What?
I ain't next.
Why, of course you are. There's nobody ahead of you.
I said I ain't next.
You mean you won't wait?
That's right. I won't wait.
Oh, sure you will. I work fast. It won't be longer than 10 minutes at the most. Now,
You don't understand. I want to shave. I want it right now. You can cut his hair later.
What?
You heard me.
Now, look, mister, you don't know who you're...
Shut up, Peters. Get out of that chair, mister. All right, Peters, take the sheet off of me.
All right. Here.
Okay, mister. I'm out.
Then move. I want to sit down.
You don't quite understand.
I don't understand what.
I didn't get out of that chair so you could have it. You're going to be troublesome, ain't you?
Mm-hmm. And there's not much you can do about it.
Isn't there?
You don't see very well, mister.
What?
I'm not wearing a gun. It's hanging on the wall over there.
Oh.
You going to shoot an unarmed man in front of a witness?
Go get your gun. Put it on.
No.
Do it.
You licked, mister. How you going to make me do it? By shooting me?
Put your gun on.
I don't like killings. But if you don't turn around and walk out that door, I'm going to half-kill you with my fist. Now you get moving.
All right. You got me this time. The next time, you'll be wearing a gun. It'll be something different then.
My goodness, Marshal, you took an awful chance here.
Who was he, Teeters?
I don't know. I never saw him before, but he might have killed you, Marshal.
That'd have been murder. You get hung for murder. Why don't you quit shaking and let's get this haircut over with? He won't be back.
Hello, Miss Dillon.
Hello, Chester.
I was looking for you.
I've been right here in the office past half hour.
I know you have. I went by the barber shop and Teeters told me. And he also told me how you handled that fellow.
No, did he?
Teeters described him to me, Mr. Dillon. I know who he is.
You do?
He come here about a week ago, just after you went to Abilene.
What's his name?
Springer. Nate Springer.
What?
That's right.
Are you sure that was Nate Springer?
Well, couldn't have been nobody else. Well, why? You said you don't know him.
No, I don't, but I've heard about him.
You have? Where?
All over. Nate Springer's got quite a reputation.
As a gunman, you mean?
Yeah, he's a gunman, all right. They say he's the most nerveless gunman that ever lived. He's all ice. Pat Masterson told me once that out in Arizona, a man got the drop on him and Springer started to laugh.
Laugh?
He asked him what he was laughing about. Springer said he never had before and he didn't want to die without seeing what it was like.
Oh, my, what happened?
It's kind of hard to shoot a man who's enjoying his first laugh, Chester.
I'll be darned. What do you reckon he was doing in Dodge?
Springer's a killer, a paid killer. That's all he's ever done anywhere.
Well, then why don't you go arrest him?
And he's not wanted that I know of. There are no circulars out on him.
Well, but you can't just wait till he kills somebody.
No. And I can't put him in jail till he does.
Well, you got time for another cup of coffee, Matt?
Oh, take time, Doc.
Good. And here you are.
Thanks.
Well, things pretty wild up in Abilene.
It's still a camp with a hair on, Doc.
Worse than Dodge?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Then I'll stay here.
Why? You're usually complaining about Dodge.
I'm thinking of business, Matt. Business. What's there to do in a peaceful town, aside from delivering a baby now and then, or setting a broken leg?
You sound pretty bloodthirsty, Doc.
I don't do the shooting, Matt. It's men like that Nate Springer that you were telling me about.
Doc, Nate Springer's sitting over there in the corner.
He is? Where?
Right over there. Alone with his back to the wall.
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, he looks like a killer, all right.
He is.
Did you see how he keeps looking around there? It's like he thinks everybody in this room's his enemy.
Man like that doesn't have friends.
He doesn't even take his hat off, you see there? He's all ready to shoot and jump out of the door, I suppose. How can he eat if he doesn't even look at his plate? He's getting up, man. He's coming this way.
Yeah.
He hasn't finished his dinner.
You better turn around, Doc.
Okay, but you keep your eye on him. I don't like that man.
Hey, you.
Me?
What was you staring at me for?
Well, I wasn't staring at you.
No man stares at me without a reason. I don't like it. I want to know why you was doing it.
Well, now, look here, mister. You're getting all upset over nothing. You'll ruin your dinner working yourself up.
You tell me why you was staring at me, or I'll put a hole in you. I'll do it.
Well, you're awful jumpy for a big gunman.
Tell me, I said.
Hold it, Springer. This is Doc Adams. He doesn't carry a gun.
He doesn't?
No, but sometimes I wish I did.
Wait a minute, Doc.
Why, you getting into this, mister?
I am.
Who are you, anyway?
Matt Dillon.
Matt Dillon?
That's right.
I knew I'd run into you sooner or later.
Why?
In my line of work, there's always some lawman wanting to interfere.
Sure, it'll happen here, Springer. You kill anybody.
Fair fight's a fair fight, ain't it?
Not when you're paid to pick a fight with a man.
Like I said, Marshal, I knew I'd run into you.
Springer, when I find out who you're after, I can probably find out who's paying you. Then I'll jail you and him both.
You're going to lose a lot of sleep trying to find out, Marshal.
I can stand it. You're the one that needs sleep, Springer, a lot of it. Without any bad dreams.
Well, looks like the man of ice is starting to melt, Matt.
Something's happening to him, Doc. Whatever it isn't good. Kitty,
I didn't see you, Matt.
why don't you sit down, if you got time.
Oh. I don't have to go to work till after sundown. Guess I might as well sit here and watch Front Street with you as anything else.
Good. Little air is good for you.
A lot of it'd be even better.
You know, Kitty, you ought to buy a horse.
Huh?
Take a ride up the river every day or so.
I'm too broke.
Well, I'll lend you one. I got a little bay that's pretty gentle.
Imagine having more than one horse.
Well, that's about all the government does give me, Kitty. A couple of cheap horses.
I've seen you riding your arm.
I got to keep him in shape in case I decide to quit.
The day you quit, that horse will be as old as a man.
You may be right.
Hey, look, Matt.
What?
There, walking down the middle of the street.
Springer.
Now, who'd expect a man like Springer to have a little yellow dog?
I don't know that the dog's his, Kitty. Maybe he's just following him.
Well, he's right at his heel.
I don't think Springer knows it.
Oh, he's trying to sniff at him. Matt! He shot him! Poor little dog, he didn't do anything.
I'll be back, Kitty.
Well, what do you want, Marshal? Just a dog.
You think he was going to bite you?
He might have. How'd I know? I didn't know what it was. Could have been anything.
Or anybody, huh?
I knew it wasn't a man.
Yeah, but you just said...
Who cares what I said? That dog shouldn't have been sniffing around.
Not around you, that's for sure.
Well?
Why don't you go get a drink, Springer? I think maybe you need one.
I don't drink, Marshal. Never.
You don't have any vices, do you?
Marshal?
Huh? Yep.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Matt, is he crazy or something?
I don't know, Kitty.
Well, he's the meanest man I ever saw.
He didn't shoot that dog out of meanness, Kitty.
No? Well, why then?
He's jumpy.
Well, if he's that jumpy, nobody need worry about him.
I worry about him, Kitty.
You?
He's dangerous. He's more dangerous now than the way everybody tells me he used to be.
What do you mean?
Well, suppose that instead of a dog smelling at his heel, it's been a man who had happened to bump into him.
Well, I'd hate to be the man. He'd probably get killed.
That's right.
Then Springer shouldn't be carrying a gun, Matt.
Yes, I know.
Well, why didn't you take it off him or run him out of town?
If I did that, whoever's paying him would just hire another gunman, Kitty. The only way to stop this killing is to find out who that is.
Well, I hope you do, before it's too late.
That night I had Chester follow Springer around and keep an eye on him. But all he did was buck the faro bank for a few hours and then go to bed earlier than the most respectable citizens. Next day, Chester went back to trailing him while I sat in the office and tried to figure a way to trap him into telling me who'd hired him. By mid-afternoon, I was no further than when I'd started. The only idea I had was to choke it out of him.
Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
That Nate Springer, he doggone near shot a girl over there.
What?
One of the girls over at the Long Branch.
What do you mean he almost shot her?
Well, sir, he stayed in his room at the Dodge House all morning. So just
Never mind that. What about the girl?
That's what I'm getting to. Well, just afternoon, he went over to the Long Branch and started gambling. He was sitting at a table in the corner with his back against one of them wooden windows, you know. And one of the girls that works there, well, I guess she needed a breath of air, so she slipped in behind Springer's chair and started opening that shutter.
No wonder she got that far.
Well, he just won. He was raking in the pot. But when he heard her, I never see a man move so fast, Mr. Dillon. That poor girl near about fainted the way he jumped around at her.
She's lucky she didn't get shot.
He had a 6-gun stuck right in her face. He was within a hair of letting go of that hammer. And when he seen who it was, he started cussing her something fierce.
He's getting worse.
Yeah, and he's going to kill somebody, sure, acting a fool that way.
Yeah.
And it probably won't even be the one to come here to kill, neither. Imagine him about to shoot a woman.
I guess I can't wait any longer, Chester.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to shame him first. If that doesn't make him talk, I'm going to have to run him out of town. All right, come on.
Mr. Dillon, I can't help thinking all your friends who told you about Nate Springer were mighty poor judges. He's about the uncoolest gunman I ever saw.
I agree about that, Chester.
Who was it told you about him last?
I don't remember. It's been 2 or 3 years.
Maybe just a lot of rumor. You know how the talk gets started sometimes.
Wyatt Earp was the first man who told me about him. When we get inside here, you go to the bar and you stay there, huh?
Yes, sir. Yonder he is, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see him.
Yes, sir.
Springer? Springer. Come over here.
You're interrupting my game, Marshal.
Your game's over, Springer, for good.
What's that mean?
Get out of Dodge.
What?
If you've been paid in advance, you better give him back his money. You're not going to earn it.
You're saying I ain't?
It's an hour to sundown. Be out of town before dark.
It's a long time since a man's talked to me like that, Marshal.
How long's it been since a dog scared you into shooting him or since you drew on a woman? You've lost your nerve, Springer. You're not going to kill anybody.
You shut up.
I'll shut up. If you tell me who hired you.
No. No.
Then who are you supposed to kill?
I won't tell you.
I didn't think you would. Then be out before dark, Springer, and don't come back. Ever.
Hello, Matt.
Doc?
What are you standing out here for? Why aren't you inside with the feet on your desk the way you usually are?
I'm waiting for somebody, Doc.
Oh, you sound serious.
Nate Springer, Doc. He's got about 20 minutes to leave town.
Was that so? Well, you finally had to come around to it, huh?
Yeah, he's still on the Long Branch over there. If he doesn't come out before dark, I'm going in after him.
Well, there comes somebody.
Huh? Oh, that's Chester.
Oh, yes. Is there going to be a shooting, Matt?
I doubt it, Doc. Springer's already back down.
Well, you never know. Huh? I'm going to get my things ready just in case.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Mr. Dillon, I thought I'd better come tell you.
What, Chester?
Springer's been bellied up to the bar over in the Long Branch for the last half hour.
He has?
Yes, sir. Been drinking down one glass after another.
Yeah, Doc was right. You never know.
What?
He's getting ready to use his gun, Chester. I'm going over and stop him.
Look. He just come out.
Yeah.
He's headed this way.
You stay here.
Marshal?
I thought you didn't drink, Springer.
I never did before.
You started too late. You haven't time to find your man. You're leaving town.
I've found him.
What?
You, Marshal. It's you I'm going to kill.
Who had you, Springer?
Let's draw, Marshal. I feel like it now. Let's draw.
Don't be a fool. You're drunk.
Not that drunk. I can kill you. And then I'll be all right again. Now.
No. You shouldn't have tried it, Springer.
I had to.
Why?
Yuma prison. 2 years. I come out scared. Lost my nerve in that prison.
And why did you take this job?
I had to.
Who hired you, Springer?
I did, Marshal. I hired me. I had to face somebody like you to get my nerve back. Don't you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
It didn't work.
No.
And I paid everything I had for it. It cost me everything in the world.
Gunsmoke, Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were John Forcum and Jess Kirkpatrick. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
It's beautiful. Did Daddy see it? Mr. Macho cried.
Hey, I always cry when I'm hungry.
What goes great with happiness? Something sitting on a Ritz. Everything will taste better. Taste better when it's sitting on a Ritz.
Ritz makes food taste great.
When it's sitting on a Ritz.
Try low salt Ritz, too. Great Ritz taste with less salt.
Nabisco.
I'm about to offend a lot of steak lovers by covering this beautiful sirloin with ketchup. You wouldn't do that, right? Yet you'd pour ketchup on a burger. And isn't that chopped steak? Try A1 steak sauce on your burger instead of ketchup. Its herbs and spices bring out the natural flavor of steaks. It makes hamburgers taste like steak burgers. So don't cover it. Discover it with A1. Then save the ketchup for your fries.
As our 100th birthday approaches, Del Monte is saying thanks, America, with special values, like these classic canisters. So hurry to your store. Times have changed, but our values haven't. Del Monte, we grow values. If you've got a taste for something exciting, which drink has the right blend of flavor and nutrition?
Del Monte, pineapple grapefruit.
Del Monte Pineapple Blends. It's the sensible alternative. We grow refreshment.
A few words about almond joy. Take our words for it. For yourself.
Toot-toot, here comes the train.
Here's a toy both you and your kids will like. It's the Shuffletown Railroad. Kids love shuffling the little people in the train around town, and you'll like the fact that the pieces won't fall out. So picking up is child's play. And you can connect all the Shuffletown sets to create Shuffletown World. Kids can shuffle from the farm to the school and back to the train. And the pieces will stay all aboard, right, kids?
Right!
Shuffletown Farm, School, and the new Shuffletown Railroad from Hasbro Preschool.
Try extra sugar-free gum with NutraSweet.
Extra flavor, extra fun in a sugar-free gum.
Extra sugar-free gum with NutraSweet gives you extra refreshing flavor that lasts an extra, extra, extra long time.
Extra flavor for that extra long trail. Extra flavor for that extra long sail. Wrigley's Extra, the extra fresh flavor lasts an extra, extra, extra long time.
Get extra sugar-free gum.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Jump for Joy. What rich, thrilling enjoyment you get from today's new Jell-O. Now made better than ever by Jell-O's wonderful locked-in flavor. Here's one of the biggest improvements ever made in gelatin desserts. a new scientific method by which Jell-O's full original goodness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles. The gelatin desserts you used to buy continually lost flavor during the days they spent in the package. They became flat and tasteless as time stole away their freshness. But the new Jell-O is different. Today, all of Jell-O's bright, tingling flavor is locked into Jell-O's crystal-like particles, locked in for keeps where time can't touch it, no matter how long your Jell-O remains in the package. Just prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice there's no heavy, fruity aroma that tells of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O, and presto, you unlock its captive delight, and out pours a delicious flood of flavor. Don't wait another day to try it, friends. Order several packages of the new Jell-O tomorrow. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. That was Jump for Joy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Thursday is Thanksgiving, and no doubt most of you will have turkey for dinner.
That's right.
So this evening, without further ado, we bring you a chestnut for your dressing, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, thanks so much for that introduction. It was not only topical, but flopical. Chestnut for your dressing.
Well, in my opinion, Jack, it was a very clever gag. I thought of it all by myself while I was shaving this morning.
And you didn't cut your throat? I can't understand it. Anyhow, Don, it'll soon be Thanksgiving, and I love you. By the way, would you and the little woman like to come over to my house next Thursday for a nice wild duck dinner?
Thanks, Jack. We'll be very glad to. Wild duck, huh?
Yep, I went hunting yesterday morning, and as usual, I brought home the limit, 3 ducks. Beauties, too. Huh?
But, Jack, the limit is 10 ducks.
Oh, I mean on one shot, Don. You see, I don't go out hunting and bang away like it's 4th of July, you know.
3 ducks with 1 shot. My goodness, I had no idea you were such an expert hunter.
Oh, sure, Don. For me, that's nothing, you know.
Well, I'd say that's darn good. By the way, Jack, what kind of a gun do you use?
My gun? Oh, it's just a plain, ordinary, double-breasted shotgun. It does the trick, though.
You mean double-barreled, don't you?
What? Oh, yes, double-barreled. It's a Westchester.
Well, this
I
is
never
certainly...
miss with it. You know, I really never miss it.
This certainly is news. Benny the sportsman. Tell me, what'd you get yesterday, mallards or canvasbacks?
I beg pardon, Don? What was that?
I said, what did you get, mallards or canvasbacks?
Yes, sir. But I want to tell you something, Don.
Well, what were they, mallards or canvasbacks?
They were ducks, quack, quack. If you don't want to come to dinner, say so. Suppose every time I shoot a duck, I have to go up to him and say, my name is Benny, what's yours? Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to.
Okay, forget it. But believe me, Don, there's no thrill in the world like getting out at 5 in the morning, hopping into that rowboat, and waiting for those ducks to fly by.
Yes, there's no question about it. That's real excitement. By the way, Jack, do you use a retriever?
Well, I beg pardon, Don? Do I use a what?
A retriever. You know, a dog that swims out and gets the ducks after you shoot them.
A dog that swims... Say, that's an idea. That'll save Rochester from getting wet all the time. Wait till I tell him, huh?
Why, Jack, you don't mean to say that Rochester jumps into that cold water.
Yes, and he brings back those ducks without a tooth mark on them. Except once when I accidentally hit him on top of the head with an oar. Anyway, Don, be sure and come to dinner and you'll taste the finest... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Don. Hello, Mama.
Mama?
Yeah, she finally got a radio set.
Oh. Hello, Mama. Keep up the payments. Gee, now she can listen to us. Oh, say, Mary, I went out hunting yesterday, and I brought you a little present. Here you are, some beautiful duck feathers. Here.
What do I want with duck feathers?
You can put them on a hat or something. What can I do with them?
Glue them on your chest. It's going to be a cold winter.
They'll just fit on my tattooed eagle. I can go along with a gag, sister. Anyway, if you don't want them, I'll give them to Dennis. He'll think of something.
Where'd you get those feathers anyway?
I told you I went hunting yesterday. I go every year. Remember last year when fall when you were with me?
Oh, yes. Did you tell Don what happened?
Never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Jack was in a rowboat when some ducks flew by, and boy, was he excited.
Oh.
So he pulled the trigger too quick, shot a hole in the boat, and came home with 18 trout.
Well, they were delicious. Fried in butter.
And the way he explained that hole to the owner of the boat.
Well, it could have happened.
It could not.
It could, too.
How can a boat be torpedoed in Lake Henshaw?
All right, forget it. It was years ago. And that's the last time I'll ever take you ducking. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, here's your tickets. Front row center. Best in the house.
Tickets? What tickets?
Here, Mary. Now, look, hold them till Wednesday night and get there early. I don't want you to miss a thing.
Wait a minute, Phil. What are those tickets for?
Well, it says right there on them. And you guys don't think I can act, huh?
Well, I'll be darned. Get a load of this, fellas. The Hollywood Night School, 3rd grade dramatic club, invite you to a special Thanksgiving play entitled The Courtship of Miles Standish.
Well, who are you, Phil? Miles Standish?
Now let her read it. Go ahead, Mary.
This play stars Willie Shapiro as Miles Standish, Butch Peterson as John Alden.
Go on, go on.
And Philip Harris as Priscilla.
Priscilla?
That's me. I'm the heroine.
That's heroin. Heroin. So, Phil, Phil, you take the girls' part, eh?
Yeah, ain't that a novelty?
Well, not exactly, Phil. If you remember, I recently played the female lead in Charlie's Aunt.
Yeah, but you were an old bag. I'm young and tender.
Listen, Harris, I'll put on a sweater with you any day. Any day, brother.
The Courtship of Miles Standish, eh? Say, that ought to be very interesting, Phil.
Yeah, now look, fellas, get this plot. Miles Standish is the captain of the soldiers in Plymouth, Mass., and he knows plenty about fighting them Indians. But when it comes to clinching with a blonde, the kid ain't hep.
Uh-huh.
Anyhow, Captain Standish sees this beautiful doll, Priscilla. That's me with my curls combed out. And I'm sitting by the window in my cottage spinning the wheel.
What are you doing, playing roulette?
I don't know it, don't say.
Isn't that awful?
Anyhow,
Phil, don't tell us the plot now. You'll spoil the surprise. What a character. Oh, Mary, would you mind telling our beautiful young pilgrim maiden to put down her spinning wheel and direct a band number?
Why don't you speak for yourself, Jackson?
Oh, go ahead and play, will you? Hold it, Prissy. Come in.
Telegram for Mary Livingston.
Right here, Bud. Give him a tip, will you, Jack?
Give him a tip, give him a tip.
Well, it's your program.
Okay. Here you are, Bud.
Oh, goody. A ticket to Miles Standish.
Get out of here. Every time I look at his head, I want to play tic-tac-toe. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from Mama. Dear Mary, program coming in fine. How can Jack have the heart to shoot a duck when he walks like one?
Well, the old battle axe is still punching him out. Belly Laugh Barton gave us that gag. Play, Phil. Why did she have to buy a radio? was this time the Dreams on Me, played by Pilgrim Harris and his Plymouth Rocks. Plymouth meaning the boys have landed musically, and rocks meaning I wish I had some. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last Sunday, the football season being in full swing, tonight the Benny Athletic Actors will present their annual drama of the gridiron entitled He Fumbled the Ball, or Who Tickled the Tackle. Now, as usual, I will play the part of Dennis. Dennis, I wish you'd get here on time.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Benny, but I couldn't find a place to park my car.
Dennis, you don't have to drive around the streets all day. There's a parking lot next door where you can leave your car for 15 cents.
How do you know?
I heard about it. I can go along with a gag. Now, where was I?
Say, Mr. Benny.
What?
I heard a broadcast last night that made my blood boil. It ought to burn you up, too.
Why, who was funny? I mean, what do you mean?
Well, I was over at my girl's house necking with her, and she got bored and turned on the radio.
Well, naturally. So?
So we listened, and there was a guy on the air that sounded just like you, and he even used your name, Jack Benny.
Dennis, that was me on the air last night. I was doing a special broadcast for NBC's 15th anniversary.
Then who played the part of Don Wilson?
That was Wilson himself. And if you'd have been with us, I'd still have to explain it to you.
Gosh, was that really you and Don?
Certainly. We did a comedy act. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, it was so lousy I couldn't believe it.
Look, kid. Kid, you just didn't get the idea of our act. We were very good.
Then why did my girl turn off the radio and go back to me?
I don't know. What a kid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to our drama, I will play the part of Flash Benny, the famous football coach of Flatfoot College.
Oh, Jack, why don't you let someone else be the coach? You don't know anything about football.
I don't, eh? Let me tell you something. When I was on the team at Waukegan High, they used to call me Tiger Benny.
That's because you scratched everybody with your long fingernails.
They called me Tiger because when I played, I was a snarling, vicious animal.
Like on payday?
What was that, Dennis? What was that?
Watch out for those fingernails, kid.
Oh, quiet. Now, let's get back to our casting. Phil, you're going to be right end. Dennis, you're going to be left end. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
You're going to be everybody in between, so loosen your belt. Now, Mary...
You mean I'm going to be right guard, left tackle, and center?
Yes.
Well, I must be quite an actor.
Take it any way you want to. Now, Mary, inasmuch as we're short of men, you'll have to play on the team, too.
I'm not going to be a man.
You are, too.
I'm not going to wear football pants.
And you're going to wear football pants.
They better have lace on them.
Never mind.
Ooh, what she said.
Dennis! No use talking. I must have a talk with that kid. Now, our play... Dennis, did you ever see Our Wilderness? You must see it sometime. Now, our play, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Well, what is it?
I was looking at those ducks you shot yesterday, and you know, boss, they're pretty small.
Yes, they are small.
In fact, they ain't ducks at all. They're pigeons.
Look, Rochester, I ought to know what I shot. What makes you think they're pigeons?
One of them's got a message on his right leg.
What?
Just took Manila. Signed Dewey.
Dewey?
Boss, those birds are going to be tough.
Oh, some kid must have put that message on for a gag. I still insist they're ducks, and we're going to have them for Thanksgiving.
Uh-huh.
Now take them out of the icebox and dress them.
I'll have to wait till you get here, boss. They're so full of buckshot I can't lift them alone.
Well, then ask Mr. Billingsley to help you. Where is he?
He took the message and he's flying to Washington.
Well, for heaven's sake, stop him. Stop him.
Too late now. He put the electric fan on his head and jumped off the roof.
Oh, my goodness. And what happened?
His feet are sticking out of the rain barrel.
Well, get him out of there. I'll be home soon, so hang up.
Okay. So long, boss.
So long. Oh, say, Rochester, I've got good news for you. The next time we go duck hunting, you won't have to swim out for them. I'm buying a dog to do it.
Thanks, boss. I was getting tired of chasing that ball anyway.
I just did that to keep you in practice. Goodbye. Of course, if I buy a dog, I'll have to get a dog house and a license. Sing, Dennis. Then if he bites the mailman, I'll be in trouble. Go ahead, kid. I have to think that over.
Once so gay, and gone the hopes held so long. Dusk was slowly falling on the leaves. The birds were hushed in every tree. Suddenly, so sweet, so strong, down from the hill a song. I heard a lonely shepherd playing. It was a haunting melody. I heard the music clearly say, that he was happy as could be. He played and he played, the world was forgotten, like castles in air, my every care began to fade. La 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 la, if he would only play forever. His little shepherd
That was Shepherd's Serenade, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis, and quite a novel arrangement. Say, Phil, I noticed you put a harp in the orchestra for Dennis's number. And the harpist is a most attractive young lady.
Yeah, she goes with my guitar player.
Oh, the harpist and your guitar player, huh? Is it serious?
Nah, they're just stringing each other. It's a Lulu.
Oh, Priscilla. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our drama of the gridiron entitled We Can't Lose, or We Can't, eh? The scene is Flatfoot College in the town of Friends. The first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. And Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Now, listen, men. In this next half, we got to go out there and fight. You're playing like a bunch of jellyfish. You've been out there 30 minutes, and what's the score? I ask you, what's the score?
Notre Dame 7, Northwestern 6.
That's the trouble with you guys. You're not concentrating on this game. Now, I don't want that portable radio out in the field while we're playing. It's confusing.
Well, I'm doing the best I can, Coach.
Listen, Livy. All during the game, you've been tackling Meatball's quarterback and slapping him in the face. What's the idea?
That's Jim. The rat never sends me pretty flowers.
Never mind the romance. Just stick to the game.
You said it, Coach.
And you, left guard, left tackle, and center. A fine game you've all been playing.
None of your lip or we'll walk out, won't we, fellas? You're darn right. Yes, you said it.
Now, cut that out. And you, Day.
Yes, Coach?
Every time you get the ball, you fall down. Why don't you run?
I keep tripping over the lace on my pants.
You're wearing the wrong one. Now, look, men. We've still got a chance. The game isn't over. All we got to do is get rolling. Why, the score is only...
65 to nothing.
65 to nothing?
Hey, when did we get a nothing?
We started with that. Now, come on, men. I'm going to play with this next half and show you something about football. We'll win this game, or my name ain't Fibber.
Here we are, folks. The score is Meatball 65, Flatfoot nothing, and the second half is about to begin. Meatball is already on the field, and here comes Flash Benny and his Flatfoot team.
Jello, Jello, hey, 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 best dessert in the USA. Flavor never goes away. Put it in, it's there to stay.
Ah, listen to those cheers, folks. There must be 18 people here today.
There's more than that on the team.
Oh, go shoot a pigeon.
Those were ducks. Darn that guy. Now, men, we got nothing to worry about. I'll call the signal. Day'll carry the ball and crash through for a touchdown.
Who, me?
Yes, you. We're depending on you, Day. You're the best player on the team.
That gives you an idea, folks.
All right, men, let's go.
Here we go, folks. Meatball's about to kick off. Flatfoot's lining up to receive. And there's the whistle.
Well, there's the boat, the Catalina. On your toes, men.
Well, there's my boat, folks. So I'll now turn the microphone over to that famous sports announcer, Mr. Raymond Radcliffe.
Thanks, Captain Henry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Raymond Radcliffe speaking.
Oh, fine.
I will now describe the last period of this thrilling football classic.
Classic?
Lefty Lansfield of Meatball is making the kick. And there goes the ball. Flash Benny of Flatfoot receives the ball on his own 30-yard line and is nailed in his whack.
Well, I didn't make much gain that time, fellas. But how can I with a fur ball?
Your toupee fell on it.
Oh. All right, men, this time we'll pull our famous hidden ball play. You know how it goes, Day?
No, hum a little of it.
It means that you carry the ball. Now, come on, men, line up. This is our chance. Signals. Hey, Wilson, pull in your left tackle a little. You're offside. All right, signals. Ralph Ram, Brigger French, Scrunch, hike.
It's a Kawasu play. Flash Benny grabs the ball and relays it to Howard. No, it's to Wilson. Wilson laterals to Day. Day grabs the ball and look at that fellow run.
Run, Day, run!
Day is crashing through the line. Look at him run. Look at him run. It looks like he's off for a touchdown. He's 11 yards from the goal. And what's this? He's tackled. Day is thrown on the 3-yard line, and he's knocked silly.
Oh, that poor kid.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. He's out cold. Look at him laying there. Day, speak to me. Say something. Say something.
A truck hit me. Get the license number.
Oh, for crying out loud. Play, Phil.
Here's an unusual dessert, friends, that's unusually delicious. It's called Hawaiian Sunburst, and a grander-looking, grander-tasting dessert never decorated a table. Picture a brilliant mold of rich red raspberry jello surrounded in a sunburst effect by juicy wedges of golden Hawaiian pineapple. Sounds mighty good, doesn't it? And nothing could be easier to make. Simply dissolve a package of jello imitation raspberry flavor in 1 1/2 cups of hot water. Then add 1/4 teaspoon of salt and 1/2 cup of the juice from the canned pineapple slices. Chill in individual molds, and in serving, circle each mold with a wedge-shaped piece of canned sliced pineapple. Now, most grocers are featuring canned pineapple and raspberry jello all next week. So get them both tomorrow and treat the family to this swell, distinctive dessert. Just remember, to enjoy this dessert at its best, be sure to use Jell-O, because only Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 7th program in the current Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I want to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. Say, Mary, I'm having a big Thanksgiving dinner Thursday at my house. Would you like to join us?
Who's coming?
Well, there'll be Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck and Clark Gable and Carol Lombard, Mr. and Mrs. Henry Fonda, and the Fred McMurrays, and maybe Moe Lee.
Him, you're sure of.
Yeah. Good night, folks.
You know how delicious, how downright good Jell-O is. Well, you'll feel just the same way about Jell-O puddings. 3 luscious, creamy puddings that are made by the same people who make Jell-O. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, simply brimming over with the buttery brown sugar flavor of golden butterscotch, and just as smooth and rich as the homemade kind that Grandma used to make. Yet how easy and inexpensive it is. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and creamy golden butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Christmas.
You're watching ABC, the Animal Broadcasting Company. Hey, we'll be right back.
Long ago, in a faraway land of ice and snow, the legend was born and the magic became real.
I'm an elf, yes.
For everyone who believes in him and for everyone who wants to, Alexander Salkind presents Dudley Moore, John Lithgow, in the movie with the whole legend, the whole adventure, and the magical wonder of Santa Claus, the movie. Seeing is believing. An Alexander and Ilya Salkind production. Rated PG. Starts Wednesday.
These lonely pound puppies need someone to love. Someone who'd love a little puppy love.
For you, Grandma.
Pound puppies are as cuddly as real puppies.
He'll keep you company in the dorm.
They're the perfect way to say I love you for birthdays, holidays, or any day. Pound puppies, so soft and adorably lonely. Sometimes the hardest thing about giving them.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Is giving them up.
Pound puppy, you're my one and only puppy love.
Wednesday, Charlie's little girl falls for an older guy with Charlie and Company. And on George Burns Comedy Week, a serious playwright,
Mr. Honey Bunny, your car,
sells out. Then, ready for high adventure, terror in outer space?
We'll have coffee.
Then you're ready for Robert Hayes, Julie Haggerty, and Peter Graves in Airplane 2. Wednesday.
Power Wheels Raider, Power Wheels High Rider, Power Wheels Classic Convertible, each sold separately, all battery powered with real motors.
And its own power motor makes it go, go, go.
Power Wheels, Power Wheels, Power Wheels, power makes it go.
Your parents assemble them easily, then off you go, over the hills, around the trees.
Power Wheels, Power Wheels, Power Wheels, power makes it go.
Power Wheels Classic Convertible, Raider, and High Rider all run on rechargeable batteries, each sold separately.
admit it. I thought of skimping. Could you look in those big blue eyes and skimp on her? So I buy Kraft singles. Imitation slices use hardly any milk, but Kraft has 5 ounces per slice. 5 ounces. So her little bones get calcium they need to grow. No, she doesn't know what that big Kraft means. Good thing I do.
Kraft singles, more milk makes some good.
Skimp on her? No way.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Robert Young and Dorothy McGuire in The Enchanted Cottage. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Hunt Stromberg.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Uppermost in our hearts and minds this holiday is a thought of peace and the knowledge that millions of our fighting men are coming home. Some will return, as they have already, with the scars and disillusionment of battle, faced with problems of adjustment that require not alone their fortitude, but ours as well. Our sympathy, our tact, and our understanding. This is the theme of tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, RKO's courageous and inspiring drama, The Enchanted Cottage, starring Robert Young and Dorothy McGuire in the roles they filled so ably on the screen. Written originally by Sir Arthur Wing Pinero, it tells how one returning soldier finds a strange and unexpected love to take the place of tragedy and heartbreak. Of course, all men come back to something different, but each looks forward to essentially the same reward: home and love, and a return to familiar things. And I think every fighting man feels grateful to the women of America who've kept the home fires burning and kept themselves as tender and as lovely as the day they said goodbye. If a product like Lux Toilet Soap has helped a little, helped those women guard their feminine loveliness, then that is another tribute to their good sense and discrimination. In fact, it's that very preference for Lux that enables us to raise this curtain every Monday night and bring you now The Enchanted Cottage, starring Robert Young as Oliver Bradford and Dorothy McGuire as Laura Pennington. Lonely, remote, the cottage stands today as it has for 150 years. Close by, the restless Atlantic beats upon the rocky New England shore, and all about is the forest, a place of awe and strange beauty. Forgotten lovers of forgotten generations knew the place well, for long, long ago, brides and grooms would come to the cottage to spend their honeymoons. In more recent years, the cottage has been owned by a widow, a Mrs. Minute, who keeps her distance and sees to it that others keep theirs. But 4 years ago, on a December morning, Mrs. Minute was expecting a caller. The caller came from the village. Near the cottage, she encountered a boy.
Hello, Daddy. What are you doing way out here? Oh, taking a walk, Miss Pennington. Uncle John and I.
Mr. Hillgrove?
He's blind.
Yes, I know. Where is he?
Oh, back by the old wall. He says there's lots of music around here. He wanted to sit and think about it.
Well, you'd better not wander off, Danny.
I just thought maybe I could find out about the witch. She lives in the cottage.
Oh, that's just Mrs. Minute, Danny, and I'm about to call on her. You don't think I go calling on a witch, do you?
Exit.
Here, Uncle John. He calls me Jaxie because I take him places.
Stay there. I'll catch up with you.
Okay. Lots of people say she's a witch.
Oh, I'm afraid you're just a couple of 100 years too late for witches, Danny.
Yeah, I guess I'm a couple of 100 years too late for anything.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. I think something will turn up.
You really think so?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's Uncle John. This is Miss Pennington, Uncle John.
How do you do, Mr. Hillgrove?
Good morning.
Uncle John is a great piano player, Miss Pennington. He plays the piano.
Yes, I've read about him.
It would be nice if all the critics had Danny's enthusiasm. Well, goodbye, Miss Pennington. Nice to have met you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Your friend has a very pleasant voice, Danny.
Yeah, but she sure is homely, Uncle John.
Well, that's not nice, Danny.
Don't you always say I should tell the truth?
There's a time and a place even for the truth.
You say so, Uncle John. But she really is homely.
Where is she going?
To see Mrs. Minute.
Oh. Well, let's get back to the village.
Yes? Mrs. Minute, I'm Laura Pennington. Come in. Thank you. Oh, this room. It's just as I imagined it would be. Sit down, please. I understand you're looking for a job. Well, I suppose I'm really looking for a home. I need a young woman to help me, Miss Pennington. One without attachments. And I can't have anyone here who believes in that ridiculous notion that this cottage is, well, haunted. It's not haunted. You know that, don't you? Well, I'm sure that when people say haunted, they don't really mean that. You just came back to Eastwood, didn't you? 3 weeks ago. There are some that are meant to be wanderers. And others, well, it's no good for them to go looking for things. How long were you away? Nearly 8 years. When my mother died, there wasn't anyone here that I belonged to. I thought when you went away that you'd be back. I've been hoping that here, where I grew up, I might find a place I belong to. A place that when I wake up in the morning, I'd be glad it was another day. When I went to sleep, I'd know that it had been something to have been awake. I've rented the cottage. Does that surprise you? Mr. Bradford, he's bringing someone here today to look at it. They want a housekeeper and maid. The work won't be hard. You'll get room and board and the regular wages. Oh, that's quite satisfactory. If you think I'll do. Then let's get started. You can get your things from the village later. These people, are they a honeymoon couple? I didn't ask. Oh, I was hoping you were going to renew the old tradition, Mrs. Minute. What old tradition? Why, the one about this cottage. How for nearly a century it was rented only to honeymooners. That tradition is broken. I broke it. Oh. This cottage was deeded to my husband as a wedding present. It was to have been our home. Only I've had to live on here alone. Do you know what loneliness is? Real loneliness? Yes. I thought you might. Come now, and I'll show you your room. It's I, Mrs. Minute. I'll put the holly on the... Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right. You must be Laura.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mrs. Minute mentioned you. I'm Mr. Bradford.
Well, I've been gathering some holly for the mantel.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Minute is showing my fiancé around. You're the maid.
Yes, Mr. Bradford.
I've been examining this goblet. There's an inscription on it, isn't there? But I can't make it out.
Oh, it's very old. The man who built the cottage gave it to his son when he was married. He and his bride drank a toast from it on their wedding night.
This thing must hold half a quart. You mean to say they killed it all by themselves?
Well, so the story goes.
Well, when you had a cocktail in those days, you weren't kidding. There's so many old things about this place. Do they all have a story?
Most of them.
You must have been here quite a while with Mrs. Minute.
Oh, no. I just came this morning.
This morning, but you seem to know all about this place.
Well, I was born in the village. When I was a little girl, I heard all the stories there were about the cottage. It was like living near a fairy tale.
Next thing you'll be telling me it's haunted.
Oh, no, it's not haunted. But it is enchanted.
Well, it comes to the same thing, doesn't it?
Oh, no. Haunted, that's to be restless, uneasy, afraid. It's ugly. But enchantment, that's to be happy and gay. It's beauty. You see, all the people who lived here loved one another. Look, here in the window.
Yes, what is that? That handwriting on the glass.
These are their names. Young men and women who in this very room swore to love each other always.
Evangeline and Clement, 1814. Judith and Richard, 1798. They wrote that themselves?
They're all a part of this place now. Forever.
You really believe all this, don't you?
Oliver?
Oh, yes, dear. Well, what do you think?
Well, I admit it's all very charming.
Oh, it's much more than that. It's enchanting. I've just received a guarantee that if we spend our honeymoon here, we'll live happily ever after. Oh, this is Laura, darling.
How do you do? Is there anything else you care to see, miss? I don't think so, Mrs. Minute. Mr. Bradford stumbles on your cottage. He's fascinated by it and persuades you to rent it to him. What can I say?
In other words, Miss Alexander is delighted by the prospect of spending her honeymoon here.
There are a few questions, Mr. Bradford.
Mrs. Minute, I've filled out so many forms in the past few weeks I can tell you anything you want to know, with photostatic copies.
Mr. Bradford means he's applied for a commission in the Army Air Corps.
Oh, but don't worry. The Army won't be my sole means of support. I'm really a very good risk in spite of the uncertainty of my profession.
Oh, really, Oliver?
We plan to be here at least 3 months, Mrs. Minute. It'll take that long to get my commission.
It may come sooner than you think.
Oh, no, not a chance. Army red tape and everything. Well, we'll be back on Tuesday, Mrs. Minute, and
What's the matter?
I just had an idea. Let me have your ring, darling.
My ring?
Yes, and come over here to this window. If we're going to stay here, we must observe all the old traditions. See those names etched on the window pane?
Yes.
Our name should be there, too. And if that's a real diamond I bought you, here, look, I'll show you.
Oliver, you're not going to cut the glass with my diamond.
Don't worry, it won't hurt it. Oh.
Now look.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. Forgive me?
What did you do? Let me see.
Well, the stone fell out of the setting. I'll have it fixed first thing in the morning.
I suppose if I were superstitious, I'd regard this as a warning that we shouldn't get married at all. You're not married yet. That's why it happened. Only honeymoon couples may write their names on that window.
Oh, well, we're going to be married on Tuesday, Mrs. Minute. Maybe we'll have better luck when we return. Well, goodbye, and thank you again.
Goodbye.
And you, Laura, be sure to dust off that goblet for us.
Do you know the roads, Mr. Bradford? There's a storm coming up.
Oh, well enough. Bye.
Bye. Goodbye, Miss Alexander. Bye. Hurry, Oliver. Oh, they seem so happy, don't they, Mrs. Minute? Very happy. You know, Why, look at your calendar on the desk. Yes. Oh, your calendar's way off, Mrs. Minute. Let me see. Today is December 7th, 1941, and on here it's April 6th, 1917. April 6th, 1917. Why, you're just 24 years, 8 months, and 1 day off schedule. Let it alone. Let it alone.
Japs attack completed Pearl Harbor. United States at war with Japan. Germany declares war on the United States.
How much more time, Oliver?
Only a moment. Darling, how can I thank you?
Thank me for what? You're going to war. On the day we were going to be married, you're going to war. If I could have stopped you, I would have.
But you do believe we did the right thing? I mean in waiting until I get back.
Yes, darling, I do. Oliver, why didn't you let your mother come to the station with us? And Freddie, too. After all, your mother and father...
Freddie, dear, is Freddie.
All right, your stepfather.
Oh, he's a good guy. He's swell to my mother. But I'm very glad they let us get out alone.
Your mother will never forgive you.
Mother's upset about just one thing. According to her, they had no right to start a war, especially in December. It's going to mean canceling all those parties.
Oh, but you saw how she cried when you left.
Oh, it isn't that we don't love each other. It's just that I can never talk to her about anything important. We've always seemed to go past each other from the very beginning. We just don't... You know, looking at you now here in the middle of a railroad station, it occurs to me that I love you very much.
Do you? You mean this war isn't just a great big excuse you cooked up to get out of marrying me?
Oh, I almost forgot. Here, I made out a check to that woman at the cottage, Mrs. Minute. Drop her a line, dear, and tell her why we never showed up.
I'll tell her that we're modern, intelligent people, and... No, I'll just let her guess.
Oh, it's time, darling. Do you mind if I kiss you?
Oliver. Oh, Oliver. With the enclosed check, which you asked me to send you the day you reported for duty, we both regret any trouble we may have caused you. It's signed Beatrice Alexander. You can put the letter in the desk, Laura. If they're not coming, you won't be needing me, Mrs. Minute. You're welcome to stay. Oh, but I couldn't. Not unless I can be of some help. You can be of help. You're going to rent the cottage to someone else? Perhaps, when the time comes. No. No, I don't. It may be better if you gave up the canteen. Oh, I like it. Really, I do. It's a nice walk, and I like the work. Well, I'd better be on my way. I won't be late, Mrs. Minute.
Where'd I put these, Miss Pennington?
Oh, anywhere, Mrs. Warren. Wherever you can find room.
Oh, I've never seen so many dishes. Why, you poor darling. You've been at that sink all evening, haven't you? Oh, but then you don't go in for all this modern dancing, do you?
No, I don't.
Oh, personally, if I did nothing but wash dishes, Oh, well, I suppose everyone really does what they're best fitted for, don't you? Oh, I am sorry. That was a terrible thing to say.
Oh, please, it was perfectly all right.
Nevertheless, some of the most gorgeous Marine stuff came in, and I insist that you're going out there.
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs.
Someone else will take over here for a change, and you're going to have a good time, I insist.
Oh, please, really, Mrs. Warren?
I'm the hostess here. You have your orders. Now stand. They're the cutest bunch of boys. I can't imagine where they keep them between walls. Now, see here, boys. Why hadn't you got a girl?
Well, I'd sure like one, but who?
Well, we'll fix that. See, there's a girl all alone at that table. Her name is Laura Pennington.
Oh, please, lady, we just got a load of Miss Pennington. If you don't mind, we'll sit this one out.
Why, Miss Pennington, sitting here all by yourself.
I don't mind, Mrs. Warren.
Well, yes, but why? And I've been sending all those nice boys over to this table. What, Miss Pennington?
Excuse me. I want to get out of here. I don't want to ever come here again. Yes?
Aren't you home early?
Yes. I think I'll go right to bed.
Is something wrong? Laura, you've been crying, haven't you?
It's nothing. Please. Oh, if only I were not as I am. If only I were pretty.
You don't have to tell me what happened. I think I know. Laura, it's not for some of us to try to live like other people. You think you can sometimes. But there's always the world to remind you. All the things that other people take for granted, you've got to make up your mind and your heart. They're not for you. You've got to find something else to take their place. Somewhere where you're safe, where no one can hurt you. That's why I wanted you to be here. Because there's something here for you that there isn't anywhere else. You understand?
Yes, I understand. Good night, Mrs. Minute.
Laura, wait a minute. While you were in the village, a telegram came. It was from Oliver Bradford.
Mr. Bradford?
He wants to rent the cottage, starting tomorrow.
Oh, then they did get married after all. Imagine they're remembering the cottage and still wanting to come here. Mrs. Minute, there is something about this cottage.
There is indeed. It needs a good cleaning.
They're here, Mrs. Minute. There's a taxi out front.
What a shame. It has to be raining like this.
If you'll go to the door, I'll make some coffee for them.
Did you get my telegram?
Yes, Mr. Bradford.
If you don't mind, I'll go straight to my room.
You're alone?
Yes.
I see. I'll take you upstairs.
Here's coffee, Mrs. Minute, and some sandwiches.
Give me the tray, Laura. Mr. Bradford came alone. He doesn't wish to see anyone.
Alone?
Something has happened to him. I don't know what it is. His face. It hides his face.
What can we do?
Nothing. We can wait. That's all.
Yes, perhaps that's better. To just wait.
So the curtain falls on Act One of Enchanted Cottage, starring Dorothy McGuire and Robert Young. It's time now for a brief intermission and a chat with Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Sometimes it happens, doesn't it, Libby? A young actress with real dramatic ability gets a break she deserves. I'm thinking of Barbara Hale, who plays the only leading feminine role in RKO's picture, First Yankin to Tokyo.
Now, there's a girl who's making a steady rise to stardom, Mr. Stromberg.
Yes, she was the unanimous choice of producer and director for the part of the American nurse in their exciting story of a Jap prison camp.
I watched her make some of the scenes for First Yankin to Tokyo on the RKO lot. The setting was an authentic reproduction of a Jap concentration camp, and it was grim, all right. But Barbara, as the courageous young American nurse, looked very beautiful. Don't you agree, Mr. Kennedy?
I think she was a fortunate choice. She has plenty of acting ability and good looks. But then, Libby, you know how partial I am to Lux girls.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, a lovely Lux complexion has that effect on a great many people. Barbara's a hard-working young actress, and she's very wise, too. She knows how important soft, smooth skin is to success, on the screen or off.
She's chosen a beauty care that 9 out of 10 famous screen stars, lovely women everywhere, depend on.
Barbara Hale says her Lux Soap Active Lather facials do wonders for her skin. Here's the simple daily care she never neglects.
I cover my face generously with Lux Soap Super Creamy Lather and work it in gently but thoroughly. I rinse first with warm water and splash on cold. Now I pat my face dry with a soft towel. simple, isn't it? But it works.
Recent tests have proved that. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this daily Lux Soap Care. This fine white soap is a true beauty soap. Screen stars say the gentle, creamy lather is like a caress on the skin. If you haven't used Lux Toilet Soap, why not begin your active lather facials tomorrow? Take them regularly for a while. Then look in your mirror. We're pretty sure you'll say,
My skin feels so much softer, smoother. Looks so fresh, too. Now I know why Lux Toilet Soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap.
here's our guest producer, Mr. Hunt Stromberg.
Act 2 of The Enchanted Cottage, starring Robert Young as Oliver and Dorothy McGuire as Laura. Three hours had passed. In an upstairs room at the cottage, Oliver Bradford, behind a closed door, stares blankly through the rain-streaked window. Below in the kitchen, Mrs. Minute and Laura wait in silence, while in the front room are 2 more recent arrivals, Oliver's stepfather and his fiancée. Desperately, they try to figure out what has happened to him.
We've been here exactly 1 hour and 14 minutes. And what good has it done? Why, the boy won't even talk to us.
Maybe he'll talk to his mother. She's still up there, isn't she?
Pounding on his door, begging him to say something.
I thought that when the Army dismissed him from the hospital, when he was discharged from the service, that he was well again. Now he doesn't even want us.
Well, he was pretty badly bashed up, Beatrice. But there's no sense becoming a mental case over a little injury. Certainly his face is disfigured, but there are thousands much worse off than he is.
Maybe if we left him alone. If we let him think things out for himself.
There's simply no reason for him to run away from home. Well, here's his mother.
He just won't talk to me. Couldn't I pour you some tea, dear? That girl just brought some in. Oh, thank heaven, tea. He won't even open the door. I even cried a little. He told me to go away.
Then why don't we go? In a few weeks, his forsaken hole, he'll appreciate a little friendly society.
Beatrice, whatever happened between you and Oliver? I mean, after he left the hospital. I just don't know.
Well, something did happen. Did you quarrel?
No. We didn't quarrel.
Well, then I don't see why you won't go upstairs and talk to him. If anyone can persuade him to leave this dreadful...
I couldn't.
But you're our only hope.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't ask me.
But you and he were going to be married. Oh, please try, Beatrice.
Very well. I'll try.
Oh, bless you, darling. And remember, you must be brave. That's so important.
Oliver. Please, Oliver. Won't you speak to me? Won't you? I meant what I said when they sent you home. We can be married. We can be married right away. Oh, why did we have to have this terrible war? Oliver, that day you came home, no one had told me. And when you turned and looked at me and I saw your face, I just wasn't prepared. That's why you thought Oh, I can't help it if I'm weak. Aren't you listening, Oliver? All right. I'll go.
What do you want?
Are you all right, Mr. Bradford?
What do you mean by breaking into my room?
I'm the maid, Mr. Bradford. I was outside bringing in some logs. There was a flash of lightning, and I saw you by the window. I saw a gun in your hand.
Relax, will you? I haven't done anything.
Your mother left this note for you. I'm afraid she was very upset when she left this afternoon.
Will you please mind your own business? I'm sorry. Don't you understand? Do you think I want people to see me? Light the lamp. I said light the lamp.
Yes.
Now hold the lamp and look. Look. You saw me before. Doesn't the change shock you?
No.
Oh, how can you know? You can't realize what it is to face life disfigured and
I'm going downstairs now, Mr. Bradford. I'll be back with your supper.
Your name was Laura, wasn't it?
Yes.
Thank you, Laura. What's this out here, the garden?
Oh, Mr. Bradford. Good morning.
What are you doing?
Oh, it's wood engraving.
Looks as if you're pretty good at it.
Well, I entered some in an exhibit once, some seascapes, and I won a prize. Not a first prize, but it was a prize.
I used to win prizes, too. tennis, swimming. I once knew a fellow who used to make ship models in glass bottles, always asking to tell me why. I never got a satisfactory answer.
Well, I do block prints because I like to do block prints, I guess.
I never thought of that. Bet he never did either.
You'll find a hobby of your own one of these days, I hope.
Be careful. You don't want to talk like Freddie, do you?
From the way you say it, I'm sure I don't. And I don't even know who Freddie is.
That's the best thing that can happen to anybody, not to know who Freddie is. In case you think I'm not making much sense, that's what I think, too. You know, you're a very kind person. You haven't asked me how I feel or if I slept well. You don't seem at all worked up about that gun incident. That was 3 days ago, wasn't it? Why have I stayed in my room for 3 days?
I don't know, really. I don't think it matters.
Yes. You've got a lot of sense, too. You'd be amazed how few people have any.
If you'll excuse me now, I think I'd better get started on the housework.
Yes, wouldn't do to neglect the housework, would it?
Shall I do Mr. Bradford's next, Mrs. Minute?
I don't think Mrs. Minute hears you, Miss Pennington.
Oh, why, Mr. Hillgrove.
It is, Miss Pennington.
However did you remember my name?
Well, it wasn't so long ago we met. Just a year or so. I'm calling to see Mr. Bradford.
Oh?
Mrs. Minute's just gone to tell him. But she warned me that he doesn't want to see anyone.
I'm very glad you came. He needs friends.
You know, this is real adventure for me. This is the first time I've been inside this cottage. I must have walked by it 100 times. It has a strange fascination.
Indeed it has.
Somehow I feel that if I ever get to know this place, it'll be more than just a cottage. To me, it has a life of its own. Everything connected with it seems so different. Mrs. Minute, for example. I wonder about her.
When she first came here, she came as a bride. But her husband was killed in the last war. On the desk is a calendar, April 6, 1917. She's never changed the date. Time seems to have stopped for her the day her husband went away.
She's withdrawn into the past.
Yes.
Well, perhaps that's one way to know the future.
Mr. Bradford's in the garden. I'll be glad to take you to him.
Thank you.
Your nephew, where's Danny?
Oh, he left me here. Said he'd be down on the shore with his dog.
Well, I'll take you to the garden, and then I think I'll find Danny. I'd like to see him.
And as long as we're more or less neighbors, Mr. Bradford, I thought we might also be friends.
I'm not very good at friendship these days.
Sick man, are you?
Don't I look like one?
I wouldn't know. I'm blind.
Oh. I'm sorry.
The last war, I was a pilot.
That's what I am. Or was, till they dragged me out of the jungle.
You're young. You'll mend.
Oh, you can't see me. How do you know how I look? There's nothing left of me but nerves. Nothing but...
Go right ahead. Complain all you want if it makes you feel better.
Apparently you never complain.
You haven't given me a chance.
All right. How in the name of heaven have you stood it all these years?
Being blind? Sometimes I feel that as a young man I was blind. That it's only now that I can really see.
I don't believe you. Anyway, it would never work for me.
Why not?
Because I'm not blind. Because I still want the same things I wanted when I had a face that people could look at without wincing. And this arm of mine did more than just hang here. When I was well and strong.
I batted my head against many a wall, just the way you're doing. As a matter of fact, I was lost until I found music. And then a whole new life began for me.
Music. I don't know one note from another.
You'll find something.
Yes, how? Where?
In yourself. Because you're a human being, not a medical case. You're a man who's come across a place in the road where it branches off. You don't want to go ahead. You want to go back. You don't trust yourself.
Oh, how can I trust myself?
You must. And you will. Well, I mustn't overstay my first visit. I'll call my young nephew. I believe he's waiting down at the shore.
I'll walk down there with you.
Oh, I can manage.
No, I'd like to. It's the first time I've really felt like walking.
Danny, he's bringing the stick back again. He sure is a silly old dog. No more than I throw the stick out in the ocean when he brings it back to me.
Maybe he thinks you're a silly old boy. No more than he brings the stick back, you throw it out again.
You can throw it if you want to.
Well, thank you, Danny.
Exit.
Hey, Uncle John. Goodbye, Miss Pennington.
Bye.
Come on, old dog. Come on.
Bradford. Danny was helping me gather some driftwood.
Well, how would that be as a hobby for me? A driftwood gathering.
Oh, too practical. Hobby for hobby's sake, it's supposed to be.
Well, maybe I could set a new style in hobbies.
Well, why don't you try? Here's the basket. But you'll have to do your gathering without my help. I still haven't started that housework.
This driftwood weighs a ton.
I told you to leave some for tomorrow.
Well, nevertheless, I've made it. Has it actually been 3 weeks since you introduced me to the wonders of your seashore?
3 weeks.
You think I didn't know the difference between a starfish and a star sapphire?
Well, if you'd been in doubt, any fisherman could have told you.
Or any Jew of it. Look, there's Mrs. Bennett. Surprise, Mrs. Bennett. We brought you some more driftwood.
Thanks. That makes just about enough for a dozen winters. Well, we can always use it.
Well, it's probably never been done before, but I could gather up all the driftwood I've gathered and take it back to the shore. That would be different.
Yes, it's something to think about.
But first, I think I'll dump this on the woodpile.
It's wonderful, isn't it, the way he's changed?
If only they'll let him alone now.
They?
A letter just came for him.
Sooner or later, they'd hear from them. He'd hear from them. Perhaps it's better now.
His room is dark. He's just sitting there, the way he did that first night.
His supper?
He didn't touch it. I brought the tray down.
Did he mention that letter?
He said nothing. Only that Mr. Hillgrove was coming tonight. He told me to tell him that he won't be able to see him.
Well, maybe that's Mr. Hillgrove now.
No, it's him. Look, through the window.
He's walking toward the ocean. He shouldn't be alone like that. He shouldn't be. Mr. Bradford? Mr. Bradford?
What do you want?
Oh, did I frighten you? I didn't mean to. But it's so dark I couldn't see.
There's little you miss, even in the dark.
I thought you might not want to be alone.
Or that it might not be safe for me to be alone.
I'll go back if you want. Is there anything you want me to tell Mr. Hillgrove?
No, nothing.
He's leaving tonight on a concert tour, you know.
Yes, I know. Laura.
Yes?
Don't go back, please.
These past few weeks I had the idea that the walks we took and talking to me, I hoped I was being of some help to you. And I thought if you needed help now,
That letter this afternoon, it's from my mother and Freddie. They've decided it isn't good for me to be alone, where I can brood too much. I can go home to their loving care, or they're prepared to make the supreme sacrifice and come to live here with me. They want to know if they shouldn't bring a trained nurse with.
Oh, but they can't do that. Why, nothing could do you more harm.
There's no way to make them understand. No way to escape them.
Give me your hand. Promise me you won't give up. Promise.
You understand. Because you're thoughtful and kind. Laura, don't be startled at what I'm going to say. Will you marry me?
Oh.
No, don't pull away. Look at me. I had no idea I was going to ask you that. But I'm glad I did. Will you believe me that the very asking makes me realize I've been thinking about it for some time? And I mean it. With all my heart.
If you want to marry me to get rid of your family, there must be dozens of girls who'd suit your purpose better than I.
You think I have such a great choice? A casualty for the rest of my life?
I understand. I got the chance because
I'm such a fool. I wouldn't have hurt you for anything in the world.
It isn't as if I weren't aware of my ugliness. Women like me find a refuge in our dreams, daydreams as well as night dreams, merciful dreams, in which we're lovely and desirable. It's cruel to destroy those dreams.
I only felt that no woman would marry me except out of compassion. I know you have a lot of that. You know how desperate I get at times, but I promise if I felt a black spell coming on, I'd hide away in my room till it passed. But with you, I wouldn't have them often because I like being with you. The sound of your voice, your laughter. I know I'm not offering you much, but, well, we are sort of in the same boat, and we would be together. That's so much better than being alone.
But I don't want to be your wife just because you need one. And I happen to be here. Don't you see?
Yes, I see. You couldn't possibly care enough.
But I do care. That's the reason.
Oh, bless you, Laura. Bless you forever and ever.
From Oliver, a telegram. Why, I never heard of such a thing.
What does it say? Tell me.
There will be no need of your coming here. Laura Pennington and I were married yesterday.
Oh.
I'll write more later. Love, Oliver.
Married.
Oh, Mr. Hillgrove, come in, please.
Thank you.
You came here alone?
I took a taxicab this time. Not Danny, a real cab. I'd been out of town, Mrs. Minute, a concert tour. When I arrived home tonight, I found a note from Oliver Bradford.
Yes.
Danny read it to me. Oliver told me of his marriage. Then he asked me to come here as soon as I could. He said something extraordinary has happened to him and Laura.
They're out now. They're walking.
Everything's all right?
Oh, yes.
This room. What happened? It feels different somehow.
It's the flowers, maybe.
No, it's more than that. Mrs. Minute, tell me, please. What's happened to them?
I don't know. They see me no more of me than they can help. They're in hiding.
Hiding?
They keep to themselves all day. And when they go out at night, they wrap themselves up and cover their faces. They're here now. Excuse me.
Laura, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Hillgrove's here in the living room.
Hello.
Oh, John, it's good to see you again.
Hello, John.
I think we should have died if we'd had to wait much longer.
Well, what's this about, all this mystery?
Well, it may be insane, but we sent for you because you're the only one we can trust. We don't really know how to explain it. It's fantastic.
Oh, Oliver, let me. Not that I'm very articulate about it, but, well, it has to do with this cottage. I think, John, you know my feeling about it. It's the same as yours. There's something strange here, something...
But what has it to do with you and Oliver?
Well, it's pretty incredible, John. We've changed.
Changed? Completely?
I can tell that from your voices. You feel different because you're happy.
Well, it's more than that. It's a physical change. We no longer look as we did. We're different.
John, tell us that it's true. That we have changed.
But I'm blind. I can't see.
That's why we had to tell you first. John, look. Look at us and tell us what your blind eyes can see.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a minute, we'll bring you the third act of The Enchanted Cottage with Dorothy McGuire and Robert Young. We have with us tonight one of RKO's prettiest young actresses, Miss Rita Corday. Perhaps some of you may have seen her on the screen. What were your latest pictures, Rita?
I've appeared in several of the Falcon series, Mrs. Stromberg, and I've a part in George White's Scandal, soon to be released.
Well, I understand you got into the movies by quite a long and roundabout route.
Yes, by way of Indochina, Saipan, Australia, and San Francisco. You see, my family were living in Shanghai when the Japs came in and we had to run for our lives.
Well, it's Hollywood's good luck you arrived safely. Don't you agree, Mr. Kennedy, that Miss Corday is a candidate for success on the screen?
I should say I do. If acting ability and fresh young beauty mean anything, I think I really ought to describe you for our listeners, Miss Corday. Let's see. Ash blonde hair, gray eyes, and a gorgeous Lux complexion. There now, Rita. How do you like that word picture?
Really, Mr. Kennedy, it's a very flattering one. You're quite accurate about my being a Lux girl, though. I've used Lux toilet soap ever since I first learned it was the screen star's own complexion care. Active lather facials really work, I found.
Thank you, Miss Rita Corday. I'm sure pretty girls everywhere will agree with you. They know this gentle care 9 out of 10 screen stars depend on is quick, effective, and so easy to use. Why not prove it for yourself? Get a supply of this satin smooth beauty soap tomorrow. See if you're not delighted with the gentle, cherishing care it gives your skin.
And here's another tip. You'll find Lux toilet soap makes a delightful daily beauty bath, too. The rich, creamy lather leaves skin so fresh and sweet, makes a girl sure of daintiness. Screen stars say they love Lux Toilet Soap's flower-like perfume, delicate fragrance that clings.
Back to Mr. Stromberg and our stars.
Act 3 of The Enchanted Cottage, starring Robert Young as Oliver and Dorothy McGuire as Laura. Only a few moments have passed since Laura and Oliver have told John Hillgrove of the amazing change that has come over them in the Enchanted Cottage. The blind pianist can discern nothing with his eyes. He sits motionless and fascinated as they continue the story.
If you could only see us, John, first as we were, then as we are now, your eyes would know that we're telling you only the truth.
Perhaps if you started at the beginning.
We were married in the village, and when we came home, Mrs. Minute had prepared dinner, our wedding dinner. When it was over, she left the room. This room. I could feel Oliver's eyes upon me. I wanted to look at him, but I was afraid of what I might read in his eyes.
She knows that this marriage is nothing but my supreme selfishness. The last barrier I can build to keep out the world that I'm afraid to face. What would I have done to her? This girl who sits across the table from me and bows her head. What terribly shabby trick have I played upon her, trying to palm off the broken, bitter shell of a man on one so gentle, so honest. And what can I say to her? There's nothing I can say. Nothing.
He is my husband, and yet he can never know how much he means to me. That I've loved him ever since the first day he stepped into this room. I'll never be able to tell him all that was in my heart, because he can never love me as I love him. If only I could make him understand. Perhaps through music. The first notes I struck were like the touch of a magic wand. I could feel the room changing. There was a new warmth, a radiance, a strange enchantment, embracing everything about me. I turned and looked at Oliver. His scars were gone. The lines of his anguished face had disappeared, and I saw him as he was the first day in December. Suddenly I thought, how could I fool myself? How could I be the bride of such a man as this? I started to cry. I rushed from the room.
She was gone before I could stop her. I knew how cruelly I'd hurt her. I had no choice. I would release her. Release her from the torture that our marriage meant to her. I found her in the garden. I remembered all her kindness, the 1,001 little ways in which she had lightened my loneliness. And suddenly, I knew how much she had come to mean to me. I took her in my arms to tell her. She was beautiful. More beautiful than anyone I had ever known. That was when we knew, John. That was when we knew.
And now we've told you, and I'm afraid. I can't help it, but I am afraid.
Why, Laura, why?
It's this cottage. Houses are living things, alive with all the thoughts and all the memories of the people who've lived in them. But the lovers who came here before were not like us. Ours was a marriage of convenience. They may think that we've profaned their memory, and this may be their revenge, letting us have happiness for a moment before taking it away. That's why I'm afraid. I couldn't stand being ugly again for Oliver.
Darling, you can't talk like that. John, have you nothing to say?
Mrs. Minute, does she know?
She never looks at us, but she knows. I know she knows.
Laura, Oliver, take this gift that's come to you and enjoy it without question, without fear. Accept it humbly as a heaven-sent miracle and be grateful for it.
A miracle?
Don't either of you believe in miracles? Modern miracles that may happen to you or to me, today, tomorrow. You've both been touched by a power that is beyond this world. Accept your blessing. Don't speak to anyone about it. It belongs to you.
John.
Then you understand. You believe?
I believe what you've told me. Keep your happiness. Cherish it as you would your lives.
I love you so, Oliver. And I have the strangest feeling. Almost as if these walls were breathing. All the memories and ghosts of love. Live, live, live. That's what they seem to say. This is our day and night. All our enchanted life to be lived now.
I have a feeling, too. Madness. It's contagious. That's what's nice about it.
Listen.
What?
That song I hear. A melody that whispers all through these enchanted rooms.
What does it say, this song you hear? I love you, Laura.
That's what it says. The song I hear.
Do you have to screw up your nose like that, dear, when you're making wood blocks?
Of course, darling. It's just as essential as biting one's tongue when you're drawing.
Oh, that's reasonable. You know, I could sit here forever and just look at you.
Is that all?
Well, occasionally I'd want very much to kiss you. You see, I've
been standing here for 5 minutes.
John!
Waiting to make a less embarrassing entrance. But that might take hours.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. You're alone?
Yes, I came by courtesy of the milk truck.
You know, it's been almost a week since we've seen you.
Well, I was in the village just now, and a telegram came in for you, Oliver. I said I'd bring it out.
Telegram?
Oh, it's from my mother, Laura. She and Freddie. They're coming here today.
Well, that's fine.
It is fine. I'm glad they're coming. I'm only sorry I hadn't asked them to before now.
I'm glad, too, John. I want them to see how happy we are. But most of all, well, I'd like them to see that Oliver didn't do too badly marrying me.
Darling.
Well, anyway, I have the most exciting new dress,
Mr. Bradford?
Yes, Mrs. Minute.
There's a car stopping in front of the house.
Hmm?
It's your mother and stepfather. Mr. Bradford, you weren't expecting them. Oh, Mr. Hillgrove.
Good afternoon.
We are expecting them, Mrs. Minute.
It's so typical of Mother not to give us more warning.
Oh, but I can't meet them looking like this.
Go ahead, you two. I'll entertain them till you're ready.
Sure you don't mind?
Actually, I'm glad of the opportunity.
Well, come along then, darling. We'll have to hurry.
Yes. Oh, Mrs. Minute.
Yes?
Do you suppose we could have an especially fine tea this afternoon? What's the matter, Mrs. Minute? Oh, please, don't be upset. We're really very pleased to have them come.
I'm all right. Run along.
Bring them here, Mrs. Minute. I think you understand.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Now that we've met, won't you sit down? It's really a very pleasant garden.
Thank you.
But where's my son, Mr. Hillgrove? Where is he?
He and Laura are in the cottage. They'll be out in a moment. And it's good we're alone because there's something I have to explain.
He doesn't want to see us. That's it, isn't it?
They do want to see you. Very much. But something extraordinary has happened to Oliver and Laura. They're different people.
Different? How?
They're on the borderland of the greatest happiness they've ever experienced. But they've changed. They've changed greatly. And I know that this change, as they see it, is not as you will see it.
What in the world are you trying to tell us?
Suppose I put it this way. When you see them walk out of the cottage, whatever they do, whatever they say, please act along with them. Pretend that the change is as great as they imagine it to be.
Change? For heaven's sakes, what change?
Oliver isn't well. That's what you're trying to tell me. He isn't well.
Perfectly well.
Oh, Freddie, we should have come here long ago.
In time to come, when they're ready to face the world, they will have found out the truth for themselves. But now, believe me, it would actually be better if you went away without even seeing him.
You can't mean that. How can a mother desert her only son at a time like this? Now, where is he? Oliver! Oliver!
We'll be right down, Mother.
Remember that the next few minutes may be the most important in their lives. You hold their chance for happiness in your hands.
Here they are. They're coming.
Oh, Oliver. Oliver.
Mother, oh, it's good to see you. And Freddie. Hello, Oliver. Well, you both remember Laura, don't you?
I'm so glad to meet you, Mrs. Price. How do you do? We got your telegram just a few minutes ago. It seemed to add just the note we wanted. You're coming here. Well, Mrs. Minutte's getting tea. Oh, and just wait until you've tasted her scone.
This is going to be a real party, isn't it? A memorable occasion because you're the first mother, you and Freddie, besides John here. There's nobody else who knows.
Knows what? Look here, Oliver, I really
Poor
think
Freddie,
that
it's a greater shock to you than anyone, isn't it? But you'll soon get used to the change. You won't even remember us as we used to look. Laura and I actually joke about it now. Mother. Mother, what is it?
Oh, my poor boy. You poor darling. But if you're happy, well, I guess that's all that really matters. Laura, I'm glad he married you, my dear. Believe me, I am.
Thank you.
It's clear you're such a loyal girl. You've got so much more to give him. So much more than just a pretty girl.
A pretty girl?
It's fortunate that Oliver has an income and that Freddie and I can help.
That way, you'll be able to stay right on here, the two of you. We'll visit as often as we can, but it won't be necessary for you to see people or even leave here.
Here's Mrs. Millett. Would you like some tea?
I couldn't swallow a mouthful. I've got a dreadful headache coming on. I know you'll forgive us if we just run along. You poor darling. Goodbye, son. Don't worry about anything.
Goodbye.
I'll be in the cottage.
Stay here, Mrs. Millett. Laura, Oliver, I hoped I could spare you this.
I don't understand.
You've known the truth about us, haven't you, John? You've known all along.
Yes, I have.
And you've known, too, haven't you, Mrs. Millett?
Tell us the truth. Have you noticed any change in our appearance? Have you? Have you seen any change whatever?
No.
Look at us, Mrs. Millett. There is no change now.
None.
Why didn't you tell us?
There's nothing I could have told you. When I knew you had to find out the truth just now, I thought my heart would break. And yet, what is there really to be sad about? Shall I tell you the secret? Shall I?
Please.
You love each other. I've watched you from the beginning. And on the day of your wedding, I saw your love blaze up like a fierce flame. Keep your love burning. Keep it burning. And I promise you, you'll never be anything to one another but fair and young and handsome. That's the secret to the only enchantment the cottage holds. And it's of your own making. Just as I am, broken and old. If my man could rise from his grave and walk in this minute and behold me, I should be pretty to him. Yes, pretty to him.
John, don't feel badly.
I wanted so to help.
You did help. If we'd known sooner, it might have been... But now it's all right.
Isn't that Danny's door?
Yes, I guess he and the boy have come to fetch me.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Laura. There's something that may interest you. I've written some music. About you, about this cottage. Tonight at my house, I'm playing it. There'll be people there. Many people. I want you to come.
People? Us?
How can we?
Think about it. Perhaps you'll change your mind.
Let's go into the cottage, darling. How long have we been sitting here?
Hours and hours, darling.
In all that time, I've had but one thought. Laura, you'll always be beautiful to me.
And nothing in this world could ever change the way I feel about you. You know that.
Yes, dearest, I know.
Oliver, we've never written our names on the window. Somehow I think they'd want us to now.
You write mine and I'll write yours. Then I think it would be nice if we paid John a visit. After all, we owe him quite a few visits.
There'll be people there, darling.
Yes, I know. It's a big world and full of people. And a place for you and me among them. You'll come, Laura.
Yes. And so full of pride. So full of pride.
In just a moment, our stars Dorothy McGuire and Robert Young will return for a curtain call. Meanwhile, remember, the war is over, but the battle of supply still goes on. Our Secretary of Agriculture tells us that America's supply of fats and oils is still alarmingly low, and it'll be many months before it returns to normal. Used fats are needed to help make nearly everything of which there has been a wartime shortage. Automobiles, tires, refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, irons, nylon, paints, plastics, soaps. The list is endless, and the need is critical. So please, Mrs. America, keep that fat salvage tin handy on your stove. Put into it every drop of used fat, rendered meat scraps, skimmings from soups and stews, even burnt blackened grease from your roasting pan. Every bit you save is helping every one of us to have more quickly the peacetime necessities we've been waiting such a long time to have. And remember, for every pound you turn in, your meat dealer will give you 2 red ration points and 4 cents. We return you to Hunt Stromberg
And our stars.
Once again, it's curtain call time. And with Bob Young representing the Lux regulars, we're happy to welcome a newcomer to this stage in the pleasant form of Dorothy McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Stromberg. It's a privilege to be here.
I must say, Dorothy, that since your screen success is Claudia, you've had the good sense not to let yourself be typed.
Well, I don't know about the good sense, Mr. Stromberg. In my next picture, Some Must Watch, they've cast me as a mute. I don't speak a single line.
Well, that's going to present an interesting problem for Lux, Mr. Stromberg.
Yes, a starring part in which the heroine doesn't say a word. It's certainly a new idea for radio.
Well, you've got signs around this theater saying, quiet, please.
Dorothy, I think you need to get a little more familiar with the way we operate here.
Well, the Lux Radio Theater may be new to me, but Lux toilet soap isn't. I've been using it for years for my complexion.
And with very alluring results, Dorothy. Bob, but the last time that I worked with you was on the set of Northwest Passage.
That's right.
I understand that since then you've become quite a family man?
3 daughters, Mr. Stromberg.
3? Hey. Do you take them to see your pictures?
None, I wouldn't run the risk. I did try to take them to Anchors Away, though, and I couldn't get a seat, so I had Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer run the picture off at home.
You're going to make a lot of parents jealous solving the problem that easily. Pictures in your own home.
Well, Lux solves the problem, Mr. Stromberg. What are you bringing into people's homes next Monday night?
Next Monday night, we're mixing terror with suspense, excitement with mystery, and love with action. In RKO's fascinating drama, Experiment Perilous. And our stars are George Brent playing his original screen role, Virginia Bruce, and Paul Henry. It's one of the year's outstanding mystery thrillers, the drama of a young wife torn between fear of her demented husband and love for the man who tries to save her.
It ought to make a thrilling evening, Mr. Stromberg. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You gave us an enchanting evening with Enchanted Cottage. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Brent, Virginia Bruce, and Paul Henry in Experiment Perilous. This is Hunt Stromberg saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
Every day, more than 1.5 million men and women in the service overseas relax before a radio or a motion picture screen. In far-off places, in jungles, in isolated villages, or on the high seas, they see the latest pictures or hear this very program you're listening to tonight. Through the efforts of the motion picture industry, the finest pictures are made available to them. And through the cooperation of the Army, the Lux Radio Theater and other famous programs are brought to them regularly. Another of the many efforts that are being made to keep our men and women overseas in touch with home. Hunt Stromberg's next picture to be released is Young Widow. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Experiment Perilous with George Brent, Virginia Bruce, and Paul Henry.
We'll be right back.
I love chocolate cookies and chocolate cake and chocolate ice cream with chocolate sauce and chocolate chips. But I don't love tummy bulges, so I wear Slenderalls, pantyhose, and control top panties all in one.
Hanes Underalls, sponsored an American portrait.
This is CBS.
This holiday season, get the lemon lime soft drink with real juice. Get Slice.
We got the juice, a burst of cheer. We got the taste for this time of year. We got the juice, we got the twist. We got what's right in 7-Up and Mix.
10% real juice.
We got the juice, it's going fast. We're stocking up to make it last. So nice. We got the juice.
Happy holidays.
Slice. All the things you love to see, a laughing child on Santa's knee, at Woodland Hills, gifts from the heart. Everything your heart desires, sitting around the Christmas fire, waking up to share gifts that say you care. At Woodland Hills, gifts from the heart.
Vice President Bush meets with hostage negotiator.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a memory and a want that makes a bitter flame inside you. You poke through the ashes and you can't find what it is that was remembered or wanted. So you keep looking. But the blaze of the neon and the spectaculars blinds you. And the roar of steel moving above and beneath the earth makes you deaf. And finally you know there's no need to search anymore. Because whatever it was, you'll never find it. It's Broadway, My Beat. You use the morning hours at police headquarters to tidy up, to dust off the old reports and polish up the new ones. You watch a derelict fly store up a few rays of sun against the time of its winter dying. And then someone opens your door.
Mr. Clover, they told me I could talk to you.
The woman is about 40. Her perfume is expensive. Her furs are expensive. And the black lizard purse with a jeweled clasp that sleeps under her arm looks fat and happy. But in her face and eyes, something frayed, something pinched.
May I sit down? I think I don't feel well.
Of course. Here.
Thank you. Now, don't look so worried, Mr. Clover. I won't faint or anything like that. Not me.
You're sure you're all right? You're quite pale, Miss...
Don't ask me who I am yet. I want to save that. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Clover.
Oh?
Yes, a lot. They say people can come to you. People like me, if they've got something to say to you.
Maybe it would help if you told me who you were.
Not now. Later. When I've said you my say. A woman can wait only so long, Mr. Clover. You know how it is.
Oh, I don't understand.
Only just so long for a man she promised to wait for. Then the years keep stretching out like a piece of old elastic, like anything that if you stretch it out too long, it'll snap. It'll break and sting your face. You know how it is. Will you get me some water, please? My mouth is dry. It's really dry.
Oh, sure. Here's your water. Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right? No, you're not all right, are you?
Hi, Danny. You don't mind my busting in? Of course you don't mind.
Get out of here, Jimmy. I got nothing for you.
The hands out in the press room are very stale, very one-day-old, Danny. From you, I want something fresh, something a shock, something a headline. Why don't you introduce me to the charming lady?
I told you to get out, Jimmy. Get on your hind legs and beg for news from somebody else.
Lady, Danny. Maybe the lady will be kinder. How do you do, lady? I'm Jimmy Ames, a reporter for... Oh, the lady's dead, isn't she, Danny?
Yeah. Well, you got your news, reporter. Go report it. Well, how about it, Dr. Sinsky?
Danny Clover, welcome to the precincts of the autopsy room. We have here...
Don't sell me, and then give me the report on the woman who died in my office. What killed her?
Poison killed her.
What poison?
The pharmacological name would bore you. Delayed action type poison. Taken internally kills in 4 hours.
She probably didn't even know she was dying.
No more than any of us realize we always are.
Hi, Doc. Danny?
No.
You know, I always feel good that I can walk in here under my own power.
Hi, Tartaglia. What do you got?
Identification on Miss Jane Doe over there.
What name?
Mary Murdoch, late wife of one hoodlum known as Vic Murdoch. Vic Murdoch, Danny. That means something to you?
Yeah. Thanks, Tartaglia. It means a lot to me. It did. It meant a 20-year flashback to a different era, a different world, to a time of Tommy guns in violin cases and massacres, speedboats and limousines and booze watered and bonded in ratty cellars, a jazzy era where gang wars had preferred position in the headlines, a world that gawked at a butchered man in a gutter, then rolled its stockings, pinched its spit curl, and chorused "Do-do-de-o-do" through a megaphone. It was before my time on the force, but it was that kind of a world when Vic Murdoch performed. Then Vic killed a man, and society wagged its finger, put him in a room, and locked the door. Now Vic was out. Now Vic was circulating. I had to find out where.
You bring it.
Oh.
It's Danny Clover, Benny. Mind if I come in?
In this crummy room? You want to come in here?
In here, Benny. How do you feel?
I could tell you. You wouldn't know what I meant. Sit down. Sit down, Danny. I better lay down.
You got coffee on that hot plate, Benny. You need some.
That don't jolt. But read it to me.
Sure. Here.
Why are you here, Danny?
Dick Murdoch, Benny.
Danny, you couldn't go away, come back? Someone's come.
He's not here yet. Talk to me about Dick.
It's only good for him. Stolen. Some guys' lives wind up that way. Stolen. The guys get to be priests and policemen.
Drink, Benny.
Dick, you said?
Uh-huh.
He's out. Come down from Sing Sing to the city.
I know that.
I seen him, too. He ain't changed. Some guys live 20 years between seeing him. And they change. Get old. Something happens to their faces. Not Vic. He's scary. Not Vic.
Where'd you see him?
He went to a place. To a place in an alley. To a hole in the alley wall.
Where?
On First Avenue. Near East 49th. The first alley. The first hole you come to on your right.
Thanks. Let's go to my place of business, Benny.
I've been there. It don't do no good.
Let's go, Benny. We'll try again. It took maybe an hour to bundle up Benny in his army surplus overcoat, to turn him over to the healers on Welfare Island, to leave him with the unshaped terror and the gray hunger in his eyes. Then to the first alley, the first hole on the right. And I peeped out at you from a peephole, splintered voice, asked you who sent you. You told them, and a door was opened onto a world you thought was dead. The puppet-like women were dressed in the shapeless sacks that were fashionable for flappers in the 20s. The men they wore in their arms, pomaded and sleek as their patent leather pointed shoes, their double-breasted fawn-color vests. They danced in quick, silent spasms to the music of the 20s. You shook your head because you didn't believe it.
Matter, copy, you ain't never saw a speakeasy before? A blind pig you never saw?
I don't believe it.
What's not to believe, badge boy?
Mind if I ask you a question? Why?
You mean why all this is like this?
Yeah.
Ask Bick. To this, even I, the waiter, don't have an answer. So ask Bick. Excuse me. Some Babbitt must be looking for a hot, jazzy time. All right, who sent you, Babbitt?
Danny Clover in there.
Yeah, he's here. What's that supposed to do to me?
It sends shivers up your spine, Gorilla. Open up.
Lousy flea.
Hey, it's Jimmy Ames. He's a reporter. Let him in.
Law says you can crawl in, Crumb.
Well, Danny, you... Hey, what is this? I haven't seen anything like this since Eddie Robinson and Little Caesar.
What are you doing here?
Following you? You going to talk to Vic Murdoch?
Yeah, but without you. Now, the question, waiter. Where's Vic?
In the office, down the end of the hallway. I'll go first so I can ask him, does he want to see you?
I'm a big boy now. I'll ask him myself. No, wait. Don't buzz him. I want to surprise him.
Danny, I'll go with you. Vic will remember me. I helped cut him to pieces 20 years ago.
Leave him alone. Get yourself some hooch, Jimmy. They tell me it's scraped right off the boat. Big story.
Who wants to see Big Murdoch knocks on doors first and asks permission. This I've said many times.
You were too many years away from me to hear it, Vic.
A copper. I smell it from here. Not too close, Papa Vittorio. Maybe you heard, Copper, how I don't like aces from the police, especially when I'm getting my hair cut.
Private barber's chair. Farewell gift from the boys at Sing Sing, Vic?
Aces with a loose mouth, especially I don't like. Papa Vittorio, I told you once. So use the scissors. You can clip a happy.
The waiter told me I should ask you a question, Vic. That Roaring 20s movie out there. Why?
The waiter told you to ask, so I'll answer you. Because 20 years ago, they put me in a cage. This made the world stop going around. What you see out there is how it was the world. I'm going to keep it that way until I catch up to 20 years. The 7,285 days you citizens cut out of me. Tell the waiter I answered your question.
I got another one. Your wife's death.
The boys told me about it. Shame. Mary was a good wife. They tell me. Your boys, copper. They find the key.
Key?
Key. Metal gadget that opens things. For 20 years, Mary's always carried it with her. If you found it, maybe it could open your eyes why a good wife like Mary should die.
I could make you tell me, Vic.
No, you couldn't, copper. Forgot what I just said. Did I say something, Barbara Vittorio? You see, I didn't say anything. You're a nice special, huh, Barbara? Where I sleep.
And he did. He slept. The throwbacks were having themselves a snazzy Charleston, so I threw consternation into the house by sugarfooting through them and out the door. A key, the man said. A key that his wife had, the man said, and his lip twitched when he said it. I called headquarters, and the only key among the effects of Mary Murdoch fitted the new Nash she'd parked in back of the station. Headquarters gave me her address, too, so I went there, to a quiet apartment in the East 60s.
Yes?
I'm Danny Clover. I'm from the police.
Please come in.
Miss
Susie Lane. I'm the maid here.
Lane, did they tell you about Mrs. Murdoch?
Mrs. Murdoch? No. She wasn't home last night.
She's dead.
She was a kind woman. I'm sorry.
She died in my office this morning.
A strange woman, but kind.
Strange?
This apartment, for instance, she brought no one here, received no mail here.
Men, friends?
They said good night downstairs.
I'm looking for a key, Miss Lane.
A key? What key?
I don't know, but I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it here.
Pardon me. Hello? Yes? It's for you, Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Danny Clover speaking.
Don't look for the key no more, Clover.
Who is this, Vic?
Yeah. I got advice for you. Don't look for the key no more. It could open up a lot of pain.
Changed your mind, haven't you?
If you haven't found it, don't look for it. If you found it, throw it away. Wait a minute. Guy I want to see just walked into the office.
Vic? Hello, Vic. Let's look for that key, Miss Lane. So we looked. Closets and desks and bureaus and cabinets. We looked there. And under mattresses and behind pictures and in jewel boxes. Nothing. No key. It went on for almost an hour. Then it got to be time to go back to the alley and take 20 years off my life.
Grand badge boy, the boss ain't having no more callers today.
Don't get conscientious. I'm an expected caller.
Boss ain't said a word about you. Show me your warrant.
Show you this.
Hey.
The message, waiter friend.
Hey, you can't go in there. The boss ain't gonna like it.
He'll like it. Murdoch, I was just telling your waiter... Murdoch?
Yeah, boss, this book I'm busted in. Hey, the boss is sleeping like a babe in his father chair. Hey, he ain't sleeping.
But he was. Dick was sleeping. The poets would say so. The poets would say something about the long black night and no stars. The black night that is forever. Because death is forever. But they'd have trouble. How do you write a sonnet on a 10-cent ice pick sticking in a man's heart? When it comes to starting off a new year, Broadway is sensible. It makes no promises to itself. It turns over no new leaves. That way it can grin over the current flock of killings and not make excuses for itself. A woman drops dead at police headquarters. That makes for a grade A grin. Her husband is murdered with an ice pick the same day. Broadway grins from ear to collective ear. Double feature, admission free, comedy of death, but sensational. And it goes on. The next morning, Broadway lines the curb, the funeral of Vic Murdoch, an oldie, a revival, but characters within the memory of dear old Dad. The procession was maybe a mile long, low-slung and black convertibles filled with flowers and mourners, and a brass band from Local 802. Maybe Bick enjoyed it. So many other people did, like the man who tapped my shoulder.
A sight, huh, Danny?
Jimmy Ames.
Quite a production, huh? 5-star.
Do funerals always make you this happy?
This one will get a headline for 3 editions. The way I write it, maybe even 4.
You've been stepping on my shadow, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know. People die where Danny Clover goes. Hey, I haven't seen him since...
Seen who?
Guy in the pearl gray hat, the one in the procession.
I know it's not polite, but point.
This car passing, you know who that is, or was he too long ago for you?
He doesn't register.
Joe Miami.
It surprises you. Make me surprised, too.
Joe Miami, Danny. Dick Murdoch's pally.
What's the pally doing now?
Being a brother to men, a fat, respectable citizen. Last year, the word reached the press room that Joe Miami was elected president of the PTA of Public School 62. The boys laughed for a half hour straight until we realized we'd suddenly aged 20 years.
Joe Miami, Jimmy. Where do I find him?
Uptown, Danny. The Gotham Distributors. You can find him there, Danny.
Okay, kid, you got full load. 600 cases. Distribution them. Take off like big wing bird.
Joe Miami?
It's me. Who are you?
Danny Clover. I'm
Don't tell me no more who is. I know.
Quite a business you got here, Joe.
They could distribute business, not bad. Makes me crummy fortune like old days. But now I pay tax, everything abiding.
Someplace quiet where we can talk, huh, Joe?
This someplace I got. My business office. Walk with me, Danny Clover. I offer you something. Ginger ale, sarsaparilla.
Thanks, Joe, but first we talk about Bick, then pleasure.
This type dying, the big die, very tragedy, huh? Very classical. Ice pick, like old golden days.
You mean a mob killed him, eh?
Why mob? Bick wasn't hurting nobody. All he wanted was a long dream. The old days like they were. He tried to buy them back. He get ice pick in the heart.
You were his #1 boy, Joe. Why would anyone want to kill Bick?
Maybe somebody remember Bick's supposed to have hideaway, 100 grand, before he go on a long visit to Sing Sing.
100 grand? Didn't Bick get it when he got out?
Joe Miami don't think so. If 100 grand is, maybe Bick left it where it was.
Where was that, Joe?
How would I know? I was only Bick's errand boy, not his wife.
You mean his wife, Mary, knew where it was? You mean maybe she had a key?
How do I know what I mean? I don't see Mary for 20 years. Bick don't like guys for to see Mary. Bick take care of Mary no matter what it is, even dead. You sure you don't want no sarsaparillas?
Tell me about Mary.
Oh, she's a lovely, nice wife.
Tell me more.
Lovely, nice wife for 18, 19 years. But in 20th year, since Bick was away, Mary found maybe new love, a new guy.
Who was he?
Who was he? Why should I care? But a woman put these things down in little black diaries, doesn't it? This is very classical also.
Yeah. Thanks for everything, Abiding Joe.
For what? You didn't touch drop sarsaparilla.
I had an idea I was getting someplace now, but my footing wasn't secure. Someplace back down the line I'd walked too fast, skipped something. The matter of Mary Murdoch's mail company who said goodnight downstairs. Maids might know about that. Headquarters gave the address of Susie Lane, ex-maid of the late Mary Murdoch. The address of Susie Lane on 136th Street in Harlem. I went there, and the same man stepped on my shadow again.
Don't look worried, Danny. You know you can't lose me.
Be kind to newspaper guys, I always say. They write such wonderful bits.
Somebody going to die again, Danny?
No more.
That could be news, too. I'll come along.
All right, but keep your hand over your mouth.
Sure. In here?
In here. Miss Lane.
Door's open a little. Let's go in.
Take your hand off the door. Miss Lane.
Come on, let's go in. Hey, Susie.
Hey, I told you not to.
Look at this place, Danny. Like a big wind lived and died here. A mess.
Yeah.
What have you got?
Blood. A pool of it on the rug.
Maybe you're batting 1,000 after all.
How'd you like to get battered right through that wall?
Yeah? Trouble, huh?
You add it up. You're a big newspaper man. Overturned furniture and a bloody rug. Look in the dinette, big newspaper man.
Sure. What am I looking for?
I don't know. Just look.
Nothing in there, Danny. I'll try this closet.
Yeah.
Danny.
Oh, no.
When I opened the closet door, she was staring at me. She fell. The door must have been holding her up. Poor Susie Lane. She's dead. Huh?
No. Not quite dead.
Oh, I'm glad, Danny. I'm starting to worry about you.
Danny, it's me, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Sorry, Tartaglia. I was just thinking. How's Susie Lane?
Well, that's what I came to tell you. Hospital reports she is still in her coma.
They're taking care of her?
Everything in their power, Danny, just like you told me. Dr. Sinsky says she'll pull through, though.
What kind of people do things like that, Tartaglia? Beat up a girl till she's neither dead or alive, just to keep her mouth shut. What kind of people?
Well, in our line of business, we meet them all, Danny.
Yeah. Tartaglia, do you get mail?
Huh? Well, sure I get mail, Danny. Bills, the secrets of happy marriage, circulars, postcards and vacations. Hey, why do you ask a question like that at a time like this?
Everybody gets mail, huh?
Well, sure, Danny, sure. What's the matter?
Why didn't Mary Murdoch get mail?
She didn't?
No.
I don't believe it.
She didn't, Tartaglia. I've been checking back. And suddenly I remember Susie Lane told me there was never any mail at Mary Murdoch's apartment.
Oh, that is indeed strange. A problem. Needs thinking.
Tartaglia, if you wanted to get mail and you didn't want Mrs. Tartaglia to know you were getting it...
Oh, I wouldn't think of such a thing, Danny. Mrs. Tartaglia would find out anyway.
You'd have it sent care of general delivery, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Danny. I would send the mail to someplace anonymous like general delivery.
Oh, you're a genius, Tartaglia.
Danny, it hardly took no effort at all.
You can't shake me, Detective. Where we go now?
Jimmy Ames. I've got big news for you.
Yeah? Like what?
Like maybe the last paragraph to your story. You want it, reporter?
You out of your mind? What do you mean, do I want it?
Ever peeked in mailboxes, reporter? Let's move, kid. Let's move.
What can I do for you, sir?
Is there any mail at General for Mrs. Mary Murdoch?
Mary Murdoch? Your husband?
He's a policeman. I'm a reporter.
You're a policeman, sir?
Yes. Here.
Oh, of course. Just a minute. Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Yeah, not much mail, huh? Bill from Sachs, one from Bonwood.
Yeah. Something, Danny?
Something. We'll open the envelope and see. See?
Key.
She must have mailed it to herself.
A key to what, then?
Says here, kid, on the tag, the Wall Street Bank. Let's take a flyer on Wall Street, huh, reporter?
Mr. Brownby says your credentials are in order, Mr. Clover. I'm to permit you access to Mrs. Murdoch's safety deposit box.
Oh, thank Mr. Brownby for me.
I'll open the gate. Step in, please. I'm sorry. Only one of you can come in. Only Mr. Clover.
Wait a minute, Danny. Don't louse me out of my story.
Okay, I'll vote you for Ames here. He's a reporter. It's his story.
Oh, you may go in then. I have the bank key, which will insert here. Then I take your key. That is Mrs. Murdoch.
Wait, no, Mrs. Murdoch's key.
Exactly. I insert it here. And here it is, Mr. Clover.
Oh, thanks.
You may take it to that private cubicle to examine the contents. When you're through, just call me.
Yeah, I'll do that. Come on, Jimmy. I'll close the door.
Sure, Danny. All right, Danny. Open the box.
What?
The gun in your back. Does that surprise you, Danny?
Yeah. Frankly, yeah.
It shouldn't. A big cop like you with a big brain. Come on, Danny. Open the pretty box and hand me the $100,000.
Maybe you'll have to kill me to get it.
You think I won't? I've had practice. First Mary, then Vic. The third time's easier. Susie, we won't count. She didn't die.
Clean-cut, true blue fella like you.
Yeah, ain't I, though? A reporter has advantages, Danny. I knew all about that $100,000 all the time. Read it in an old newspaper morgue. I figure wife, Mary Murdoch, must know where it is, so I make love to her. But with all that love, He won't give me a little key. Funny woman.
So funny you murdered her, huh?
Yeah, like that. But then Vic gets on to our innocent little affair. The ice pick, the right way for a man like Vic to die, huh, Danny? It also leaves $100,000 all to myself. Open the box, Danny. No? All right, I'll open it myself.
How do you think you'll get out of here?
Oh, I figured that, Danny. Big man like you make a big shield. Nah, no tricks, Danny. Just be a good boy and stay there in the corner. You can watch me open the box from there. $100,000. Let me take you out of that nasty old box.
It was a big noise and a big scream. It got inside of me and wouldn't quit, but it had substance. It hoisted me up in the stratosphere and then let me drop 1,000,000 miles. Simple thing like a nun's cool fingertips brought me to. In a while, the hospital let me have visitors. A quiet talk about the death of Jimmy Ames. And at night, I slept my own sleep and dreamed of a fairy story, of Pandora's box. I had reason to. I knew all about a man named Vic Murdoch who planted $100,000 with a booby trap, just in case his wife was unfaithful, just in case being away from him for 20 years would make her lonely. Broadway's rearing on its haunches now, and it's wearing its comedian's face. It'll reach out and tickle you under the chin and make clucking noises, or it'll bang you across the mouth and get hysterical. Either way, you get hurt. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
We're hanging with the cats on ABC, the Animal Broadcasting Company.
Perhaps more than any other time of year, this is the season when millions of people discover Polaroid cameras do what no other kind of camera can do.
What's this? Thanks for the milk and cookies, and thanks for the beautiful Polaroid picture. Love, Santa.
Happy holidays from Polaroid.
I'm a great toy maker. We should get together.
Santa has competition.
It's got a secret ingredient.
And Christmas is in trouble.
We're going to give them away free. For free? Well, that's how we do it at the North Pole. Santa Claus is finished.
Christmas Eve, I'm going to do my job.
Now, the chase is on.
I just wanted him to see what a good assistant I could be.
It's a race to save Christmas. Santa Claus, the movie. Seeing is believing. Rated PG. Starts Wednesday.
Show and tell time.
Another teddy bear? My teddy's name is Teddy Ruxpin. He talks, he tells stories,
Full batteries not included.
Hi, my name is Teddy Ruxpin. Can you and I be friends?
Yeah.
I really enjoy talking to people. I would like you.
Teddy Ruxpin, the storytelling bear, comes with illustrated book and cassette from Worlds of Wonder.
Wednesday.
I'm in love.
Charlie's little girl falls for an older guy with
Style.
Charlie and Company. Then on George Burns Comedy Week,
I want to be known for my plays.
a serious, struggling playwright
Mr. Honeybunny, your car.
sells out.
Who's going to take me seriously?
Well, I take you seriously.
Then, ready for high adventure, terror in outer space?
We'll have coffee.
Then you're ready for Robert Hayes, Julie Haggerty, and Peter Graves in Airplane 2. Wednesday.
Missing Michael Mayfield, now age 7, last seen Houston, Texas, January 10th, 1985. Call 800-843-5678.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffee skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, it's afternoon as we look in at the Burns home, and we find Mr. and Mrs. Burns trying to decide how to spend the evening.
Would you like to go out this evening, George?
I don't mind, if you would.
Oh, I'd just as soon, if you would.
It's all right with me, if you'd like to.
Sure. Unless you'd rather stay home. Would you?
I don't mind. You would.
I'd just as soon. Unless you'd rather go out.
I don't mind going out, if you'd like to.
Oh, I'd like to go out, if you really want to.
Okay, I'll go shave. Unless you'd rather stay home.
Oh, no. Unless you would.
Oh, not me, no. If you want to go out.
All right. Would you like to see a movie?
I don't mind. You would.
I would.
Okay, I'll go shave.
Swell.
Good.
Unless you'd rather stay home.
Oh, no. Unless you would.
Oh, no. I'll go get dressed. If you're sure you'd like to go out.
I don't mind. You would.
George.
Yes?
The heckler.
Yeah, the heckler. Let's just stay home.
Sure.
Okay.
Swell.
Good.
Unless you'd rather go out.
I don't mind. If you would.
I'm just as soon, if you would.
Well, it's all right with me. I'll go shave.
And I'll go get dressed.
Good.
Fine. Unless you'd rather
Oh,
stay
listen,
home.
we've had... Would you like to go out or would you like to stay home? Make a definite statement.
All right.
All right, what? What is it?
Either way suits me.
Okay, I'll make the decision. We'll stay home.
No, we won't. We'll go out.
Gracie.
There's the telephone. Are you expecting a call?
No. Are you?
No. Would you like to answer it?
I don't mind. Unless you would.
I just as soon. Unless you would.
Okay, I'll answer it. Unless you want to.
No, I don't mind. Unless you'd rather.
Oh, Gracie, stop being silly. Answer the phone.
Don't order me around. You answer it.
Since when do you tell me what to do? You answer it.
I won't touch it.
Neither will I.
Meanwhile, on the other end of that ringing telephone, we find the Burns' friends, Blanche and Harry Morton.
Oh, nuts. They still don't answer.
Who are you trying to call, Harry?
George Burns. I got a job for him. I want him to go up to Seattle and help pick my apples.
Oh. Harry, are you still trying to get apple pickers?
Well, you're darn right I am. I've got one of the finest orchards in the state of Washington, and I'm not going to let those apples rot.
But, Harry, you can't make an apple picker out of an actor.
I know. That's why I'm taking George Burns. And he won't have to be up in Washington more than a couple of weeks.
But the Burnses have a radio show every Thursday night.
Why does the show need George?
Well, why, George is the one who does all the... Well, he tells the... Well, don't stand there. Call him back.
They won't be home yet. I got a better idea. Here comes the postman. I'll just write a note and have him deliver it to the Burns house.
Okay, Harry.
You want to see who's at the door, Gracie?
Sure. Unless you want.
Well, let's not start that again.
All right, I'll go.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman. How are you today?
Oh, Mrs. Burns, I feel gloriously alive today. I'm invigorated, stimulated, activated. I'm jumping with joy.
My goodness, you must tell my husband what kind of vitamins you use.
Oh, it isn't vitamins that makes me so happy. I gave my wife a black eye.
Well, at last the worm turned.
No, she was facing me.
Well, tell me what happened.
Well, finally I could stand no more. The fighting blood rushed to my head.
Good.
One clap from birth and it rushed out again. But now I was really mad. Every ounce of my virile manhood cried for revenge. The beast in me said, fight, fight, fight.
Oh, and that's when you gave her the black eye?
Yes.
Oh, well, tell me just how it happened.
Well, she tried to kick me and her shoe flew off and hit her in the eye.
Oh, Mr. Postman, I thought you hit her.
Me? You think I want to get killed? Well, here's your mail, Mrs. Burns. Goodbye. And remember, keep smiling.
What came in the mail, Gracie?
Oh, the usual stuff. Bills and a letter from... Oh, wait a minute. Well, here's a funny one. A letter addressed to you, but there's no stamp on it.
Wonder what that could be.
Well, it must be an official government letter. They're the only ones that don't need stamps.
Well, let's read it. Dear George, I need your help to handle a big job in Washington. Hope I can count on you, Harry. Washington? Harry?
Darling, how wonderful. Oh, I'm so proud of you.
What do you mean?
Well, don't you see Harry Truman needs your help in Washington?
The president? Wants me to help him?
Well, why not? You're one of the great minds of this country.
Oh, go on. Am I really?
Well, one of the greatest, George. It's always been a miracle to me how such high thoughts could come out of such a low forehead.
Well, true, I've got a lot of brains.
Oh, you bet you have. If you weren't a brilliant man, the Maxwell House people wouldn't have you on the air advertising their coffee.
Say, come to think of it, the president has been calling on advertising men to help him. Chester Bowles came from an advertising agency. So did William Benton.
Well, certainly. And look who he took from Batten, Barton, Durston, and Osborne.
Who?
Well, out of that crowd, he must have gotten somebody.
But I still can't imagine the president calling on me to help. There are a lot of men in radio smarter than I am.
You name a couple.
Well, there aren't that many.
And look at the uncanny grasp you have of international affairs. Well, I'll never forget what you said last summer just after my mother had gone back home.
What did I say?
Well, you said, now we'll have peace. And the very next day, Japan surrendered.
Yeah, I had a hunch. But, gee, it's still hard to believe that President Truman wants me to help him run the country.
Well, come in.
Hello, Burnses.
Hiya, Bill.
Oh, Bill, you're the first to hear the news.
What news, Gracie?
Well, guess who wants George to help the Democrats run the country?
The Republicans?
Laugh a minute, this boy. Willie the Wit, they call him.
Well, Bill, this is no joke. The president has sent for George to come to Washington.
What?
It's true. He probably listened to George on the radio and figured the government should have him in Washington.
Well, don't let him take you without extradition papers, George.
Now, Bill.
We'll fight this every inch of the way.
Hey, Bill.
Since when is it a federal offense to smell up the air?
Bill, it so happens the president wants me to help him run this country.
Oh, come, George. Things can't be that bad.
So you don't believe I'm going to Washington to help the president, huh?
Ah, sure I believe it, George. The minute I heard you sing last week, I said to myself, there's the man who should be Secretary of the Interior.
Huh?
Well, I said to myself, if one of the Ickies has to leave, let's put another one in his place.
Goodbye, comic.
So long, brain truster.
You see, Bill didn't believe it. Maybe there's some mistake about this thing, Gracie.
Oh, mistake nothing. Why, the president couldn't possibly find anyone better qualified. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, this is Harry. I've been trying to reach you all day.
You have?
Yeah, did George get my note?
Oh, yes. Yes, he did, Your Highness.
What?
He got the note, Your Excellency.
Look, what's the idea of calling me all that stuff?
Well, what should I call you?
Well, just call me Harry. I'm democratic.
Well, naturally, or you wouldn't be where you are.
Now, look, you don't have to soft soap me just because I'm offering George a job. It happens to be the sort of thing a guy with his brains can handle. Will he take it?
Well, of course he will. And you'll find that he's the hardest worker in the whole United States.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm from Missouri.
So I've heard, Your Lordship.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, please. Tell George I'll get in touch with him later and let him know when to leave for Washington. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Your Reverence.
Gosh, Gracie, was that the
president himself.
Holy smoke.
And you know he's just as friendly and pleasant as one of our own neighbors.
And he really wants me in Washington?
He insists on it. Oh, George, isn't it thrilling? You'll be in the nation's capital, budgeting the fiscals, appropriating the tariffs, filling the busters. Oh,
it's like a dream.
Isn't it?
Me, one of Truman's advisors.
Hiya, folks.
Oh, Meredith, have we got news for you? President Truman has sent for George to come to Washington and help him with his problems.
Golly, George. Congratulations.
Thanks, Meredith.
But, gee, I sure am going to miss you.
Yeah, well, maybe you can go to Washington with us, Meredith. Maybe George can find something for you to do. George, isn't there some little government job you could give Meredith? Something like Secretary of State?
Oh, sure. I'll make him Secretary of State.
Oh, good. Meredith, what state would you like to be secretary of?
Well, I think I'll take Iowa. That's my home state, George.
I know.
You know, born, raised right there in Mason City, Iowa.
Yes.
That's where the corn grows 6 feet tall.
So I see, Meredith. Now, look, you two, there'll be no appointments. My only job is to help the president.
Well, Mr. Truman's got a big problem, all right.
Well, every president has a problem.
Yeah, but his is tremendous. He's fingering his bass wrong when he plays the piano.
Meredith, don't you think it's possible that the president might have a couple of other problems?
No, I don't think so. His pedal work and right hand are fine.
Yes. He plays the piano much better than Hoover did.
Yeah. Say, you know who'd make a good president? Carmen Cavallero. He has a flawless left hand.
Look, Meredith, you better run along now. I have a lot to do before I leave for Washington.
Yeah, that's true. He has, Meredith. George will have to buy a lot of new things. The person can't appear at the White House in his old clothes.
That's right. I'll buy some new suits, new hats, new shoes, a new coat. What else?
Oh, that's plenty for me. Get a couple of neckties for yourself, dear.
It's Meredith Willson and his orchestra, and Carry Me Back to Old Virginia. Well, Meredith, I suppose you had a special reason for choosing Carry Me Back to Old Virginia this 21st of February?
Why, sure, Bill. We always associate the beautiful and historic state of Virginia with our first president.
Yes, that's right. Say, Meredith, do you know that even in those early days, coffee was beginning to play a real part in the hospitality of our American scene? In fact, the colonists had been drinking coffee for 100 years before George Washington was president. Yes, from America's earliest days, coffee has been a national custom and a favorite cup of good cheer. And in the American scene today, the choice is most often Maxwell House. For Maxwell House is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in America. Enjoyed for its delicious, satisfying flavor. And that famous flavor is no accident. For master craftsmen skillfully blend into Maxwell House these premium coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The result is coffee so richly mellow, so vigorously full-bodied, that this nation of coffee lovers agrees it's good to the last drop.
We're practically on our way to Washington. One trunk is packed. Now let's start on the other one.
Okay. Way down in Missouri where I heard this melody.
Oh, that's beautiful, darling. Harry will love it.
Yeah, that's his favorite song.
Yeah, I hope he can play Ain't Misbehaving. That's your best number.
Well, I can teach it to him. I wonder if we'll have trouble finding a place to stay in Washington.
But the president will insist on us staying at the White House, naturally.
He will?
Well, suppose he needs you in the middle of the night to solve some knotty problem. He just knocks on your door and he says, George, how do you feel about merging the OPA and the NLRB so that the CIO and the AFL can deal directly with the AMGOT and the UNRRA?
What do I say?
Either okay or PU.
Oh, sure. Hand me my underwear. I'll pack that.
Here you are. Oh, George, I hope they give us the blue room. You look so patriotic every morning.
Patriotic?
Running through the blue room of the White House in your red underwear.
Yeah, 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue.
Oh, you go right on packing, dear. I'll see who's at the front door.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes?
It's all over town that your husband is going to see the president. I'm from the Associated Press.
Oh, you're a newspaper reporter.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Burns his views on questions of the day.
Oh, well, he's very busy now, but I can tell you anything you want to know.
All right. I'll make some notes on this. Now, first, how does your husband feel about labor?
Labor? Well, on the whole, he'd rather not.
You don't understand. I mean, does he approve of strikes?
Well, some strikes he does and some strikes he doesn't. You can quote him as saying that of all the strikes he's heard about, the sit-down strike is the most comfortable.
I can quote him on that?
Yes.
Good. Now, how does he feel about Senator Pepper's bill? How does he feel about Senator Pepper's bill?
Senator or no senator, if he owes a bill, he ought to pay it.
I can quote that, too.
Oh, definitely. My husband has no prejudice. He's going to Washington with an open mind.
I'll say it's open. I can feel the draft. Now, how about your husband's foreign policy?
Oh, it's gorgeous.
What does he think about Russia?
He thinks Russia is very large.
And England?
Much smaller.
What a scoop that'll make. How does he feel about the Far East?
The Far East?
Yes.
Well, now, he thinks New York is a nice place to visit, but no place to live.
I meant a little farther east. How about a statement from your husband on the Chinese question?
Oh, well, now, you have to wait for that until he learns the language. He feels that a Chinese question deserves a Chinese answer.
He's so right, too. Tell me, what are his views on the Indonesian situation?
Oh, now that's the question I've been waiting for. What was it again?
The Indonesian situation, Java. Isn't he worried about Java?
Oh, goodness, no. We get all we want from the Maxwell House people.
Mrs. Burns, I was talking about an island in the Dutch East Indies.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Now I see what you're driving at.
Good. Now, what's your husband's attitude towards Sumatra?
He likes him, but he prefers Crosby.
That did it. The interview is over. This will be in all the morning papers.
Wonderful. Any other questions about my husband?
Yes, just 3. When did he get out? Who let him out? And when does he go back in?
When did he get out? Wouldn't he be surprised if he knew that George never went to college at all?
Who's at the door?
Just a newspaper man. Now, let's get to bed, George. We may have to leave for Washington very early in the morning.
Okay. Where's my nightshirt?
Oh, I'm afraid, dear, you'll have to wear one of my gowns. I sent all your nightshirts out to be dyed black.
Dyed black?
Well, yes, to wear in case you're made a member of the Supreme Court.
Let's go to bed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Come in.
Oh, good morning, Bill.
Well, good morning, Gracie. Say, George, let me be the first to apologize. When you said you were going to Washington, I thought you were talking through your hat, but it's in all the morning papers.
Really?
Yeah, get a load of this headline. George Burns to Washington to help run country.
Wow.
Millions of Americans flee to Mexico.
Oh, it says that, yeah.
Well, George, I was just kidding about that one, but gosh, this is big stuff. It says you may stay in the White House.
It does?
Yeah. It says brilliant wit of radio may stay in White House while her husband advises Truman.
I say.
Gee, you two will really be in a social swim there in Washington. Parties at all the foreign legations.
Oh, yes. I can just see us now at the Russian embassy, eating caviar and sipping Molotov cocktails.
Gracie, a Molotov cocktail is an explosive.
Really? Oh, well, don't you drink more than one.
Yeah, I'll watch myself.
Yeah. And, of course, there'll be big dinner parties at the British embassy. My goodness, I don't know how to act around royalty.
Well, Gracie, I just happened to read a very interesting book about English royalty.
Oh?
It's called Forever Amber.
Did you get any information from it?
Well, nothing you could use at a dinner party. No.
Don't forget, we'll have to do some entertaining ourselves, Gracie.
Oh, yeah, that's right. How do you talk to diplomats and senators and people like that?
Oh, it's easy, Gracie. For example, a senator must always be called Right Honorable.
Even if he isn't?
Oh, sure. Now, let's say an important senator drops in, the head of one of those congressional blocks. Well, what do you say?
Well, I'd say, sit down, Right Honorable Blockhead.
No, Gracie. I see you're going to need some advice.
Oh, Bill, we don't need all that fancy talk.
Yes, you do, George. Suppose a man like Lord Beaverbrook comes to this country for a conference and he drops in. What would you say to him?
I'd be democratic. I'd say, sit down, Beav, and have a cup of coffee.
Sit down, Beav, and have a cup of... George, he's one of the most important men in the world. You want him to think you're a dope?
Well, what should I say?
Well, say, sit down, Beav, and have a cup of Maxwell House coffee. For goodness sake, show him that you're offering him the best. Let him know that he's getting Maxwell House, the coffee that's appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow. Coffee at its full-flavored best, good to the last drop.
Bill.
Say to him, Beav, old chap, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Okay, Bill, he's sitting down. He's drinking his coffee. Now what do I say?
Oh, well, then you say, Your Lordship, I trust your stay in this country has been frightfully jolly. And then Lord Beaverbrook will say to you, Mr. Burns, you ain't just beating your chops. So long.
You ain't just beating your chops.
Where do you suppose Lord Beaverbrook picked that up?
At the Palladium. Goes there every Saturday night with Churchill.
Oh.
Well, now call a taxi. Our train for Washington leaves in a half hour. Oh, nuts. Come in.
George, you old son of a gun. I just read the morning paper. So you're going away and leave your old friend Harry Morton in the lurch, huh?
What do you mean, Harry?
Well, I thought you were coming up to Washington to help me pick my apples.
Me? Pick apples? You're talking to Truman's right-hand man.
But Gracie said on the phone you'd do it. She said you got my note signed Harry. She seemed very pleased.
You sent a note signed Harry?
Telling you I had a job for you in Washington.
Gracie.
No, I don't feel well. I think I'll go lie down.
Come back here.
Well, now, George, keep calm. Remember your sore foot.
I haven't got a sore foot.
Well, you will have if you do what you're thinking of doing.
Of all the hair-brained ridiculous. Harry, let me see that morning paper.
Sure. Here, George.
Oh, no. Who gave out this interview?
I did. You were busy packing.
How do I feel about Sumatra? I like Crosby better. The sit-down strike is the most comfortable. Gracie, you made me the laughing stock of this country.
Well, I'm sorry, dear.
I'll never be able to hold up my head again.
I didn't
Hello?
mean to do it.
Yes,
How
this is the
can I
Burns
face
resident.
my friend?
I know.
Who?
George,
How can I
just
look
ignore
anybody
Oh,
in
just
the
a moment.
I didn't
George.
This is absolutely...
George.
This is...
George.
What do you want?
The White House is on the telephone.
Oh, no.
The president must have seen the paper.
I'm too young to be deported.
George, answer it.
No, sir. You got me into this. You talk to him.
Me?
Answer it.
Oh, yes, dear. Hello. Hello, Your Majesty. I mean your democratship. Oh, you read it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll tell him. Goodbye, Your Presidency.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me what he said.
Well, I think I better. He wants you to come to Washington.
He does?
Yes, he said compared to some of the things he's heard, your ideas make a lot of sense.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee, always good to the last drop.
Good night.
Stay tuned to this station because Bird's Eye Open House, starring Dinah Shore, is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Groucho Marx.
Oh, goody, goody Jell-O pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right.
And just as Jell-O, 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten. So the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jell-O pudding or a Jell-O and you know it's the one and only Jell-O.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Things are jumping at ABC.
The Animal Broadcasting Company.
Ribbit.
Gleaming in the morning light, home of She-Ra shining bright. Crystal Castle.
You put it together. She-Ra sold separately. You can pretend.
Magic things shine everywhere, 'cause it has a secret power. Lifted high on her throne, She-Ra saves the world alone. The fate of the world safe in Crystal Castle, Princess of Power.
Crystal Castle comes with everything you see here. She-Ra dolls sold separately. New from Mattel.
Come on, everyone, it's time. Hello, I'm Orville Redenbacher. This is my favorite time of the year, when we Redenbachers get together to share the best of the season. Of course, we pop up plenty of my light and fluffy gourmet popping corn and my gourmet microwave popping corn. Ready? You'll say they're the season's best, or I'm not.
Redenbacher.
Great grandpa to you. May your holiday be the best there is.
We're Beatrice.
Meet Mr. Jones, our stockbroker. Mr. Jones is in a depression because he's wearing one of those diapers that leak. Well, sir, take stock in Huggies. Huggies diapers are form-fitting, and they're thick and absorbent with soft, gentle elastic at the leg. So Huggies hug to help stop leaking and help keep babies happy. Now our stockbroker's wearing Huggies, and happy days are here again. Right, Mr. Jones?
Introducing Casey, the tape player that talks to you.
He winks, he talks to you.
Hi, my name is Casey.
Casey, it's amazing the things you can do.
Casey tells stories and jokes, too. Tell us a joke, Casey.
What do you get when you mix 2 ducks with 1 cow? Quackers and milk.
Casey, you're amazing.
Casey plays your tapes, too. Batteries not included.
Santa Claus will be here real soon.
Casey, you're amazing.
Casey comes with activity book and cassette from Play School. Other cassettes sold separately.
Monday, it's one of the greatest casts ever assembled. Irwin Allen's all-new, all-star musical extravaganza, Alice in Wonderland. Monday. Mary's back, meeting new people.
The hooker, and a fine one you are, I'm sure.
Tackling a new career.
What do I do for privacy?
Go home at night. Then meet Assistant D.A. Harrigan.
I'm not going to tell you where we were or what we were doing when I had to excuse myself and go to an autopsy.
Mary and Foley Square, premiering December 11th.
This is CBS.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now, the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Cash Down the Drain. Attention, all boys and girls. A little later in tonight's program, I'm going to tell you about the Betty Crocker cereal tray's sensational gift offer. It's a big, complete model city that looks just like a real city. And you can get this model city without sending in a single penny. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Be sure to listen later when I'll give you all the details about Model City.
Hello, operator. This is Mrs. John Bates calling. I want police headquarters, and hurry.
Mary Bates had wakened at midnight. At first, she was a little confused. She saw lightning flash and heard thunder in the distance. Then she realized that it was not the impending storm that had wakened her. It was the lamp beside her bed. It had been lighted and turned to shine on her face. She sat up quickly. Then she saw a note beside the lamp. And on the note, the seal of the Green Hornet.
No, there's no signature. Just the note about my husband and the seal of the Green Hornet.
The Hornet, you say?
Yes, and a threat.
Hang up.
Hello, Mrs. Bates. Are you still there?
I said hang up that phone.
He's back. The Green Hornet.
Sorry, I'll take that phone.
You...
I waited in the hall until you wakened to see if you'd obey the note and warn your husband to stay away. You were warned not to call the cops. You still have a chance to get word to your husband. You'd better do it.
Rain began with a thunderstorm and fell steadily all night. By morning, the streets were flooded, especially in the vicinity of the Daily Sentinel building. Michael Axford came into the city room wet and angry.
Well, Axford, been swimming?
Gunnigan, you can save the wisecracks. I'm in no mood for 'em. Look at me. I'm soaked to the skin, including the feet especially.
Hey, stand back. Don't trip on my desk.
The water's a foot deep at the curb.
Yeah, I saw it when I came to work. The sewers are clogged with politics.
That they are, by golly. They're clogged. They're clogged with what?
Politics, Axford. Politics and graft. And while you're in that dripping mood, you might do a story about it.
Now, wait, Gunnigan. Let me get you straight.
I've already turned Lowry loose on the story. He's down in the morgue digging up some information.
About what?
Sewers, Axford, sewers. We spent millions of dollars in this city to get the sewers fixed so they could carry off the water. And we didn't get our money's worth.
You're telling me. Look at my feet.
Oh, here comes Lowry.
Hi, Gunnigan. I got the dope.
Hello, Axford.
Hi, Lowry.
What'd you find, Lowry?
There was an assistant city engineer on that sewer project, a man by the name of John Bates.
I remember.
He tried to tell the engineer that the new system wouldn't work.
but he was beating his head against a brick wall.
Yeah, I remember when you interviewed him. Bates made some serious charges of graft.
Yeah, he said he had proof of all the charges he made, but he wouldn't turn that proof over to us. So, Britt Reed wouldn't publish the Bates accusations. Couldn't risk a libel suit.
Where's this guy Bates now?
Wait until you hear. He went into a spin trying to prove charges of graft and had a nervous breakdown. Took a leave of absence and went to Bermuda.
Oh, no, I remember, Lowry. You blew your top at the time.
You bet I did. Bates left town too sudden to suit me. He was in a position to give me a story that'd blow the lid off the city hall. But instead of talking, he took a cruise.
What do you make of it, Lowry?
I think someone told him to get out if he wanted to stay healthy. Hey, Gunnigan, maybe we can still get that story. Bates is on his way home.
He is?
Yeah. His ship is due to come in sometime tonight or tomorrow morning.
Good, you can meet Bates. Get his story.
Holy crow, wait a minute.
What's the matter with you?
You said Bates. John Bates.
What about it?
It happened while I was at cops' headquarters last night.
Oh, listen, you goon. If you know something, tell it.
Mrs. Bates got a warning. A guy went to her place at midnight and left a note telling her to send a message to her husband saying it wouldn't be smart for him to come back to the city.
That just about proves there was some fast work in connection with a new sewer project. The boys are afraid of what Bates might tell.
Mrs. Bates was told not to call the cops, but she did it anyhow. The Hornet stopped her the first time, but she called them back in spite of threats.
What?
Who stopped it?
The Hornet.
Was it the Hornet that left that warning?
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
But I
Come on, Reed's got to hear this news. Joe, hold on the slot till I get back.
I'll go to Reed with you, Gunnigan.
Yeah, you too, Larry.
Right, Gunnigan.
Oh, confounded Axford. Sometimes you don't recognize news when it jumps up and snaps at you.
But, Gunnigan, I was supposed to keep it quiet. The cops at headquarters
You're paid
told
to
me...
get news from headquarters. It's up to me and Reed whether or not we publish it. You get it and turn it in, see?
Hey, what sort of delegation is this? What's up, Gunnigan? I can hear you yelling way down the hall.
Reed, it's about the Green Hornet.
He threatened Mrs. John Bates, boss.
Hold it. I got the story direct from the Commissioner of Police.
You
knew the Hornet was
The
mixed up in
commissioner,
this?
you say?
What?
If the Green Hornet had known Mary Bates as well as I do, he'd know that his threats wouldn't keep her from turning to the police.
The cops will have a dozen plainclothesmen on hand to meet that boat when it comes in.
The Bermuda Belle is expected to dock at midnight.
Well, there'll be no chance to interview Bates after the ship docks. Larry, I want you and Axford to charter a small boat and go out and meet the Bermuda Belle. Tell Bates that Wagstaff has maneuvered him out of his job as assistant engineer.
Likewise, we'll tell him that the Green Hornet threatened his wife last night.
Lightly acting on Wagstaff's orders.
Bates has a story, and we want it. Go get it.
That evening, Britt Reed waited impatiently in his luxurious apartment. With him was Cato, his faithful valet, and the only person who knew that the young publisher was also the Green Hornet.
Yeah, still no word from the office, Cato. Lowry and Axford should be back by this time.
Mr. Britt, what was purpose of last night's visit to Mrs. Bates?
If the police think the Hornet's after Bates, they'll have a guard on hand to protect him from the time he leaves the ship. Just in case Wagstaff has any rough ideas.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt.
And there was another reason for the call. I'm sure Mrs. Bates cabled her husband, told him of the threat. Now, Bates will assume that Wagstaff sent the Hornet. He'll be madder than ever, and more likely to tell all he knows about the sewer project.
That's true.
He should have a good story for Lowry and Axford. They should be back. I wish we'd heard from the office.
Mr. Britt.
Huh?
A man named Wagstaff is city engineer?
No, Cato. Carslake is the city engineer. And he'd never hold a public office if the voters would take the time and trouble to investigate candidates before voting for them. Carslake's just a puppet. Wagstaff is the power behind him. I'll get it, Cato. It must be the office. Hello, Reed speaking. Oh, wait a minute, Axford. Stop shouting. Hold everything. I'll be right down.
Well, what is the matter?
He's so excited he can hardly talk. He and Lowry got to the Bermuda Belle a couple of hours out. John Bates wasn't on board. He disappeared. Get the convertible out for me, Cato. I'm going to the office right away.
Hey, where's the pics on Bates? I'm waiting for him. This paper's a daily, not a weekly. Hey, Joe. Yeah. Any news from the doc? No, not yet, Gunnigan. Well, keep trying.
Hey, Gunnigan, Lowry called.
Well, tell him to give you 500 words for the next edition. Then interview the captain for a follow-up.
Gunnigan, what are you doing here at this time of the night?
Oh, hello, Reed. Lowry called me at home, and I came right down. The Bates disappearance is too big for the lobster ship to handle.
You got the story under control?
Yeah.
Brief me.
Lowry and Axford met the Bermuda Belle. Bates wasn't on board. He'd been on board, but he just disappeared sometime since noon.
What about his cabin?
Messed up. Looked like a struggle. Hey, Brewster, what about that head? Makeup's waiting for it.
Coming right up.
Reed, it's one more for the Green Hornet.
What?
Plain as day. The Hornet made a threat last night. Mrs. Bates ignored the warning, called the police. So, somehow, the Hornet got to the Bermuda Belle and got John Bates.
Now, hold on, Gunnigan.
Can't deny it, boss. It's murder. Where's that head?
All set, Gunnigan. 8-column banner and a 2-column drop.
Here, let me read it. Green Hornet on high seas.
Bates' disappearance follows threat.
Green Hornet strikes again. That Green Hornet shot on high seas. Here you are, sir. Bates disappears from Bermuda Belle. Here you are, sir. Green Hornet strikes again. Read all about it. That's the Lux Street. That's Bob.
Read all about it, Carslake. Here's the final edition. You and I owe this Green Hornet a vote of thanks.
Not so loud, Wagstaff.
Don't worry. My office is quite soundproof. Here, you want the morning paper?
No, I read all the papers at breakfast. That's why I came here. Tell me, Wagstaff, what's the inside story?
You know as much as I do. Bates has disappeared. That's all there is to it.
You didn't send the Hornet to get him?
I don't know anything about the Green Hornet.
You planned to have some men waiting when Bates came off the boat.
They were on hand, but there was nothing for them to do. Bates wasn't on the boat. It's a good thing, too. The law was out in force.
Yes, but we don't know that Bates is dead.
Now, Carslake, don't worry about it. If the Green Hornet was after him, he's dead.
But if he isn't, what if he turns up with all that evidence he's gathered? Wagstaff, I'd be through as a city engineer.
You'd be more than that, Carslake. You'd be through, period. We'd both be through. We'd be looking between jail bars.
I wish I knew why the Hornet went after him.
Why worry about that?
Look, Wagstaff, now listen.
Well?
Bates had a lot of information with him. Documented information. If the Green Hornet got possession of that stuff. See what I mean?
You mean we might have to deal with the Green Hornet?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. He'd come to us. He'd want a price for the documents.
And a steep price.
Well, at least he can be paid off in cash. It's better than going to jail as Bates would have us do.
Mr. Wagstaff.
Mamie, I told you not to disturb me. No phone calls.
I'm
no...
sorry, sir, but I think this is important.
What is?
A man has called 3 times. He's on the phone now, and he insists on speaking to you.
What's his name?
He won't give any name. He said you'd better talk to him. And the way he said it, well, sir, perhaps you'd better. The call's on line 2.
Very well, I'll take it, maybe. But don't disturb me again, huh?
Yes.
Yes?
Wagstaff, listen carefully, because I'll not repeat. By this time, you've probably seen the headlines.
Of course I've seen the headlines. What about them?
Then you know that Bates has disappeared.
Something about Bates. Who's calling?
Well?
I'll call at your home tonight. You'd better be there around 11 o'clock. I have a few things to discuss with you.
My home at 11? But who are you?
I called on Mrs. Bates last night. She ignored my warning. Don't you try any tricks.
Mrs. Bates ignored... You're...
Goodbye.
Now, wait, listen to me. Don't hang up. Hung up. Said he'd call on me. 11 tonight.
Who was it, Wagstaff?
The Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Attention! Attention! Come closer to the radio. here's the big Model City news. While this big gift offer lasts, you can get a terrific Model City that looks just like a real city. You can get it without sending in a single penny. Think of it, a Model City complete with modern business buildings, different style houses, automobiles, trucks, garages, even fences and billboards, all yours without sending in a single penny. You will have all the fun of building Model City, too. All the fun of watching it grow as you finish one model after another. And it's easy. No pasting or gluing needed. Many slots pre-cut. You just cut out and assemble. Think of getting all this without sending in a single penny. It's true, there's no money, no box tops, no coupons to send in. Model City is waiting for you right now at any grocery store. How do you get it? Just get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. The assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Model City is right on the Betty Crocker cereal tray. There are so many different buildings, I couldn't begin to tell you all about Model City. But here's just one avenue. It's 4th Avenue. There's an auto sales store, a pet store, a big modern 5 and 10 cent store, and the Model City police station. Everything complete, even storage sheds in back of the buildings and awnings in front. How about houses? Well, Model City has all kinds of different styles. They're 2-story, 1-story, modern, old-fashioned, brick, shingle, stone. Moreover, many houses have separate garages with automobiles. What fun you can have building Model City. And when it's complete, you can rearrange the avenues to make different kinds of towns. Use your toy automobiles and airplanes, electric trains. Hurry! Be one of the first to get Model City. Just go to your grocer's. Buy the Betty Crocker cereal tray. The assortment of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks in individual packages. Model City is right on the Betty Crocker cereal tray. There's nothing extra to buy, no box tops, no coupons, no money to send in. Just get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. On it is Model City. See your grocer tomorrow and get Model City. Now to continue our story. It had been a busy day for Sentinel reporters who were assigned to the Bates disappearance. Britt Reed was particularly anxious to learn where Bates had gone because it was generally supposed that the Green Hornet was behind the disappearance of the former assistant chief engineer. That evening in his apartment, Britt began work on a plan of attack. He called Cato to prepare the next move.
I hope Mr. Axford does not come in while we are out.
Axford will be tied up at police headquarters in the Sentinel office. We needn't worry about him. Besides, he thinks I'm going to a party tonight.
Oh, that's good. Well, what is planned?
Cato, if Wagstaff had been on the level, he'd have told the police about my phone call. He'd have told the police to look for me at his home tonight.
Are you sure he didn't call police?
If he had, I'd know it. Axford spent the whole day in police headquarters.
Then Wagstaff is crook. Maybe he know what happened to Bates.
If he does, I'll make him tell me.
What if he not know?
Then he'll suspect the Green Hornet just as everyone else does. In that case, I'll let him think I know all that Bates knew. I'll work the bluff for all it's worth and see what I can learn about the graft.
But he knows you are to call tonight. Maybe he will set trap. Maybe use friends instead of police.
I doubt it, Cato. Now let's get going.
Oh, Mr. Britt, wait. Sometime you may be in danger, in need of help, and not in position to call or use usual means of letting me know.
Well?
With that in mind, Mr. Britt, I have made a special ring. Oh, here, I show it to you.
A ring? Well, say, that's a neat piece of jewelry.
You see, Mr. Britt? The cover looks like signet ring, with pattern of Green Hornet.
Just about the biggest signet ring I've ever seen. Yeah, but, Cato, how can I use this to call for help?
You see, Mr. Britt, cover opens, or like this. When cover is open, ring shines bright in darkness.
Very neat, Cato.
It's large enough to be seen at long distance.
But, Cato, I could send you any kind of message using Morse code.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
I'll wear it tonight for good luck. Now we gotta hurry. Let's get to the car.
Telephone.
Let it ring. Officially, I'm not at home.
The phone in Britt Reed's apartment rang repeatedly. Gunnigan was calling from the city room.
Oh, thunder.
Gunnigan, I told you Reed wasn't at home tonight.
Party. It's a shame he can't lay off parties while the John Bates story's hot. Look at me. Over 30 hours on the job with no rest. I'm a wreck.
You look that way all the time whether you're working hard or not.
What's so hot, Gunnigan? Why have you got to get Reed? Can't I handle it?
Yeah, Lowry, you'll have to handle it. Now listen and get this straight. I had a phone call. The guy wouldn't give his name, but he gave me a tip.
An old hand like you listening to anonymous tip? I thought you'd been in this game too long.
I've been in this game long enough to know when something's on the level, and this is.
What was it?
He said he was a friend of Reed's. He said to find Britt. Tell him to get over to Wagstaff's house as soon as possible.
Wagstaff's house?
He said the story of the year would be there waiting.
Holy crow.
And you can't find Reed?
He's at a party.
Well, I'm not at a party. I'm on the job.
I'll prove it. Get going.
Lowry and Axford made good time through the city streets and the suburban area toward Wagstaff's luxurious home. The black beauty of the Green Hornet was far ahead and making even better time toward the same destination.
I know Wagstaff's house, Cato. I know where I can leave the car behind the house in case we have to make a fast getaway.
Well, I will watch house, Mr. Britt. I will stand so I can see. In case you need to signal for help with new ring, be sure you shield ring from light. Ring glows only in dark.
Fine, Cato. If I need help, I'll let you know.
You may be trapped.
I don't think Wagstaff will try anything.
Oh, there is house.
Yes. That room at the rear on the first floor is the study. It looks as if Wagstaff's waiting for us. Come on. Look, Cato, through those French doors. Wagstaff already has a visitor.
One who holds a gun.
Great Scott, Cato. You know who that is?
No, sir.
That's the man who disappeared last night. John Bates, the engineer who disappeared from the Bermuda Belle.
Stand right where you are, Wagstaff. I'm not fooling.
But listen, Bates, we can settle this peaceably.
And let you go on collecting graft? Not on your life. Wagstaff, I came back to expose you.
I thought the Hornet killed you.
That would have made you very happy, wouldn't it? You wanted me out of the way. If I hadn't left the country, you'd have had me killed some time ago. You probably had men waiting for my ship to get me before I could talk.
Bates, listen to me.
Well, I anticipated just such a move. While I was away, I prepared the evidence of your graft. Now it's all set to turn over to the authorities.
What happened, Bates? You left the boat.
Of course I did. I arranged with a mate to put me ashore last evening. I went secretly in a small boat so your thugs couldn't get me at the dock.
Very smart, Bates. Very smart. We wanted to learn that before we took you.
You take me? I'm holding the gun, Wagstaff.
So am I.
What?
Drop the gun, Bates. You're covered.
Crosby.
Yeah.
We expected someone else, Bates. You see, the Green Hornet is to come here tonight.
The Hornet?
Exactly. And he can take the rap for your murder. Go ahead, Carsley. Shoot this troublemaker.
But Wagstaff...
Shoot him!
I wouldn't do it, Coslake.
What? That mask!
Hornet! Get him!
Not tonight, Coslake. Take it.
No! Yes! Carsley, what happened? What's he done?
Here's some for you, Wagstaff.
No!
Don't kill him!
Take it!
Oh, you've killed him.
Just knocked him out, Bates. Now that I know you're alive, I don't have to talk to Wagstaff. I wouldn't have come in at all if Carslake hadn't gotten the drop on you.
So, we're on the same side, huh? I'll get Carslake's gun before he recovers. Were you listening outside that French door?
Yes, I was...
Get him up.
Huh? Oh. Very well.
That's it. Keep your hands high. And don't try to back out that door. Drop that weapon. That's it. I came back to clean up this city. I've evidence to put Wagstaff and Carslake where they belong. And now I have the Green Hornet. I've hit the jackpot.
Bates, listen
No.
to me.
You'll stand right where you are until the police get here. I've already called them. Also Britt Reed.
Britt Reed?
Of the Sentinel. He or some of his reporters will be here to see that the law follows through. There'll be witnesses when the police get my documented evidence.
Sounds as if the police have already arrived.
Brett heard men enter the front of the house and felt that the end was at hand. Bates held the gun, ready to shoot. Then Brett remembered the ring. Quickly, he calculated the possibilities. The room was lighted by a single lamp. The corner near the window was but dimly lighted. Was it dark enough for the ring's glow to be seen by Cato? Brett inched backwards, closer to the window, holding his hands high with the ring facing the darkness beyond the window. He brought his hands together and slid the cover of the ring to one side. He moved his hand behind the curtain, then flashed dots and dashes by covering and uncovering the ring. In Morse code, he signaled SOS.
Axford and Lowry.
Hold still and don't try anything.
Come on, boys. There's a light back here.
The police coming for you, Hornet.
Brett kept signaling, fighting to hold his poise. He wondered if Cato, outside in the darkness, could see the signals.
Here they are.
Hey, look!
Something stay. The Hornet.
Take him. He's all yours.
Several shots from Cato's gun threw the room into confusion. Axford stumbled over the unconscious form of Wagstaff. Bates got in Lowry's way. Lowry dived for the place where the Hornet had stood. He grabbed someone.
There, I got you.
Let go. Let go, you fathead. It's me. It's me you got.
Here's a light. Just a second.
Where is he?
There he goes. Look, he and a pal are running toward that car.
Shoot him, Burke. Shoot. He's getting away.
Hello. Hello, Gunnigan. Is that you? Well, this is Axford calling. Now listen, hold everything. Me and Lowry are coming in with the story that'll knock you out of your chair. We got Bates, and Bates got Wagstaff and Carslake. And that's not all. There's evidence to put the Spalpeens away for keeps. Line up the rewrite, boys. We're coming in.
Axford, do you know what time it is?
Yes, I know, Reed. It's tired I am. But didn't you get home early? I thought you'd be out dancing all night.
No, Axford, it wasn't a dancing party. What have you been doing?
Reed, he got away again.
He?
I'm talking to the Green Hornet.
Oh, yes, I was talking to Gunnigan. He gave me the story. Oh, but don't worry, Axford, you got Bates.
Yeah, Bates had what it'll take to put Wagstaff and Carslake in the Who's-Go and expose the graft on that sewer project.
Well, I'd say that's enough for one evening.
Got it, Reed? You should have been in on it with me. It's too bad you left so early. Gunnigan called on the phone.
Come to think of it, Axford, Cato did say something about a ring just as I was leaving the apartment.
About 10:30?
Yes.
That was Gunnigan ringing.
Oh, I thought Cato was referring to another ring. One that was much more important to me.
Capture of Grafter, city engineer, and Wagstaff held. Green Hornet makes escape. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set the Lex free. Pepper!
Today, General Mills pays special tribute to the Campfire Girls. During the next several weeks, these smart young ladies will be learning what makes up a good breakfast and how to prepare it. And they'll be having fun learning, as Campfire Girls always do. General Mills wishes all success to your Better Breakfast campaign, Campfire Girls. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker Cereal Tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix.
That's no rocket. That's my pop on his way to the bus.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, the breakfast cereal made from oats. Good old-fashioned, nourishing oats. Just wait till you taste the wonderful toasted oat flavor of these tiny, crisp, golden brown O's. Yes, O's. Cheerios is the only cereal shaped like tiny donuts. You'll love Cheerios. And remember, Cheerios needs no cooking. It's a ready-to-eat oat cereal packed with nourishment, full of flavor. Try Cheerios. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You're hanging at ABC,
the Animal Broadcasting Company.
I suppose you think that in England we eat pizza with a knife and fork. Wrong. If you're in Australia, you gotta eat pizza Australian style. I fancy being a bit more American at the moment.
Today's testimony in the McKinney trial.
These lonely pound puppies need someone to love. Someone who'd love a little puppy love.
For you, Grandma.
Pound puppies are as cuddly as real puppies.
He'll keep you company in the dorm.
They're the perfect way to say I love you for birthdays, holidays, or any day. Pound puppies, so soft and adorably lonely. Sometimes the hardest thing about giving them.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Is giving them up.
Pound puppy, you're my one and only puppy love.
Hey, how about them apples in new Kellogg's Apple Raisin Crisp? Now we've added big, juicy apples in lots of mouth-watering chunks. Mmm, delicious. New Apple Raisin Crisp cereal. How about them apples?
No matter how long your shopping list, Timex is ready with over 200 fabulous styles, like our Marathon Runner's Quartz. Merry Christmas, one and all, from Timex.
The Legoland Solar Power Transporter. You can build this transport pretending you're on Mars. The box shows ways to change it by snapping off the cars. You can snap them back together and get a scouting craft, or match them with the lasers for a base defender craft. You can make up something wild, supercharged, and new. The sky's the limit when the team is Legoland and you. There are 19 space sets you can collect, each sold separately. The Solar Power Transporter is part of the Legoland Space Collection and has hundreds of bricks for building from Lego Systems.
Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and the hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice than the masked rider of the plains. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals throughout the early western United States. And when outlaw bands and hostile Indians no longer roamed the new territory, he blazed a trail for progress and civilization. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're needed in Laramie! Oh, Silver! Away! Saul Bulow, Laramie's banker, and Sheriff Otis called at the home of Dr. Ewing.
Come in, gentlemen.
We got here a little early, Doc, but Mr. Bulow didn't have much time to spare from the bank.
That's quite all right. Sit down, gentlemen, sit down. Billy's in his room. I'll call him.
Doctor.
Yes?
You've told the boy?
No, I haven't, Mr. Bulow. I've been saving it for a surprise. I wanted you to see the boy's face when he learns about it. Yes, and before we tell him, I want to tell you something.
Yes?
I want you to know that Sheriff Otis and I think you're doing a fine and unselfish thing.
Well,
Something you'll never regret. Naturally, I've seen a lot of the boy while he's been my patient. I believe I've come to understand him as well as anyone could. And I can say this. If I had ever married, Billy's exactly the kind of a son I would have wanted for myself.
I'm glad to hear you say it. I was a little afraid. That is, well, after all, Blackie...
Sure, don't give that a thought. From the time Blackie found Billy an orphan 10 or 11 years ago and adopted him, sort of, up till the other day when he died, Blackie raised the boy just as straight as you or I would. It wasn't until Blackie was arrested that Billy even suspicioned he was a crook.
And that's something to remember, Mr. Bulow. Billy's young, and like all boys, he's something of a hero worshiper. In his case, his heroes are Blackie and the Masked Man. He understands now that Blackie was an outlaw. But you'll never get him to think badly of him. And you never win his affection if you try. It would be better to avoid the subject altogether.
Thank you. I'll remember that. Now, if you don't mind.
Of course, of course. Billy!
What? Oh, hello, Sheriff.
Howdy, son.
Come here, Billy. You know Mr. Bulow, don't you?
Uh-huh.
How do you do?
Hello.
Wondering what this is all about, eh? Well, we have a surprise for you. One you like.
Have you?
How would you like to grow up to be a banker?
A banker?
Sure. One of them fellows like Mr. Bulow here with cash to burn.
Oh, gosh,
Billy, Mr. Bulow's been kind enough to offer you a home. What's more, he's going to take you into the bank with him, teach you the business. Now, how does that strike you?
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Kind of takes your breath away, don't it?
But I always wanted to work on a ranch.
What? Work on a ranch?
I think you'll find working in a bank more profitable than the cowboys' life, my boy. There's plenty of youngsters your age who'd give their right arms for the chance you're getting.
Oh, I guess so,
You want to come with me, don't you, Billy?
Well, I reckon so.
Of course you do. Now, I've had your things brought in from the cabin. They're packed and ready. Mr. Bulow's in a hurry and hasn't much time to spare. So wash your face, get into a clean shirt, and get back here as fast as you can.
All right.
Wait.
Huh?
Haven't you, anything to say to Mr. Bulow?
Say?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh, sure. Thanks, Mr. Bulow. Thanks a heap.
That's all right, Billy. I think I know exactly how you feel. But give me a chance, my boy. I have an idea that you and I will be great friends.
The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, true to the promise they had made Blackie when the outlaw lay dying, were camped in the vicinity of Laramie and planned to remain there until Billy's future was assured. It was late in the afternoon on the following day they were brought to attention the sound of a rapidly approaching horse.
Their horse?
Heading for our camp. Better get back out of sight. No, wait, I think that's Billy.
That him.
Hello there!
Hi! Who there? Oh!
We didn't expect you, Billy.
And I didn't think I was ever going to get away to see you. Mr. Bulow's going to be awful mad when he finds I sneaked away from the bank. Hello, Tonto.
Oh, the bank?
Uh-huh.
I work there now.
Well, that's news. I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, I ain't gonna work there long.
No? Why not?
Gosh, would you like to work in a bank?
Oh, I don't know. I've never tried it. But it sounds to me like a good thing for you. How'd it happen?
Do you know Mr. Bulow?
I've heard of him.
Well, he's gonna adopt me.
What?
Honest, cross my heart. I'm living in his house, and he's getting the papers all fixed. But, well, I wish he wasn't.
What seems to be the trouble?
Oh, I don't know.
Don't you like Mr. Bulow?
Oh, he's all right, I guess.
There must be something.
Oh, it's...
What is it?
Well, gee, I never asked him to adopt me, and I never asked him to let me work in the bank, neither. I don't see why they couldn't have asked me what I wanted to do.
What does Dr. Ewing say about this?
Well...
He approves, huh?
Uh-huh.
And the sheriff?
Oh, shucks. He'd say anything was all right if Doc Ewing said so.
I see. Sheriff Otis, Dr. Ewing, and Mr. Bulow all think this is the best thing for you. But you disagree. Is that it?
Oh, I suppose...
The sheriff and Dr. Ewing are your friends. Billy, you should know they'd never plan anything that wasn't for your own good.
Oh, they've been swell.
Well, then...
But, gosh, I was hoping that...
Yes?
Oh, you just laugh at me.
Don't you think I'm your friend?
Well, sure,
and
but...
friends don't laugh at each other's problems, do they?
No.
Then out with it.
Well, if you want to know, I was hoping maybe you and Tonto would take me with you. I'm old enough to handle a gun and...
So that's it.
Well, I knew you'd just laugh.
I'm not laughing. Tonto and I are both proud to know you trust us that much. But, Billy, I'm afraid you have a mistaken idea.
Huh?
Our lives aren't fun. They're not easy, either. If the time and circumstances had been different, perhaps neither one of us would be where he is. And certainly neither Tonto nor I would ask anyone to share our dangers.
Well, I'm not afraid.
Of course you're not. But you know what it would mean if you insisted on this?
No.
It would mean that Tonto and I had failed.
Well, I don't savvy.
The West is a great country, Billy. Someday it's going to be even greater. Someday the law is going to be respected, and honest people will be able to live and work in peace. That's what Tonto and I are trying to help bring about. But in order to do that, we need help from young fellows like you.
Me?
Right. Nothing Tonto and I could do in 100 years would bring the law to the West unless there were honest citizens on our side. You have a chance to become someone with influence and power. You could show others that it pays to abide by the law. But if you threw away that chance because of us, then it would prove that we were going about this in the wrong way, that we were defeating our own purpose. You understand that?
Gosh, I never thought of it just like that.
Then it's time you did. If you left the bank without permission, it's time you got back.
Well, you ain't leaving me, are you?
And we'll be around for a while yet.
And you really think I ought to stay with Mr. Bulow and do like he says?
I think so, at least for the present. Can't do any harm.
Well...
Now, jump back in that saddle. When you're home, tell Mr. Bulow you're sorry you left your work and it won't happen again.
I can come and see you again, though, can't I?
You'd better not. We'll look you up, however, if we have to leave the district. That's a promise. And, Billy...
Yeah?
Don't tell anyone where we're camped. You haven't, have you?
Oh, gosh, I'd never do that.
Adios, then.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Tonto. Get up, boy. Get up there.
Him heap good boy.
And I don't like what he told me.
Oh, what that?
I couldn't say anything to him because I may be wrong. However, I'd rather it'd been almost anyone but Bulow that adopted the boy.
What matter?
He has a good reputation around here, Kemosabe, but I've heard ugly rumors concerning the fellow other places.
Oh.
So we stay here. Blackie trusted us to look out for the boy, Tonto, and we're keeping that trust. At the bank, Saul Bulow merely smiled when he was told that Billy was missing from his work. But when he reached the privacy of his home, his face hardened. And when he recognized the boy's voice outside, he lost control of his temper completely.
We'll settle this once and for all. Might as well have it out now as later. So there you are.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bulow.
Come here.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Bulow. Honest, I am. Oh!
Oh, little coyote.
Oh, please. No, please. I never...
You will run away from your work, will you? Who told you you could? Who gave you permission to leave the bank without my knowledge?
Nobody, Mr. Bulow, but I only...
Where did you go?
Just for a ride.
You were raised by a thief, and you've got thieving blood in your veins. You should be in jail, not in a decent home.
Mr. Bulow, I'm awful sorry, but it won't happen again. I promise it won't.
You're right. You're quite right.
Oh, I'll do anything to make up for it. You've been awful good to me, and honest, I appreciate it. It was real good of you to adopt a feller like me.
Adopt you? Who said I had?
Well, I know you ain't yet, but...
And never will.
Oh, gee, can't you give me another chance? Just one more.
Who said I ever intended to adopt you?
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Bulow?
You'll find out very soon.
Huh?
If I'm not mistaken, you ran away to see that masked friend of yours.
I never...
Don't bother to lie. I guessed as much when I learned you were gone. The look in your face proves it. Think quite a bit of him, don't you?
I think he's the swellest fella there ever was.
That's what you say. But I know your kind. If he were in trouble, you'd run to save your worthless hide first. And think of him second.
I would not. Besides, he ain't in no trouble.
He isn't?
He ain't. I know he ain't.
Yeah, not quite so sure of it as you were at first, huh?
What are you saying things that ain't so for?
One moment. To save a misunderstanding, I believe I'd better make certain things clear.
Huh?
I think I made it plain I never intended to adopt you. I had, however, a reason for bringing you here. A reason for putting you into the bank.
Well, what reason?
Not so fast. I'll explain myself very shortly. But before I do, I want you to understand one thing, and understand it so well you can never say afterwards that you didn't have your warning.
Yeah?
If a word of what I say to you here is ever repeated to anyone, mind you, your masked friend will hang sky high.
That ain't so.
No. Just step over here. I'll show you the proof.
One night, a week later, Billy left Saul Bulow's home and made his way to a wooden bench built around the trunk of a great oak tree. As he slumped to the seat, a ray of moonlight showed his face streaked with tears.
I gotta go through with it. If I don't, then the masked man will be hung and it'll all be my fault. I gotta go through with it. I just got to.
Billy.
It's you.
Sit down.
Go away. Don't stay here.
You and I are going to have a talk.
Well, what about?
Tonto and I have been watching you. You weren't happy.
I told you I never wanted to work in a bank.
It's more than that. There's something else bothering you. Look at you now. You've been crying.
I ain't neither.
Tell me about it, friend.
Oh, go away.
You don't mean that.
I do. I do, too, mean it.
No. You're frightened at something. You're frightened now. You're so frightened you don't want to talk even to me.
Just leave me be.
Not until you've told me what this is about.
No.
Then there is something.
I won't talk. I won't.
You will.
Let go.
Now, hold
Let me
still.
go, please. Can't you see I don't want to talk? Can't you do like I ask you?
No,
Don't follow me. Don't come after me. You can't make me talk no matter what you do. You just stay where you are.
Get him? No, Tonto. The boy's half frightened out of his wits. Try and make him talk now would only frighten him more. There must be a better way to get to the bottom of this. It's up to us to find it. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. For years, it had been Saul Bulow's custom to arrive at his bank a few minutes after it had been opened by his employees. The morning of the next day was no exception. But this time, as he opened the door...
Mr. Bulow.
Good morning, Ned. Why haven't you slipped out?
Oh, Mr. Bulow, something terrible's happened.
What's that? What's everyone doing at the safe?
We was just going to send for you, sir, but I said, seeing as how
Can't you answer a plain question? What is all this?
We've been robbed, Mr. Bulow. Oh, it's terrible, sir.
Oh, just look inside here.
Good heavens. Stand aside. Empty. Empty.
They're all empty, sir.
Cleaned out. Who haven't opened the bank this morning? Has the sheriff been informed? Where's Billy? What?
I opened the bank this morning, Mr. Bulow. That is, I think I was the first one here.
Don't you know?
Well, I thought I seen Master Billy leaving the bank just ahead of me. But, of course, I must have been mistaken.
What's this? You saw Billy leaving this bank?
I don't like to say it.
Don't stand there stuttering like an idiot. Did you or did you not see him go out of here?
Yes, sir, I did.
Then why couldn't you have said so in the first place?
But I didn't want to harm him, sir.
Shut up! You're a blathering fool. Who's checked on what's been stolen? Anybody?
Well, I tried to, sir.
Well,
of course, you know, it ain't easy to tell right off what...
Are you trying to tell me my business or trying to excuse your incompetence? How much is missing?
It must be close to 50,000.
50,000? And the lot of you stand here doing nothing? You, get the sheriff.
Yes, Mr. Bulow. Right away, Mr. Bulow.
And you get down to my house. If Billy's there, which I don't expect, tell him to get here at once.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait.
Yes, Mr. Bulow.
If he isn't at the house, scour the town for him. If he isn't in town, try to find someone who saw him leave. If you can't do that, consider yourself fired. Now get on with it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The rest of you close your mouths and try to stay out of my way. $50,000 stolen from under your noses. If I didn't know how stupid you are, by thunder, I'd say you had helped.
Billy, however, was not found. And when it was reported that he had been seen racing swiftly from town with a satchel under one arm, a posse was hastily gathered. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger, unaware of the bank robbery, but urged to haste by another discovery, drove his great white stallion toward his secret camp. Silver thundered across country with the speed of light, leaping arroyos, crashing through saddle-high underbrush, until at last the masked man pulled him to a sliding stop.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Oh, boy. Oh. Tonto, I've been through Bulow's home. Nothing I found what frightened Billy.
And me got news, too.
News?
A fella robbed bank.
What's that?
And the law blame boy. Posse hunt him.
Bulow's bank was robbed and they think Billy did it? If he did, then I know the reason.
What that?
I haven't time to explain. Silver and I have a long ride ahead of us. I have work for you. Try to find Billy before the posse does.
Him head for swamp.
Then ride there. Find him if you have to ride through the center of it.
Time to do it. Here, Scout.
Tell Billy to surrender. Tell him not to be afraid. Then I'll get him out of this. Tell him he may have to face trial before I can get back. But trial or no trial, he has nothing to fear.
Me tell him.
And on your way. And see that Billy comes to no harm.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Come on, boy.
Hail, Silver. Away!
Billy, who had been familiar with every foot of the swamp since early childhood, spurred his laboring mount over the only trail that offered solid footing. His quirt rose and fell, and he pleaded with his horse.
Get up, boy! Get up! If we can get through here, fella, maybe we'll have a chance. Get up there! Get up! To the left, boy! We gotta circle that old log there. Then straight ahead again. Come on! Come on! Take much further. Get up! Get up there! Come on!
You stop!
What? Tonto!
You stop!
Stay back! Leave me be! Get up, boy! Get up!
You stop! Masked man send message.
Oh, boy! Oh, boy!
Oh.
Huh?
Him say, him know what matter. Him know why you take cash. You let law take you.
Oh, the masked man said that? Then even he's again me.
No, that's not true. Him your friend.
Well, then why...
Him say him fix up trouble. You not worry.
But he doesn't know. He can't know. If he knew, he wouldn't have meddled... There! There comes the posse now. Tonto, I'll go to jail, and it'll be your fault.
You not worry.
Oh, that's easy to say.
There he is.
The Redskins got him.
Then we are, both of you.
Steady, boy.
Billy, I'm doggone sorry about this.
I ain't gonna put up no fight.
Nope. Don't reckon you are. Son, what in Tunket made you do it? Didn't you know that if ever there was a time when you needed cash bad, I'd give it to you, never a question asked? Didn't you know you had friends you could bank on?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Blasted old kid. I never so hated to make an arrest in all the time I've held office. Doggone.
Yeah.
Huh?
He's hid the cash somewheres. We looked through his saddlebags and it ain't there. Can't find a satchel he was staying with neither. He must have hid it someplace in the swamp.
Care to tell us where, Billy?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Kind of foolish, ain't you? You know, being just a youngster, if you give back that cash, it likely wouldn't go so hard with you. You won't tell where you hid it?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Well, then I reckon I ain't either. Get back on your horse. Injun, you'll have to come with us. You'll be wanted to give testimony. Boys, hit leather. We're heading back for town.
Your courtroom. Quiet! Quiet!
The crowd that had pushed into the little courtroom was distinctly unfriendly. It was soon clear as the trial progressed that even the judge was convinced of Billy's guilt and was restrained from saying so only by the position he held. When Billy himself was at length sworn in, the spectators became almost unmanageable.
He's most as bad as Blackie was. Now watch him try to lie out of it. We'll fix him if he does. That's enough. Any more noise like this and I'll clear the courtroom. Now hush yourselves. Get on with the witness.
Your Honor, there ain't no use wasting time on him. He refuses to talk. He says nothing can make him say anything.
Then call your next witness.
Will Saul Bulow please to take the stand?
Don't waste my time any more than necessary. I have business to attend to.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you?
I do.
Now then, Mr. Bulow, so folks will get the complete picture, I'd like first of all for you to tell the court in your own words, just what was your relationship with the defendant?
I had planned to adopt him. Eventually, of course, he would have been my heir.
And did he seem grateful to you for your generosity and kindness, Mr. Bulow?
I'm not so sure I understand the question.
What I mean is, how did he act to home?
He proved sullen and vindictive from the first. I began to doubt the wisdom of my action almost at once, but persevered in the hope that his attitude would change.
I don't believe it. That's a lot of nonsense. Billy's as fine a boy.
Doggone, can't you folks hush up? Doc, you started it. You sit down and keep still before I have to ask you to leave.
Folks, I'm not trying to prejudice you against the defendant. Nevertheless, it must be plain to all of you that he repaid my kindness with treachery. He could claim no relationship to me, and yet I was willing to adopt him. He was the ward for years of the most notorious thief known to this district, and yet I was willing to take him into my home.
But you had your reasons, Bulow.
A masked man!
You shouldn't have come here. Run for it. Don't let him catch you. Please, masked man.
They won't bother me, Billy. Judge, you're going to listen to me. If anybody tries to prevent me, I'll know how to deal with him.
Folks, show the masked fellow the respect them low-hanging guns of his demands. Keep shut and let him speak his piece.
How many of you here recognize this man beside me?
But there's Clem Placer from over Jonesville way. Hi, Clem.
Howdy.
The masked fella brought me here in a doggone big hurry for a doggone good reason. Now let him tell it to you.
I still don't know the entire truth of this affair, but I do know this much, knowing Billy. In the first place, he didn't steal that money from the bank. Billy's as honest as anyone here.
Of course he stole it. Everybody knows
Quiet.
it.
Billy, can you guess why I brought Clem to Laramie?
Well, gosh, he's the fellow that wrote the letter that Mr. Bulow showed me.
Exactly. Clem, tell them about it.
Billy, I never wrote no such letter. You take it from me, if that polecat there ever said I did, he was lying. That's the straight of it.
Now, wait, listen.
You listen.
Here now. What's all this about a letter?
Billy took the blame for that robbery to protect me. Bulow showed him a letter he claimed was written by Clem that stated it could be proved I had murdered 2 deputy marshals. Because Bulow must have threatened to show that letter, Billy fell in with whatever scheme it was Bulow suggested. I found the letter when I went through Bulow's home on the day of the robbery.
Are you people going to take the word of an outlaw? Are you?
It's Clem's word they're taking, not mine. Billy, just what did Bulow force you to do?
It was Mr. Bulow stole the cash. He stole it and said if I didn't run away like I was to blame, then he'd fix it so as the masked man would hang. He's got the cash hid away under the floor in his barn. You can go there and find it.
And the forged letters in the strong box he keeps at home.
Grab the polecat.
Hey, he's running to the door.
Grab him before he gets out.
Likely he was going to beat it out of the country after Billy was jailed for stealing our cash.
Well, he'll leave all right.
by way of the rope.
Arrest you, Sheriff! The skunk, using a boy to help him rob the bank because he knew Billy would be too frightened to check on the lies. If he doesn't get the rope for this, I'll shoot him myself.
And so will I. Hey, hold it.
Where'd the masked man go? Did anybody see which way he went? Hey, where's the masked man?
Listen, Billy.
It's him. He's gone.
But I've got a notion you'll see him again, young fella.
You have? Honest, do you think so?
Mm-hmm. Didn't he make Blackie a promise? Didn't he tell Blackie he'd look out for you?
Oh, sure, but...
Well, son, the way you and Trouble seem to meet, I'd be surprised if his job's half finished.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Hey, we'll be right back.
You've heard the songs. You've thrilled to his performances. Now get up and dance with Barry Manilow.
At the Copacabana.
Don't miss Barry Manilow in his electrifying motion picture debut. Music and passion are always in fashion at the Copacabana. Tonight.
That cool, refreshing feeling of Wrigley's spearmint gum puts a sparkle in your eye, a spring in your step, and makes things lots of fun.
It's that little lift from Wrigley's spearmint gum. It's that little lift. Come on and get you some.
That clean, fresh taste Wrigley's spearmint's got. That little lift that means a lot.
It's that little lift from Wrigley's spearmint gum.
I'm home.
Bad news at the dentist. Our teeth aren't getting clean enough.
So Mom got us the Reach toothbrush.
A toothbrush makes a difference?
Clinical studies show Reach cleans 51% better than other leading brushes. Reach is angled to reach every tooth. And only Reach has reaching bristles to get between teeth and along gums. It cleans 51% better. And it's recognized by the American Dental Association.
Hope you got me, Reach.
Reach from Johnson & Johnson. Get 51% cleaner teeth.
Hey, I hope you're eating potato chips, because I got to show you something. These Delta Gold brand potato chips are so fine you can even see how good they taste. Check this out. Get out one of the chips you're eating and bring it up here. Now, I'll take out one of my chips, and you put your chip next to mine. You see how golden and light-colored these Delta Gold chips are? Well, that's exactly how they taste. Delta Gold chips absolutely sparkle with flavor, and the final proof is you take one out, you pop it into your mouth, and ba-bing! You are golden.
New Delta Gold brand. You can see how good they taste.
Saturday on CBS.
I'll get you, my pretty. The wonderful Wizard of Oz. You'll find he is a Wizard of Wiz. If ever a Wiz there was, if ever or ever a Wiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because.
There'll be no place like home with the Wizard of Oz. Then, at a special time,
Somebody's trying to punch my ticket.
Hawk runs for his life from a hit team. But who's trying to kill him? Lover, friend, or foe? Saturday.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Hello? Hello, operator. Operator, I want to send a telegram immediately to Box 13, care of the Star Times. Come to room 507, Hotel Belvedere. Please waste no time because this is a matter of life and death, perhaps for dozens of people. I am Dr.
Waste no time because it's a matter of life and death, perhaps for dozens of people. I am Dr. Theodore Miller. Dr. Miller's telegram reached me at my apartment, special messenger from the Star Times. It was special, all right. Extra special trouble. And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, The Biter Bitten. Dr. Miller's telegram reached me at 5:15 in the afternoon. At 5:32, I was on the 5th floor of the Hotel Belvedere. At 5:33, I spotted the room number, 507. Then I heard... Well, what was it? I walked to room 507, and the sound became louder. I knocked at the door.
Yes? Who is it, please?
Box 13.
Oh, good, splendid. Please do come in. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
You're welcome, but for what?
Oh, I will explain. Excuse me a moment.
Oh, certainly.
Oh, it's no use.
Oh, you're so right, Dr. Miller. Music like that does seem a little out of place.
You're joking.
I think you're the joker, Dr. Miller.
No. Please forgive me, but I am desperate.
Why don't you settle down and explain your telegram and this weird little concert?
I am Dr. Theodore Miller.
Yes, I know that. I'm Dan Holliday.
Mr. Holliday, do you know what a herpetologist is?
Yes, I know what it is. A snake expert.
Exactly.
So?
Mr. Holliday, someplace in this hotel, perhaps on this very floor, there is a dangerous snake loose.
Are you kidding?
No. I'd better explain.
Yes, you'd better.
I'm in town to address the medical society on the use of snake serums in the treatment of hemophilia. I brought a king cobra along. It has escaped.
Here in this room?
I don't know where it is.
Dr. Miller, thank you for the telegram and the music. I'm going.
Wait, please.
You're either a liar or you're crazy.
No. Look here. My credentials. The hotel manager will verify them. You yourself can check. You will see that I am who I say I am.
That doesn't stop you from being insane.
Yes, I know how all this sounds, but please believe me, we must find that cobra.
I can understand your concern, but you've got to understand my position, which is one I don't like.
If you want adventure, this is it.
Granted,
You still think this is a joke, yes?
Yes.
Wait a moment. Hello. Will you have Mr. Larkin come to my room? Oh, this is Dr. Miller, 507. Thank you.
Larkin? Who's he?
The hotel manager. Look, Mr. Holliday, I swear to you that I'm telling the truth. Somehow, in some way, the cobra escaped. But look, here is the case in which I usually keep it. You can see for yourself that the catch is loose.
I'm beginning to believe you.
You must.
It might be in this room?
I don't think so. I've trained the snake.
What?
Yes. When it hears the little pipe I play, it comes, because I always feed it immediately after the music.
Oh, but this time it hasn't come back.
No, But come in. Ah, Mr. Larkin.
Have you found it?
No, I have not. But, Mr. Larkin, this is Mr. Holliday. He is the man from Box 13.
How do you do?
How are you?
Terrible. Mr. Holliday, I beg you to help us.
But how? I don't know anything about snakes.
When Dr. Miller told me what had happened...
Well, you should have gone to the police.
If we had, they would have evacuated the hotel. I can't afford that. Business isn't too good, and besides, Dr. Miller assured me he could entice the snake back with no trouble. So far, he hasn't.
Now, wait a minute. You're risking the lives of guests in this hotel. That's a little more important than the hotel itself.
I know. But what guests we have on this floor are not in their rooms.
And I'm sure the Cobra hasn't gone far.
Then you think he's on this floor?
I'm positive.
Then, for heaven's sake, find it.
Who suggested sending for me?
I did. I saw your ad. It was just a thought.
And it's one you can get out of your mind right now. The police ought to be told.
But the publicity.
You'll have to risk it.
Mr. Holliday, I don't want to lose that snake.
Well, you have already.
I'm sure we can get him back. For 5 or 6 hours, he'll be somnolent. He ate just before we learned he was gone.
Did you find out he was gone?
No, the cleaning maid did.
Yes, that's right. She saw the empty case.
You mean to tell me you allowed Dr. Miller to bring that snake into this hotel?
I didn't know he had it.
That is so. I've taken the Cobra with me before. I don't mention it because it is difficult to find the hotel.
I can well imagine.
Mr. Holliday, will you help us?
How?
I don't know.
Dr. Miller.
Yes?
You're sure there's no danger for about 5 hours?
I'm positive.
All right, let's go to work.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holliday. I have the help looking on the other floors. I'll be back in a few moments.
Mr. Holliday, you're very gracious.
Mm-hmm. Now, you be gracious and tell me the truth, Dr. Miller.
Truth? What do you mean?
I don't believe that snake just got away.
You think I'm lying?
Yes.
Well,
Go on.
All right. I believe someone deliberately freed the snake.
But why?
So it would strike me. Kill me.
Uh-huh. I was wondering why an experienced man like you are would be careless with a dangerous thing like a king cobra. It's hardly likely you'd forget about a catch on the case.
You're right. And, Mr. Holliday, I'm afraid.
Who freed the cobra?
I don't know.
I think you do.
I don't know. I swear it. I just don't know.
All right. Meanwhile, the thing's loose.
But what are you going to do?
I'll help you look for it. But if we don't find the snake in 1 hour, I'll go to the police. Well, I should have gone to the police right away, but there was something that told me not to. Anyway, we hunted. No snake. So I put in the call to the police and then went back to my office. There was something bothering me, but I didn't know what it was. But I took the trouble to do a little research with Susie's help.
Here's what you're looking for, Mr. Holliday. This article right here.
What does it say?
I'll read it to you. Miller, Theodore E. Noted
Herpetologist?
herpetologist, famous for investigations into use and value of snake serum in various diseases.
Let me see. That's Miller.
Did you think it wouldn't be?
I wasn't sure, but that's his picture. And that's the man at the Belvedere Hotel.
Want me to read some more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Miller has been associated for the last 7 years with Dr. Roy A. Cunningham. Together, they
Cunningham, huh?
Does that name mean something?
No, just makes me wonder where Cunningham is now.
But why?
Miller said he was in town to address a medical convention. He said nothing about a Cunningham. I just wondered why not.
Oh, here's something about Cunningham. Should I read it?
Hey, might as well.
Dr. Cunningham lost the third finger of his left hand as a result of snake bite. The finger had to be amputated. Do I have to read any more?
No, that's enough, Susie.
Okay. What are you thinking about?
I don't know, Susie. There's something bothering me. But I can't put my finger on it.
You'll think of it. Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Mr. Holliday, please. This is the police department.
Oh, yes. Just a minute. It's for you.
Who is it?
Police.
Oh, okay. Hello?
Holliday, thought you might like to hear something.
Oh, sure. What?
About a half hour ago, you reported that snake business at the Belvedere Hotel.
That's right. What's happened? They find the snake?
I wish they had.
Well, what's happened? What's the matter?
Something strange happened at the Moulton Hotel, 2 blocks away from the Belvedere.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me they found the snake down there.
No, but earlier this afternoon, a man staggered into the lobby. Before he had a chance to say anything, he keeled over. He died.
What's all this got to do with me?
I'm coming to that.
Okay, but when?
Right now. You reported the snake business at the Belvedere. That's point number one. And just a little while ago, the medical examiner finished his autopsy of the dead man at the Moulton. Follow me?
Well, I'm trying my best.
Okay. Would you like me to read you the report?
Yes, go ahead.
The man's death was caused by a powerful poison which acted directly on the nervous system.
Did you say poison?
Yeah. It's from a proteroglifous snake.
What kind?
In plain English, a snake that has fixed poison fangs, like a king cobra.
Are you sure?
I'm reading a report.
Who was the man who was killed?
We don't know yet.
Any identifying characteristics?
Why'd you ask that?
Stop playing games, did he or didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
What were they?
He was missing the middle finger of his left hand. Why?
Just what I thought.
What do you mean?
Look, check and see if a Dr. Cunningham is registered at the Moulton. If he is, I think you'll find that he's your dead man.
Okay, Holiday, and since you know so much, how'd you like to drop around and tell us how that snake got 2 blocks from where he was lost without being seen?
All right, I'll drop around later. But I don't know any more about it than you do.
Gee, Mr. Holiday, you look kind of upset.
Yes, I am. The man you just read about, Dr. Cunningham, died today from a bite from a cobra. But I wonder how.
Well, you said the snake was loose.
Yeah, but that cobra had to go 2 blocks. It would have been seen. And even if he did make it, he'd have to be a pretty smart cobra to pick out Cunningham.
Oh, you mean you think there's some connection between Dr. Miller and Dr. Cunningham?
There's got to be. Both men are in town. Miller admits he had a cobra, then he reports its loss. Now, why were Cunningham and Miller staying at different hotels if they were working together? And why?
And what?
And, Susie, I just happened to think of what was bothering me.
And now, back to The Biter Bitten, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Sure, I happened to think what it was that bothered me. But it didn't tie in with anything. At least, not right then. So my first stop was police headquarters for a chat with the medical examiner.
Yes, it's correct, Mr. Holliday. The autopsy on Dr. Cunningham showed definitely that his death was caused by venom. Possibly that of a cobra.
Uh-huh. But no trace of the cobra itself.
The Moulton Hotel's been searched. I have interns from the city hospital standing by with anti-venoms.
Anti-venoms?
Yes. They're made from the venom itself, often efficient in the treatment of snake bite.
I see. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Where are you going now?
I thought I'd go back to the Belvedere Hotel.
Uh-huh. Be careful. I don't want to go through another autopsy.
Doctor, I'll do my best to keep from being the next subject. Oh, by the way, this Dr. Cunningham, know anything about him?
No, not much. His specialty doesn't interest me, but I know he was a famous herpetologist.
Worked with Dr. Miller?
I believe so. They developed a serum for the treatment of hemophilia.
Miller said he was to address a medical convention here. Know anything about that?
Yes. As a matter of fact, Cunningham was to speak, too.
Oh? What about?
Well, I made some inquiries when I discovered the dead man was Cunningham. It seems he was about to present the medical profession with the results of his researches.
Present? You mean give them away?
Yes, why?
Would those discoveries be worth anything?
Well, if they're what I think they are, there's a fortune in them.
I see.
Why do you ask?
I'm just curious. In fact, I'm very curious. Well, thank you, Doctor. If anyone here wants me, I'll be at the Belvedere Hotel.
All right. And remember what I said. That cobra is dangerous. And sometimes the anti-venoms can't be administered in time.
Well, maybe I should have told the police my idea, but I wasn't sure. I had to make sure because I had a hunch I was dealing with a very, very clever man. I went back to the Belvedere Hotel and spoke to Larkin, the manager.
I don't know what to do, Mr. Holliday. There are police all over the hotel. The guests know there's something wrong. Oh, this will ruin the hotel.
Maybe not, Mr. Larkin. Maybe we can prove there's no cobra loose in here.
What? But Dr. Miller, the death at the other hotel and...
Yes, the death at the Moulton Hotel. But I've got a couple of ideas. Now, listen. Could Miller have left the hotel without anyone seeing him?
Why, yes, of course.
All right, let's say he did.
What does that mean?
Look, Miller's telegram to me was delivered at 5:15 today. The medical examiner placed Cunningham's death at some time before 5, no later. The Moulton Hotel is only 2 blocks from here. Get it?
No. Unless you're implying that Dr. Miller had something to do with Dr. Cunningham's death.
Maybe I am. There was a motive. Cunningham was going to announce the results of the discoveries and give them away. Those discoveries were worth a fortune. It's just possible that Dr. Miller isn't quite the idealist Cunningham was.
He murdered him?
I don't know. In Cunningham's room at the Moulton, the police found 2 snakes, cobras.
Oh, well, then one of them bit him.
Maybe, but I don't think so. Cunningham knew how to handle snakes. Also, he would have had antivenin ready. Now, doesn't it strike you as peculiar that a man like Cunningham would rush down into the lobby?
Panic?
Mm-hmm. No, that wouldn't hold water. All his life, he'd handled snakes. If one bit him, he'd move quietly, get the antivenin, and use it, not rush around in a panic.
But what you're suggesting is that Miller deliberately...
But it'll be hard to prove.
We've got to go to the police.
With what? My story? No, I've got a better idea.
Well, what is it?
You have a pass key to Miller's room, haven't you?
Yes, of course.
Well, you phone him. Get him out of there on any pretext.
Why?
Please do it. You want this cleared up, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course. But what'll I tell him?
Get him into the basement. Tell him that one of your employees has seen the snake. That'll hold him down there at least until you and I are through in his room.
His room?
Mm-hmm. I've got an idea we'll find something very interesting. The ruse worked. While Miller went into the basement on a wild snake chase, Larkin and I searched through his room.
What are we supposed to be looking for, Mr. Holliday?
I'm not sure. Look. A case of antivenin. Miller has one. Cunningham would have been sure to have one.
Well, now that you've found it, we'd better get out of here before he comes back.
Not yet. Let's see what's in that closet.
Oh, please hurry. Well?
Well. Maybe I've found something I've been looking for. This leather bag.
Well, what's in it?
Well, it's rather heavy. And there are holes in the bottom. Now, why would a bag have holes in the bottom?
Holes?
3 guesses. But take only one. That's all you need.
The cobra.
Yeah. Larkin, take a pillowcase from the bed, quickly.
What are you going to do?
Hurry up, get that pillowcase.
Here you are. Now what?
We're going to dump the snake from the bag into this pillowcase.
You're crazy. It'll bite us.
No, it won't. It has to coil to strike. It won't be able to in the bottom of this case. Now, hold the pillowcase by the edge, where the mouth is wide open as you can get it.
You're a fool. You're risking our lives.
Snake won't strike. Now, get ready.
Please, be careful.
I'll do my best. I'm here, too, remember? All right, ready? I'll open the catches of this leather bag. Now, here we go.
It was a snake.
Hold that pillowcase as far away from your body as you can.
What do we do with this?
Is there a linen closet close by?
Yes, in the corridor outside.
Okay, tie a knot on the top of that pillowcase and put it in the linen closet. And lock the door.
Yes, of course.
And warn your employees not to go near that closet.
Mr. Holliday.
What now?
It's Dr. Miller coming back. I won't be able to get to the linen closet without being seen.
Get back in here. Close the door.
He has the house detective with him.
Well, things couldn't be working out any better than they are.
Mr. Holliday, I'm still holding this.
Toss it under the bed, fast.
Under the bed?
Don't repeat everything I say. Just do it. Straighten the bed while I put this leather bag back in the closet. Go on.
If I ever get out of this alive, I'll personally search all baggage coming into this hotel in the future. There.
Okay, now we're all set. Sit down, Mr. Larkin. Pretend as though we're just waiting here for Miller.
I don't feel like sitting down.
Then stand, but try to look as though nothing's happened.
You asked the impossible, but I...
Wait a minute. Tear that extension cord loose from the baseboard. And hand me that staple that held it.
You're crazy.
All right, get out of the way.
What are you going to do with that U-tack?
Put it right here on the chair. Points outward, just about the height of Dr. Miller's ankles. There. That'll hold it, I hope.
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
Oh. Any luck down in the basement?
No, some hysterical maid thought she saw the snake, but it was not.
Well, what now?
We must think.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea.
The house detective here says that there's no other way but to get everyone out of the hotel.
We can't do that, Miller.
I'm trying not to.
Dr. Miller, did you hear of Dr. Cunningham's death this afternoon?
Yes. Yes, I did. I would have gone to him, but I cannot leave here.
Strange that a man of Cunningham's experience should have been so careless. Bitten by one of his own cobras.
It's the chance we take.
But he rushed down into the lobby. Doesn't he carry anti-venom with him?
Yes, of course.
Well, then why didn't he use it?
I don't know.
He died at approximately 5 o'clock, just 15 minutes before your wire to me.
Yes, that's probably so. But we're wasting time here. We should be looking for the cobra.
Yes, I suppose we should be. But to get back to Dr. Cunningham, suppose now I'm saying suppose, someone went to him, someone who knew him. Suppose that someone took a cobra there and allowed it to strike Cunningham.
Who would do a thing like that?
Oh, someone who hated him because of what he was going to do. Throw away a fortune for the sake of humanity.
You're crazy.
Maybe. But it would be natural for the police to assume that Cunningham was bitten by one of his own snakes. Not by yours.
You know that mine is gone.
Sure, to make it look as though it escaped here. You sent the wire to me, so I'd be your alibi. Also, Larkin here was part of your alibi.
This is fantastic.
I admit that. But it's fantastic enough to be true. You took the snake to Cunningham. When his back was turned, you allowed it to strike him. But first you took his antivenom.
This is preposterous.
I say the cobra you've been looking for is right here in this room.
Get out of here. You're a madman.
That description fits you better than it does me.
Where are you going?
We looked everywhere but in this room. This closet.
Keep out of there.
What's this leather bag?
Keep away from that.
Why, it's just a bag and...
Don't open it.
Why not? It's empty. Look.
Empty. You're a liar.
No. No, I'm not. Look for yourself.
The cobra. Don't you understand? It really is loose.
Sit down, Dr. Miller. Sit down.
You fool. What did you do with that snake?
What snake?
There was a cobra in there.
Trying to kid me, Doctor? You told us it had escaped. Even helped us look for it.
No, will you please believe me? There was a cobra in there.
No, I don't believe you. And I said, sit down. What's the matter?
It was under this chair. It struck. Look, the marks on my legs, fangs. Holiday, please, hand me the antivenom. The case on the dresser.
Did you hand it to Cunningham?
You fool, I'll die!
Cunningham's dead.
Please, the case. I'll get it myself.
Oh, no, you won't. Just a minute.
Please, hand me the case.
What about Cunningham?
Yes, I killed him, the fool.
Hear that, Larkin?
Yes, I heard it.
Good.
The case, please, the case.
You won't need it, Miller. If you look down at the leg of the chair, you'll see I backed you into this.
Tack.
Uh-huh. Just a U-tack. You know, Miller, you worked up a pretty good crime. But when you sent for me, you set me thinking. You should have been more careful with your story.
Look, under the bed.
The snake. It's loose.
Larkin, don't move.
Well, Mr. Holiday, it looks as though we're all hoist by our own petard.
You, house detective, get your gun out.
If you move quickly, that cobra will strike.
What will we do?
I'm the only one used to handling snakes. Would anyone else care to try it?
Larkin, look. Right at your elbow on the dresser.
What?
That little pipe. The one Miller plays. Pick it up, but do it slowly. Slowly.
I can't move.
You've got to.
The cobra's moving toward you, Holiday.
You're in the same boat, Miller. If you move, he'll go toward you.
Think your way out of this one, Holiday.
Larkin, do as I say. Take that pipe. Reach for it slowly. Go ahead.
Now what do I do?
Play it.
I don't know how.
Go ahead, Mr. Larkin.
You've got to, Larkin. Distract the snake's attention so the house detective can get his gun. Go on. You'll have to do better than that.
I can't. I don't have any breath.
Stand still. Try it again. That's it, Larkin. Keep it up. He stopped crawling. Miller, stand still. Good boy, Larkin. You've got him coming toward you. Keep it up. Keep it up. Go on. Now, you, get your gun. Well, that seems to be that. And Dr. Miller, suppose you and I and the house detective take a little walk. And I'll tell you the first mistake you made. The one that made your whole story seem just a little false.
So he told you something that set you to thinking. Well, what was it, Mr. Holliday?
Well, it wasn't much, but it started the ball rolling.
Well, please tell me.
Okay, Susie. He sent the wire to me, begged me to help him find the snake because time was precious. Now, when I got to him, he said the snake would be quiet for at least 5 or 6 hours. So, what was the big rush to get me there?
Oh.
Good night, Susie.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, and this week's original story was written by Robert M. Light. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd and his latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount...
You're watching ABC, the Animal Broadcasting Company.
New studies show that pot damages your lungs a lot more than you think, especially if you're still growing.
You can't fly if you're high.
The American Lung Association.
I was cramming for a huge history final on 500 pages of text. It was way after dinner, and I was getting hungry.
Snickers satisfies you.
You eat a Snickers and you say, okay, now I can face the 17th century again. Snickers really takes care of the hungry.
Packed with peanuts, peanut butter nougat, caramel, and milk chocolate.
Satisfies you.
Packed with peanuts, Snickers really satisfies.
If I want something to tide me over, I go for Snickers every time.
This is the one we've been waiting for. Sears Electronic Showplace Sale. Let's go down for a report on the action.
Thank you, Bob. You can feel the excitement in this crowd, and why not? Here's a remote control stereo TV. It's cable compatible, and you'll save $150. And a wireless remote VCR that's cable compatible and programmable for $170 off. Back to you, Bob.
Sears Electronic Showplace Sale. This'll be a dandy.
There's more for your life.
They love it.
At Sears.
Sid? Sid? Where is that seal? Wait, is that him on the phone? Yes, window seat? And, of course it's first class. How else would I travel? Hey! Oh, what are you doing that for? You're not using my credit card to flee the country again. I have to get out of here. Disney is after me, and that actor is really mad. He really wants my hide now. Well, that's your own fault. You know a seal will do anything for food. I mean, have you seen how we humiliate ourselves at SeaWorld? Not my problem. I'm a seal and an actor. He was holding a meal over my head. You're gonna have to deal with this in some other way than stealing my credit card. I still haven't got finished paying it off from the last time you fled the country. Fine, you're leaving me no choice. I'll just have to take care of this myself. Well, that's a refreshingly mature attitude. I'll take care of it myself by getting a gun. Wait, Sid, that's not what I... This can only end badly. See you next time, folks.
lip.